Hi everyone, I'm so happy to see you guys back on my channel. This is part one of the story. Your subscribe and comments mean very important to me. It will encourage me to create more wonderful stories for you. So don't hesitate to share your true thoughts on this story. Thank you. Now enjoy this story. My fiancée betrayed me, and now her aunt wants to marry me, but she is trying her best to stop us from being together. Chapter 1. Today was supposed to be the engagement day for William and his fiancée Sophia, but Sophia was absent. But William didn't care. Instead, he showed a sneer. At the banquet, everyone was whispering. Some people were scolding Sophia, but more people were laughing at him. At the engagement banquet, the fiancé went to accompany another man. If I were him, I would have broken off the engagement on the spot. On the other side, people said, that's not necessarily true. Even if Sophia has someone else in her heart, Sophia's family is rich. It's not impossible for them to live separately after marriage. Besides, Sophia is so beautiful. Her family is so rich, and she is an only child. With these conditions, even if she really cheated, there will be a lot of men lining up to pursue her. Now, William's company still has to rely on Sophia's father for financing. He definitely dare not break off the engagement. At the same time, Sophia was accompanying her white moonlight in the hospital Alex, the popular star who was her real favorite. It turned out that Sophia and Alex had been dating secretly, and William had been kept in the dark. Thinking of how he foolishly pursued her for 3 years, he wanted to slap himself in the face. In the hospital ward, Sophia accompanied Alex, and the two talked and laughed, as if everything at the engagement party had nothing to do with her. However, when she picked up the phone, she suddenly felt a little uneasy, and she called me. William, do you dare to cancel the engagement? Kneel down and apologize to me quickly. Otherwise, our family will withdraw investment in your father's business tomorrow, and your family will be ready to go bankrupt? But what she didn't know was that William, who had lived a new life, had completely gotten rid of her control. In the previous life, when William knew that she didn't attend the engagement party because of Alex, he drove the car to confront Sophia in anger. He held the steering wheel with trembling fingers and stepped on the accelerator. Suddenly, a little girl appeared on the road. In order not to hit the little girl, William turned the steering wheel violently until he fell into the river and was drowned. He regretted it very much at that moment. If he could start over, if there really was an afterlife, he would make his father, stepmother, and fiancé regret their betrayal of him. In an instant, he opened his eyes suddenly and returned to the day of his and Sophia's engagement party. He had died once and was completely open-minded. Some things cannot be forced, such as family affection and love. The better he treated Sophia in the past 3 years, the more indulgent she became. Sophia thought that I couldn't live without her. But after rebirth, he would not be a fool. After hanging up the phone, William returned to the apartment full of Sophia's atmosphere. Every inch of space here reminded him of the imbalance in their relationship. In the more than 1 year of cohabitation, he became Sophia's personal assistant, responsible for everything, while she only needed to enjoy. William was consumed by this relationship. When packing his luggage, William threw away the items he once shared with Sophia one by one, as if he was throwing away those painful memories. The engagement ring that was supposed to be worn on Sophia's hand was also thrown into the trash can by him without hesitation. When the ring fell, William felt unprecedented relief. Goodbye, Sophia, he said to himself, no longer worried, dragging his suitcase and leaving without looking back. At the hospital, she tried to convince herself that William's withdrawal from the engagement was just a temper tantrum, and he would definitely come back to find her after calming down. After all, their marriage is not just a matter of feelings, but also involves the interests of the two families. She never thought that William would rebel one day. However, she began to doubt in her heart, would William really obey her like before? Chapter 2. Sophia's true love. Alex reveals his true face. Feeling uneasy, Sophia was ready to leave the hospital to confront William, but Alex told her that today was his birthday and hoped that she could stay with him. Sophia agreed without hesitation. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Alex's birthday cake was delivered. It was obviously Alex's birthday, but the taste of the cake was what Sophia liked. When Alex made a wish, he opened his eyes and looked at Sophia expectantly. I hope you could be by my side every birthday. Sophia smiled slightly, but then changed the subject. Sophia ate the cake absent-mindedly, but her heart was disturbed by William's questions. Alex looked at Sophia's face, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. At this time, the agent Zhang walked into the room with a mobile phone in his hand. Alex, your admission to the hospital was photographed online, and is now on the hot search. Alex heard this and took the phone. The screen showed, #newly promoted young actor injured while filming. Rumored girlfriend accompanied him on his birthday. Alex's face became gloomy. Alex had just established himself in the entertainment industry and needed the support of fans. Even a groundless love rumor would have a significant impact on his career. However, he knew in his heart that if he could marry a beautiful and wealthy only child like Sophia, his career would definitely be prosperous. But at this time, Alex couldn't let Sophia see his ambition. He pretended to be stiff in an instant and said in his heart, "Sophia, I'm sorry, it's all because of me, William, that the wedding was canceled. I will explain it in person, and he will understand." Sophia nodded and got up and walked out of the room. Alex looked at her back as she left. His fists gradually clenched, and he felt uneasy in his heart. Could it be that Sophia has real feelings for William? He should have thought of it earlier. A woman like Sophia is very good at attracting bees and butterflies. Although Alex was in the hospital, he knew everything about the engagement party. The woman ran away from the marriage, and the man broke off the engagement. At the beginning, Sophia's father looked down on him, so he arranged such a marriage for Sophia. Now it has become like this, and he is embarrassed and laughed at online. It's all his own fault. Alex's heart sank. He had been abroad for 5 years, and he began to regret it. These 5 years away may have been too long. Even if the marriage was not broken off, I would not let them have an easy time. Chapter 3: Sophia's Decision. At this time, Sophia kept trying to call William in the corridor, but no one answered. She listened and called her father. On the other end of the phone, her father's anger almost came through the phone. "What do you think? Running away from the engagement party on the day and running to the hospital to accompany Alex is fine, but someone took a photo of it and posted it online. Do you know how much trouble this has brought to the company?" Father Xia was furious. His voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. Sophia was silent and listened to her father's scolding. Father Xia, who always loved her, was so angry that his voice was shaking, which showed how serious the matter was. "Dad, I know I was wrong. I will go back to apologize tonight." The banker, Sophia cautiously probed. "The banker dare not say anything to you." Father Xia snorted coldly, obviously not taking it to heart. "What about William? Is he really going to break off the engagement with me?" Sophia's voice was a little uneasy, but Father Xia's tone was full of disdain. "His parents dare not break off the engagement. How dare he, a yellow-haired boy? He hasn't even grown hard yet. Although William has no advantages, he loves you, treats you well, and is filial to his parents. He said he wanted to break off the engagement today, but it was just an impulse, and he would be fine when he calms down. Besides, you were at fault first, so you should coax him privately and don't make a big deal out of it. Our family doesn't need him." Xia's father's words revealed his contempt for William, as if William didn't dare to really break off the engagement with her. Sophia listened to these words and gradually calmed down. She gained confidence from her father's attitude and felt that William would eventually come back to her. "I know, I will talk to him properly," Sophia answered with some confidence. After hanging up the phone, Sophia felt much more relaxed. She called William again, but no one answered the call. Sophia frowned, thinking that maybe William was busy, so she didn't think about it anymore. Back in the ward, Sophia looked at Alex with concern. "Does your leg still hurt now?" "The anesthetic has worn off, and it's starting to hurt a little now." Alex answered calmly. "Do you want to call a doctor?" Sophia asked anxiously. "No, I can still bear this little pain." Alex endured the pain and pretended that nothing had happened. They had known each other for a long time, but now they were not as close as lovers. Alex had been dependent on his father since he was a child, and his father was the driver of Sophia's family. But when he was 6 years old, his father died in a car accident, which made Xia Qingshan Alex resent and thought that it was his father who killed his wife. Despite this, Sophia did not alienate Alex because of this. Instead, she took better care of him and regarded him as a fellow. However, Tom has changed a lot, especially in the past few years when Alex went abroad. When he learned that Sophia was going to marry William, he was full of anger and powerlessness. He hurried back to China and tried to save something, but the reality made him realize that their relationship was no longer the same as before. "Has the public relations been arranged?" Alex asked casually. "Yeah," Sophia nodded. "Did William call you? Didn't the internet say that he was going to break off the engagement with you? For such a big thing, he didn't even discuss it with you and decided directly. Isn't it too disrespectful to you?" Alex said provocatively. "After all, I was the one who broke the appointment first, so it's normal for him to be angry." Sophia answered calmly. She didn't care too much about William's attitude. After all, in her eyes, William was always gentle and never lost his temper with her. William is just making fun of Xiao on purpose. A grown man is still so petty. He calls for a breakup when something happens without considering our family in your face at all. He dares to turn his face away in front of relatives and friends now, and he will dare to do more to you in the future. Don't take him too seriously this time. Give him the cold shoulder for 2 days and let him come to you to ask for an apology. Alex continued to incite. Alex's words invisibly made Sophia feel a little bit of identity, and she gradually felt that she didn't need to be too accommodating to William. You are the daughter of our family. Even his parents have to give you some face. Why does William turn his face away from you? He also announced the breakup in public, and he is not afraid of getting into trouble. Alex further strengthened Sophia's confidence. Alex knew Sophia's arrogance well. The more he made William humble, the less Sophia would bow her head. He firmly believed that he could create a rift in their relationship. Is this really okay? Sophia asked hesitantly. I'm a man. Don't I know him? If you bow your head this time, he will get worse. You have to understand that your status is always higher than his. Alex said with a smile. Alex's words undoubtedly gave Sophia great confidence, and she was gradually convinced by his words. My calf is a little uncomfortable. Can you help me press it? Alex said softly, showing weakness at the right time, using his pain to stimulate Sophia's maternal care. Sophia walked to the bedside without much hesitation and began to massage his calf. Alex sneered in his heart. He knew that the more Sophia cared about him, the more she would alienate William. Things seemed to be developing in the direction he expected. Chapter 4. William broke off the engagement and was kicked out by his family. Now he can only find a house. William didn't know what these people were talking about him. He was busy looking for a house and a job after his divorce. He blocked Zhuang Zhongming and Tang Jing. If they couldn't contact him, they simply blocked his credit card. They thought that as long as he had no money to spend, he would admit his mistake and go back, and then obey their arrangements. He was 24 years old, not 14 years old. He knew how to make money as early as high school, and he never spent a penny of their money in college. The money on WeChat was enough for his future life. William rented a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house. The house was not big, but the decoration was very warm. The house was in a prime location, so the monthly rent was $5,200, which was not cheap. William thought it was good, so he paid the money and filled in the contract. He didn't have much stuff, so it was easy to pack. After packing, he lay on the sofa, turned on the TV, and chose the most popular variety show to watch. What a coincidence, the guest of the show was Alex. It is said that the big screen will make people's faces wider and uglier. Stars who look good on TV often look better in real life. William looked for a while and felt a little hungry. He did not order takeout, but bought some vegetables in the supermarket downstairs and cooked a simple bowl of noodles. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhuang Zhongming, who had not received any news from William, began to get anxious. He sent a text message to William using someone else's mobile phone, telling him concisely that if he wanted to cancel the engagement, he would not recognize his parents. Since he did not recognize his parents, he should return the child support for these years. William clicked on the attachment and laughed when he saw the terms. In short, he had to pay back 300 million yuan in total. 300 million yuan. Those who didn't know would think he was working illegally. Since he could remember, his parents didn't like him. It is said that no parent in the world would dislike their children. If they don't like them, there must be a reason. William had a sister, and everyone told him that he threw his 2-year-old sister off the second-floor balcony and killed her. It is said that people have no memory of what happened before the age of 5. But for some reason, William remembered the blood on the ground so deeply. Since then, his mother went crazy. Whenever she saw him, she would beat him and curse him, saying that he was a demon, with super male genes in his body, and was a natural terrorist. Every day, William hated himself and destroyed himself. It was like an axe was hanging over his head. He was always looking forward to the axe falling down and cutting off his short life. Will his parents stop hating him if he died? Will he go from hell to heaven if he died? Will he be able to see his sister and say sorry to her if he died? When he was 6 years old, his elderly grandmother took him to the countryside to raise him with bruises all over his body. This raising lasted for 10 years, and during these 10 years, his parents ignored him. Zhuang Zhongming said that Tang Jing was recovering from illness and taking medicine and would get sick when she saw him, so he asked him not to disturb them. This was indeed the case. Every time she saw Tang Jing, she cursed him like crazy, saying that he was a murderer and did not deserve to live. He had seen a psychiatrist and had his body checked. The doctor told him that he did not have super male genes in his body. He was a normal person, not the born devil his mother said. In his previous life, William lived cautiously, with regret and guilt, trying to be filial to his parents and get their forgiveness. He did not dare to resist the arrangements made by his family. Once he showed resistance, they would curse him and tie him up on the moral high ground of his sister's death. If William had not been reborn, perhaps he would still live tirelessly in this life, and then he would know the truth when Zhuang Zhongming died. How did a 5-year-old child pick up his 3-year-old sister and throw her off a 1.2-meter-high balcony? Tang Jing was indeed sick, but Zhuang Zhongming was not. In order to comfort his wife, or because he was used to using repressive education, he chose to keep this secret. In this way, a 5-year-old child lived for 50 years with a life on his shoulders. Under such education, William lived up to their expectations, like an obedient puppet, fulfilling them and destroying himself. How could William not have resentment towards them, giving birth but not raising him? It was his grandmother who raised him. Why did they ask for 300 million yuan in child support? And why did they exploit him? He would not fall into the same trap twice. Since they all thought he could not survive without the banker, he might as well cut off the relationship directly. William finished his noodles, then contacted a lawyer, told the lawyer the cause and effect, and made a table of the expenses over the years and sent it to him. The lawyer objectively told him that it was impossible to break off the relationship with his parents legally, but he could help him get out of the banker and only be responsible for the alimony after he turned 60. It was not easy to get out of the banker. William, who was in his early 20s, had no money and no status in Chengdu. He could earn money without money, but he was afraid that the banker would trip him up halfway and make it difficult for him to live. William decided to use the truth to completely break off with them. Zhuang Zhongming is a born egoist. He cares too much about his face. It sounds better to say that a 5-year-old child accidentally threw his sister down the stairs than his wife went crazy and killed their daughter. Pushing the responsibility to a 5-year-old child, even if everyone discusses this matter, they will all believe that the child is still young and ignorant. And even if the child kills someone, he will not go to jail and will not bear legal responsibility. If William chooses to expose this matter, it is still unclear who oppresses whom. This busyness lasted until the early morning. William stretched his muscles and picked up his phone to see that Sophia had called him several times. He turned it to silent and didn't hear it. Of course, even if he heard it, he wouldn't answer it because he didn't want to affect his mood before going to bed. There were also a bunch of messy text messages in the text box, all of which were to inquire about gossip. William read all of them with one click, then threw the phone aside, took his clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. On the other side, Sophia kept her promise to accompany Alex to celebrate his birthday today before leaving. I didn't do anything all day, but I was so tired that I wanted to take a short break, but I couldn't fall asleep. Sophia pressed her swollen temple, glanced at the night outside the car window, and then took out her phone to continue calling William. No one answered the call again. The cold reminder tone made people feel annoyed. What's wrong with William? If you can't get through during the day, you can explain that he is busy, but it's early morning now, and he must be done with his work. Don't say that William has fallen asleep. Even if he is dreaming, he should answer her call. All her contact information is pinned to William for special care, with her exclusive ringtone and exclusive reminder. No matter when she calls him, he will answer immediately and come on call. Not to mention midnight. She called him at 3 in the morning and asked him to drive to another place to pick her up, and he got up without saying a word. She has called 4 times today, and William can't have missed it. Chapter 7, Empty House. William couldn't have missed it, which meant that he deliberately didn't answer her call. It's been so long, and he's still angry? What on earth is he doing? Miss, we're in Chengdu. Where are you going back to? Sophia originally planned to apologize to William's father first, but because William didn't answer her calls, she was upset and wanted to confront him face to face. Is it appropriate for a grown man like you to be so petty? She was absent, wasn't she? She didn't elope with someone. I took the initiative to look for you. Why don't you answer my call? With a belly full of anger, Sophia told the location of the apartment building, which was the home where she and William lived together. The corridor was very quiet. There was no one around at this time. Sophia did not use the key to open the door, but directly pressed the doorbell. After pressing for a long time, there was no movement from inside. Sophia stamped her feet and stared at the door with a gloomy look, as if she wanted to stare a hole through it. She was already at the door, but she didn't even open it? The driver who had been following her saw that she was angry, so he said cautiously, "Miss, is Mr. Zhuang not here?" Sophia was stunned. If he was not here, where could he go? Could he go back to the Zhuang family? William did not like to go back to the Zhuang family. He rarely went back during the holidays because there was no place for him there. Sophia actually understood William's situation better than anyone else, but she still abandoned him on such an important occasion yesterday, making him a joke and being blamed and scolded by his parents. Sophia was silent for a while, and then found a spare key under the flower pot at the door. This key was prepared by William for her, because she always forgot to take the key. The spare key has been here for a long time, but Sophia used it for the first time. Every time she went home, William was either by her side or at home. She only needed to press the doorbell to open the door. Sophia took the key and opened the door. The house was dark. As the light came on, the house was still the one she had lived in for a year, but she always felt that something was missing. There was a sense of disharmony everywhere, which made people feel uncomfortable. Sophia first found that there were fewer shoes at the door. The kitchen was empty, the water cups on the table were gone, and even the books and documents on the bookshelf disappeared. Those who didn't know thought that a thief had come in. Even the slow-witted people found the problem. Sophia rushed into William's bedroom and saw that the clothes in the closet were empty. Looking at the empty closet, Sophia was stunned for a long time. Why would William leave? If he left, would he come back? In the past, if William didn't sleep at this time, he would sit at the computer desk to handle work. When he had nothing to do, he would clean the house, not leaving out any corner or detail. The food he cooked was delicious. If she got hungry and came to him in the middle of the night, he would make her a diet meal considering that girls need to maintain their figure. It is said that diet meals are unpalatable, but William's is very good, and she can finish them every time. The toiletries in the bathroom were gone. The cups, slippers, towels they used were all prepared by William in advance. They were all couple supplies. Sophia thought they looked good and never changed them. Now only her own are left. There was originally a decoration on the TV cabinet. It was made in the ceramic museum when they first dated, and it has been there for a year. These things, she would never look at them more at ordinary times and often ignored them, but when they were really gone, she felt that they suddenly became important. Sophia looked around the room and finally saw a ring box in the trash can. She picked it up and opened it. It was the engagement ring that William had prepared a long time ago, but now he threw it away. Sophia clenched the ring in her hand tightly and said nothing. The driver looked worried, and his eyes turned red when he saw Sophia. He didn't know whether he was angry or aggrieved. I thought William's announcement of breaking off the engagement at the engagement party was just a momentary impulse, and he would be able to adjust himself in a few hours. I didn't expect him to move out without saying a word. It seems that he is serious about breaking off the engagement. I didn't expect that a person who is usually so quiet would do things so ruthlessly. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious, let alone people. "Miss, where are you staying tonight?" Sophia couldn't sit down. For some reason, she put the ring on her middle finger and then took out her mobile phone to call William again. If she didn't answer the first time, she called the second time. The system reminded that no one answered, proving that William had not blocked her. The phone call couldn't be connected, so she called the video call again. Finally, when she was about to call for the seventh time, William finally answered. "What's the matter?" There was fatigue in her hoarse voice. Sophia wanted to curse, but when she heard his voice, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. "Where are you now?" "It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Do you still want to come to see me? Aren't you coming to see me?" Seeing that Sophia didn't say anything, William continued. "I'm already asleep. If you have something, I'll talk to you tomorrow." "I'm hanging up." Sophia stared blankly at her phone, which had already gone black. He just hung up like that? After the call ended, Sophia realized how cold William's attitude was on the phone just now. It was like a different person. She was so angry that she wanted to call again, but this time the other party turned off the phone directly. Sophia turned to the driver and said, "I'm staying here tonight. You go back." After the driver left, Sophia sent a text message to William, asking him to come to her tomorrow morning. That night, Sophia slept very badly. She tossed and turned in bed. She finally felt sleepy, but it was dawn. Sophia got up despite the headache and picked up her phone. It was only 7 o'clock. She kept looking at her phone while washing up, trying to see if William had replied to her text message. But no matter how many times she looked, there was no reply. At 8 o'clock, Sophia couldn't help but call William. This time, William answered quickly. Sophia's patience had run out, and she said in a very aggressive tone, "When are you coming?" "I'm having breakfast. If you want to see me, go to the coffee shop on Zhonger Street, not far from you." Didn't I ask you to come to me? William, you want to talk to me? If you don't want to talk, forget it. I'm busy today. Worried that William would hang up the phone directly like before, Sophia could only suppress her anger and grit her teeth and said, "Okay, see you at 9 o'clock." After the call, Sophia put on some makeup and chose a flamboyant red dress for herself to make her face look better. Seeing that it was already 8:50, she stepped on her high heels and took a taxi to the coffee shop without panic. When I went there, William had already arrived. There was a cup of coffee in front of him. The coffee was still hot. William put 2 bags of sugar in the coffee and stirred it with a spoon. It was obviously a very ordinary action, but for some reason, he looked very pleasing to the eye. Today's William was very different, at least more eye-catching than usual. Sophia slowed down her pace and took a closer look. She found that William's hairstyle was also different from usual. His forehead was exposed, making his facial features more three-dimensional. He looked better than her. It was obvious that he slept well last night and was not affected at all. Chapter 8. Completely clearing the relationship. When William saw Sophia walk into the coffee shop, he felt a little emotional. If it was before, William would immediately get up, pull out a chair for her, and take care of everything for her attentively. But now, William just sat there and nodded at her lightly. Sophia was still beautiful when she was young. Time seemed to have stopped for her. Even when she was in her 50s in her previous life, she still looked 30 years old and looked very healthy. As for me, I died before I could retire. Perhaps she and Alex have already lived together until old age. William, Sophia's voice pulled me back from my memories. William smiled and motioned her to sit down. Order what you want to drink. There was no emotion in his tone. Our marriage was just a marriage of convenience. After 3 years, there was no love or need between us. Her eyes were a little red. Obviously, she was wronged. However, I didn't intend to accommodate her. "Don't you have anything to tell me?" she asked. William replied calmly, "We have broken off the engagement. It's not appropriate to continue living together." Her voice rose. "Do you really want to break off the engagement with me?" William nodded, his tone gentle but firm. "Yes, I have decided." I mentioned her and Alex's affairs, and she seemed relieved, explaining that it was just a misunderstanding. She was willing to compensate me, and just hoped that our wedding could continue. Sophia was obviously enraged, and her face turned livid in an instant. She began to be aggressive, threatening that if I insisted on breaking off the engagement, she would make my family have no foothold in Chengdu. I know that she never really loved me, but just treated me as a tool. But I am no longer the young man who lets her do whatever she wants. I have severed my relationship with the banker. I responded coldly. No matter how powerful your family is, you can't make me surrender. If you really want to marry, you might as well let Alex replace me. I felt calm in my heart. In the past 3 years, I have done my best for her, but now I am no longer willing to lick her. If she continues to force me, both sides will suffer in the end. "Don't try to threaten me again, Sophia," I said in a cold tone. "I have let it go, and I don't have any unreasonable thoughts about you anymore." Chapter 9. William cuts ties with his family. When William stood up to pay the bill, he saw Sophia trembling all over. Her face turned pale instantly, as if the whole world collapsed before her eyes. She thought she knew William, but she had never seen William so determined. She might think that William was deliberately ignoring her, playing hard to get, and attracting her attention, but she was wrong. William really didn't want to stay. William heard her screaming behind him. "William, do you think I can't live without you? Without me, you are nothing, and you will regret it." Her voice was full of anger and unwillingness. But she knew that all this was irreversible. No matter how much she argued, it was meaningless. The moment he walked out of the cafe, William didn't look back. He decided to meet with a lawyer to officially cut off all ties with the banker. He didn't want to be anyone's tool anymore, even if it meant giving up all the family wealth. In the Sichuan restaurant, he and lawyer Song Lu discussed my decision while eating. He was obviously shocked by my sudden decision to break off the engagement, but what he didn't know was that the feelings had already been exhausted. Even breaking with the family, he didn't hesitate. He didn't want the property, nor did he want to continue to play the expected good son. After signing the agreement, he called his father. Zhuang Zhoming obviously didn't expect me to contact him on the other end of the phone, thinking that he was here to admit his mistakes. But when he proposed to sever ties with the family, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a moment, he asked in a cold tone, "Do you know what you were talking about?" "I know very well," William responded calmly. "What I want is to no longer be bound from now on." Chapter 10. Fuck the deep love of parents. Of course I am talking human words. Don't you understand? William said coldly to the phone, without a trace of hesitation in his voice. On the other end of the phone, Zhuang Zhoming's voice was full of gnashing anger. William, your bones are hard. How dare you talk to me like this? I don't know if my bones are hard, but my life is indeed hard. After all, I have died once. I said the same thing yesterday. If you don't like it, you won't hear it again after we break up. Zhuang Zhoming was so angry that he yelled, as if he wanted to tear me apart over the phone. I'll bring a lawyer to the banker's house at 2 p.m. William hung up the phone after saying that. Song Liu, who was standing next to him, was shocked. He listened to the entire conversation from beginning to end and finally understood why William was in a hurry to leave the banker's house. You made him angry. Aren't you afraid that he will target you in the future? Song Liu asked cautiously. William smiled indifferently and poured himself a cup of hot water. Even if I don't provoke him, he will target me. At 1 p.m., we drove directly to the banker's house. When she saw me, Tang Jing immediately roared hysterically. If I had known you were so disobedient, I should have drowned you. You killed your sister when you were 5 years old, and now you're going to harm your family. I really raised you in vain. Her voice was as harsh as nails scratching a blackboard, which made people shudder. But William has gotten used to this kind of torture. In his previous life, William tried to convince himself that this family needs him. Now William finally understands that this is just an endless torture. When she grabbed the ashtray and wanted to hit William, William did not dodge or avoid, but stared at her coldly. Miss Tang, if you do it in front of the lawyer, I will call the police. Zhuang Zhoming hurriedly stopped her and tried to put the blame on William. William was indifferent and said calmly, She is sick. She should go to the hospital, not take advantage of the illness to commit crimes. Entering the study, William took out the agreement and said calmly, I don't want anything from the Zhuang family. Sign it. Zhuang Zhoming was unwilling to give up, took out the account book, and tried to get back the so-called 300 million child support. William sneered. How dare you ask me to pay back 300 million? If you really force me, I don't mind exposing your scandal and letting the truth come to light. Chapter 11, A Stinking Home and Vicious Parents. Do you have evidence? You dare to say that? Zhuang Zhoming was a little restless, and there was a hint of panic in his tone. 18 years have passed. I was just a 5-year-old child back then, and my memory has long been blurred. He obviously thought that I couldn't produce any substantial evidence. Then when you said I was a murderer, did you have any evidence? I sneered and asked back. Your mother saw it with her own eyes, and the servants at home saw it too. Zhuang Zhoming defended eagerly. But I want to know, how did a 5-year-old child who was less than 1 meter tall throw his 3-year-old sister off the 1.2-meter-high guardrail? I looked at him directly, my tone cold. If this matter is made public, I believe netizens will have their own judgment. Zhuang Zhoming slammed the table, trying to overwhelm me with his momentum. But now, I am no longer the child who fears him. At the age of 5, I have already seen through his nature. Back then, after my little daughter was injured, my mother did not rush to call the emergency number, but grabbed me and beat and scolded me, and only sent my sister to the hospital after you came back. The second floor is 5 meters above the ground, and falling down does not necessarily mean death on the spot, but my mother's delay made my sister miss the best rescue time. As the only guardian, my mother has never reflected on her fault, but instead pushed the responsibility to a 5-year-old child. Is this normal? I pressed on step by step. Zhuang Zhoming began to tremble. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and panic appeared in his eyes. He wanted to refute, but couldn't find the right words. You said I was a murderer, and in order to control me, you have been morally kidnapping for many years. Do you think I didn't know your intentions all these years? I took out a mental hospital examination report from my pocket and handed it to Zhuang Zhoming. This is the mother's diagnosis report, Munchausen syndrome. She loved you too much. After giving birth to my sister, she felt deprived of attention, so she chose to kill her daughter to regain your love. She not only destroyed my sister, but also destroyed me. I narrated calmly, as if I was telling someone else's story, but my heart still ached. In order to cover up the truth, you renovated the house and closed the balcony on the second floor. But over the years, I have been looking for evidence. I continued, I am not a demon, let alone a murderer. The duties of a guardian are stipulated by law. You are the real sinners. I stared at Zhuang Zhongming. His eyes seemed bottomless like a black hole, making him unable to look directly. If I make this matter public, do you think the reputation of the Zhuang family can be saved? Will the police reinvestigate? Do you dare to bet? I asked with a sneer. Zhuang Zhoming finally collapsed, his voice trembling. The Zhuang family has more than 1 billion assets, and sooner or later, these will be yours. You really don't want it? I think your things are dirty. If possible, I would rather never be born in this family. I replied coldly. Finally, he signed the agreement. I put away the agreement and whispered, I don't want to be a good person, but I have to be your dog. What do I have to regret? You should worry about yourself, the accomplice of murder. The moment I left the Zhuang family, I was finally freed from this prison and regained my freedom. Chapter 12, just after breaking off the engagement, I have to go on a blind date. Song Lu was worried that William would feel sad in this situation. But when he saw William squinting his eyes and watching Tang Jing's madness with a mocking look, he realized that William had already regarded this family farce as a ridiculous performance. Zhuang Zhoming also came out of the study, looking at his crazy wife and indifferent son, and for the first time he questioned his behavior in his heart. Is it really all his fault all these years? William said coldly, Let's go. He called Song Lu and prepared to leave. Tang Jing stopped yelling immediately and shouted anxiously, You are not allowed to leave. What about the Xia family's marriage? Who will marry Sophia? Husband, tie him up and lock him in the basement. Don't let him go. Seeing that Zhuang Zhoming was indifferent, Tang Jing beat him hysterically. Didn't you hear? Tie him up. If he leaves, what about the business we have agreed on? It sounds like Tang Jing's madness is mixed with some rationality. William sneered. Then you can die. Jump off the building, take medicine, cut your wrists, drown, hang yourself, it's up to you. You can see your daughter after you die and apologize by the way. William, you've had enough. Zhuang Zhoming finally couldn't help but roar. Enough? She has threatened me with the same routine countless times over the years. She's not tired of it, but I am tired of it. William said coldly. Tang Jing shrank in Zhuang Zhoming's arms, seeking comfort. Husband, take all his cards, don't give him a penny. Let him starve to death outside. William just smiled contemptuously, said nothing more, and left the house without looking back. Tang Jing's screams gradually disappeared behind him, and even Zhuang Zhoming couldn't stand it and cursed a few times. The noise in the house seemed to overturn the roof. Walking out of the door, William looked up at the sky. The blue sky and white clouds, the clear sky, indicated that my future will be bright. Song Lu patted William on the shoulder. Don't be sad. William smiled. I won't be sad about insignificant things. That's right, Song Lu sighed. It's not easy to live to this day with such a pair of parents. Now I finally understand why you are in a hurry to leave this family. He didn't continue to ask William about the pain in the past, but changed the subject. You broke off the engagement with Sophia and cut off relations with the banker. Will the two families still have business dealings? That's their business. It has nothing to do with me. I answered lightly. Song Lu was silent for a moment and asked worriedly. How should you live now? Sophia's father is powerful. Will he target you and make you unable to stay in this city? William chuckled and said, Then help me find a job. Song Lu thought seriously. You have the ability and looks, and you are not short of opportunities. I just know a director who was preparing a variety show recently. He is short of people. Song Lu's story piqued my interest. When I heard the name of the variety show, I suddenly remembered that this was the show that caused countless heated discussions, Love on the Road. So I decided to meet the director. After signing the contract, he told me, Although your reputation is not very good now, this show will allow more people to know the real you. I didn't refute. After all, who can refuse an opportunity to clean up and start over? When I got home and saw several text messages from Sophia, blaming me for participating in the variety show to embarrass her, I just sneered. She finally felt the taste of being abandoned by me. In the end, William decisively blocked her and completely cut off all ties with the past. Chapter 13. Forced to cancel the engagement. You are not allowed to participate in this kind of variety show. You are not an artist. You will only make a fool of yourself. Sophia sent a message angrily. The message has been sent, but it was rejected by the other party. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not her friend yet. William actually blocked her? Sophia couldn't believe it and called him again, but only heard the system prompt tone. The other party is on the phone. Even the phone was blocked. Her accumulated confidence collapsed in an instant. At this time, her friends came to ask her, Did you really break up with William? Is William really going to go on a variety show for a blind date? Sophia was so angry that her scalp was numb. She grabbed an ornament on the bedside table and threw it to the ground. It was not until she heard the shattering sound that she realized that it was a photo of her and Alex. She had kept that photo for 5 years and had always placed it on the bedside, but now it was shattered because of William's matter. The broken glass shards stung her eyes. Sophia took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in her heart. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Miss, are you okay?" The servant's voice was cautious. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Sophia suppressed her anger and stared at the fragments on the ground with a gloomy face. Not long after, the footsteps of her father Xia Qingshan sounded outside the door. "Wan Wan, Aunt Zhang said you made a lot of noise in the room. Open the door, I'll go in and take a look." Xia Qingshan's tone was full of majesty that could not be refused. Sophia opened the door helplessly. As soon as Xia Qingshan entered the room, he saw the glass shards on the ground. He frowned and ordered the servant to clean it up. "When did you come back? Have you eaten?" His tone was still calm. "I came back in the afternoon and ate a little," Sophia replied, but her emotions were not calmed down. "Have you met William?" Xia Qingshan asked without letting her fool around. Sophia lowered her head. "I have met him. What is his attitude?" "Just like that." Sophia was vague. "Have you reconciled?" Xia Qingshan thought the matter had been resolved. Sophia was silent. "Haven't you reconciled yet? What did you say when you met?" Xia Qingshan continued to ask. "I admitted my mistake and was willing to compensate him. But he was stingy and selfish, deliberately making things worse, and now even blocked my contact information." Sophia's voice was filled with unconcealed anger. Hearing this, Xia Qingshan's face turned gloomy. Does he think he has the final say on marriage? Next, ignore him, leave him alone for a few days, and he will naturally give in. But Sophia felt uneasy. She vaguely felt that William would not compromise this time. "Dad, what did the bankers say?" Sophia asked cautiously. At noon, they called to apologize and said they would bring William to our house to apologize. "I originally thought that this matter would be forgotten. After all, you made a mistake first, and it was normal for him to be angry. But since he won't give way, then there is no need to give it. Even if the banker comes to apologize, don't give in easily. Don't forget, our family is not for people to bully." Xia Qingshan's tone was full of disdain. Sophia was still worried. "Dad, what if William really cuts off relations with his parents in order to break off the engagement?" Xia Qingshan sneered. "That's impossible." But the voice of Zhuang Zhoming on the other end of the phone made people feel uneasy. He admitted that William really cut off relations with his family. Sophia's heart was suddenly tightened, as if the whole world collapsed at this moment. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qingshan was still furious. "Wan Wan, if you really like William, I'll have someone tie him up." Sophia shook her head lightly. "I don't like him. What is he? There are so many people who like me, and I don't have to have him. If he wants to break up, then let him break up." Xia Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you think so." But Sophia gritted her teeth and said, "But this marriage, if we want to break up, it's us who break up. Otherwise, I can't swallow this breath." "Do whatever you want to do. Dad supports you." Chapter 14, Just a Friend. Sophia has always been confident. She thought that no matter what happened, William would not leave her. He was like the old ornaments in her jewelry box. Although they were covered in dust and even lost their luster, they would never disappear and would not run away on their own. Therefore, when William suddenly proposed to break off the engagement, she found it so difficult to accept. Xia Qingshan was originally dissatisfied with her going to Alex yesterday, but seeing her tired face, he softened his heart. "Have a good rest. If you can't swallow this breath, I will stand up for you. Dare to do this to my daughter, I will make him unable to stay in Rongqing." Sophia recalled William's words during the day. She once thought she could control him firmly. "Dad, I can solve William's problems. Don't interfere." She didn't want William to go too far, perhaps out of reluctance. There is a saying on the internet that the best way to get revenge on your ex is to live better than him. Although William was not her ex, he shouldn't have broken off the engagement without discussion and blocked her. She wanted to let William see that the price of acting on impulse is to achieve nothing. Xia Qingshan nodded. "I'll take care of it if something goes wrong. There are many men. Change to a better one. But his family must be better than the bankers." Sophia knew he was hinting at Alex. After Xia Qingshan left, Sophia took out her phone and saw the video call Alex had made to her 5 minutes ago. She called back, and Alex in the video seemed more energetic than yesterday. "Are you okay? Did Uncle Xia blame you for what happened yesterday?" Alex asked with concern. "No," Sophia replied coldly. "What about William?" Have you met? Have you made it clear? Alex asked cautiously. Sophia's tone became more stiff. I don't want to mention him now. Alex probed. Just now, Brother Zhang told me that William is going to participate in a dating variety show. After all, he is your fiancé. How can he participate in such a show? This is simply not taking you and Uncle Xia seriously. Sophia's heart tightened when she heard this. The news about William participating in the dating variety show has spread on the internet. If it is not suppressed as soon as possible, it may become even bigger. Brother Zhang has confirmed that William will join the crew for recording the day after tomorrow. When the rumors are confirmed, the Xia family will definitely be affected. William really didn't care about you this time. Alex continued. Do you know this variety show well? Sophia suddenly asked. Brother Zhang has accepted the role of observer for this variety show for me, and the contract has been signed long ago. I have a good relationship with the director. If you don't want William to participate, I can help you talk to him. Sophia was silent for a moment, and finally decided to tell the truth. I have broken off the engagement with William. I can't control his affairs. Alex was stunned. How is it possible? He is willing to do it. He is not only willing to break off the engagement with me, but also willing to break off relations with the banker. Sophia said coldly. This sentence made Alex speechless for a while, but Sophia continued to ask, Can I participate in that variety show? You can, but why are you going? Don't you feel uncomfortable seeing William? It's uncomfortable to see him, but it makes me more upset not to see him. Sophia's tone was firm. Okay, I'll tell the director that you'll go on stage with me the day after tomorrow. However, netizens may speculate about our relationship. Let them guess. I'll handle William's affairs myself. Sophia hung up the phone and decided not to delay any longer. She opened Weibo and edited a new dynamic. Mr. William and I have officially broken off our engagement, and we have nothing to do with each other from now on. I've tried to get along with him over the years, but I've never been able to develop a deeper relationship. Since we can't be lovers, we can only be friends. Chapter 15. Her aunt, my ex-fiancée. Sophia did not control public opinion this time, but took the initiative to guide the media, portraying herself as a victim of this marriage, as if she and William were completely forced to be together. She claimed that she finally woke up, and for true love, she decided to break up with William completely. Soon, a video went viral on the hot search. On one side of the camera, William stood alone on the stage, and on the other side, Sophia accompanied Alex in the hospital for his birthday. The comment area was full of sarcasm, and everyone blamed William. Our reunited couple is really together. It turns out that the phrase, just friends, was meant for William to hear, so that he wouldn't be so sentimental. This is the result of destroying other people's feelings. William knew that Sophia had someone she liked, but he still insisted on arranging a marriage. I'm afraid he won't be able to get married. Alex and Sophia are truly a match made in heaven. William, who suddenly showed up, is not worthy of them. I heard that William has been kicked out by the banker. Now, he is short of money. He wants to hook up with rich women through variety shows? It's really funny. Things developed just as Sophia expected. The one-sided public opinion made her feel satisfied. The Zhuang group also issued a statement, announcing that the Zhuang and Xia families had broken off their engagement and were free to fall in love. As for William's severing of ties, it was temporarily shelved. However, William seemed to be unaffected by these. He packed his luggage as planned, bought a plane ticket, left Chengdu, and went to the variety show recording site. When the director saw him, he asked meaningfully, Have you seen the hot searches on Weibo? William responded calmly, What hot searches? The director patted his shoulder and didn't say anything else. Hand in your mobile phone. We will provide new communication equipment. Before the recording, contact whoever you want as soon as possible. I don't have anyone to contact, William said calmly. He knew that the rumors on the internet were just a replay of the story of his previous life and could no longer cause him any harm. The program team did a great job of keeping it secret. The guest list was not announced until the day of recording. William didn't care about it. He thought that Love on the Road was just a travel program. He could go out and have fun and taste delicious food, which was quite to his liking. However, when he arrived at the first stop, a remote rural village, he had a bad feeling about the program. The small yard in front of him was shabby, and the bathroom was outside the house, and even adjacent to the pig pen. This environment made him doubt the true intentions of the program team. When the first female guest arrived, William was completely stunned. The woman in a red dress who got off the car had fair skin and a hot body. It turned out to be Lu Yin, Sophia's aunt. She took off her sunglasses, looked seductive, and smiled and hooked her finger at him. The live broadcast room exploded instantly, and the audience frantically guessed her identity. However, William's heart sank to the bottom. He never thought that the program team would arrange Sophia's aunt to participate in the competition, which was undoubtedly deliberately creating conflicts. Thinking that he might have to date Lu Yin next, William felt a chill. He knew in his heart that this program was destined to be turbulent from the beginning. Chapter 16 Ex-Girlfriend is here too. William asked directly, "Why did you come to participate in this variety show?" Lu Yin raised her eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. "You can come. Why can't I?" She immediately instructed, "Go. Help me take out the luggage in the trunk." William was a little confused. Lu Yin has always been a non-marriageist, and even when he died in his previous life, he had never heard of her getting married. And now, she would actually participate in this kind of love variety show? This is too puzzling. Although Lu Yin is Sophia's aunt, she is only 4 years older than Sophia. William met her a year ago when he had just confirmed his relationship with Sophia and went to her grandfather's house with Sophia during the spring festival. The two added WeChat but rarely contacted each other. In his previous life, after he married Sophia, he often went to the Lu family. He was always respectful and polite to Lu Yin, treating her as an elder. Therefore, William felt very uncomfortable to see her in such an occasion. But at Lu Yin's request, William still helped her move her luggage in. The 2 large boxes of luggage were heavy, and I don't know what she brought. When they were in a place where no one was, Lu Yin came close and whispered, "Why, do you still treat me as your aunt?" William was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Lu Yin's fragrance lingered on his nose, and she gently patted his shoulder. "You have broken off the engagement with Sophia, so don't treat me as your aunt anymore. From now on, call me Lu Yin or Sister Yin. Don't call me the wrong one." William nodded stiffly. Lu Yin seemed to be in a good mood, humming a little song, and turned away. William looked at her back and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The program crew really likes to watch the fun. If people knew that Lu Yin was Sophia's aunt, the internet would be in an uproar. The audience in the live broadcast room was obviously shocked by Lu Yin's beauty. The barrage of comments exploded, asking who she was and why she knew William. The show had just started, and Lu Yin became a hot search because of her appearance. William didn't take these to heart. He was adaptable and would get used to things that he was not used to. He thought anyway, this show would only be recorded for a month. Just get through this period. However, when the other guests arrived one after another, William saw their faces clearly, and his heart sank suddenly. He had never regretted his decision so much. In addition to Lu Yin, Sophia's best friend and Shinrong was also among them. In the previous life, and Shinrong was a bridesmaid at his and Sophia's wedding. She had belittled William many times and bluntly said that he was not worthy of Sophia. I'm afraid there will be a verbal dispute in the days to come. To make matters worse, another female guest, Jiang Ning, also appeared. She is the youngest film queen in the country, with outstanding appearance and elegant temperament. She was William's first love. William felt his scalp tingling when he thought about his past relationship with her. The program group did a great job of keeping secrets. They invited Jiang Ning and didn't even leak a single word. William didn't expect to see her again under such circumstances, and the audience in the live broadcast room was even more crazy. They couldn't believe that this movie queen would come to participate in a love variety show. With the appearance of Jiang Ning, the popularity of the program quickly rose, and netizens rushed into the live broadcast room crazily, with the number of viewers exceeding 100 million. William was secretly worried that this program might become a disaster in his life. Facing in Shinrong's sarcasm, William chose to ignore it and took the initiative to greet the 2 male guests. As soon as the greetings were over, Jiang Ning suddenly walked up to William and whispered, "William, long time no see." William felt mixed emotions, but still responded politely, "Long time no see." As soon as this was said, everyone turned their eyes to William. Jiang Ning seemed to be unintentional, but there was a mystery in his words. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Jiang." William replied politely. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. His eyes were gentle. "I hope we can get along well in the future and help each other when we have difficulties." William nodded in response, but his heart was extremely complicated. And Shinrong couldn't hold back her words and asked directly, "Do you know each other? What's the relationship?" Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Let's just say we are childhood sweethearts." This sentence made the surroundings fall into a brief silence. Jiang Ning looked at William, waiting for his response. William had to nod. "We have known each other since childhood." In the distance, Lu Yan's face changed slightly. The live broadcast room exploded instantly, and netizens speculated about the relationship between William and Jiang Ning. Sophia and Alex were also on the scene as observers. Seeing this scene, Sophia almost crushed the cup in her hand. She originally thought that she could discredit William and make him suffer a Waterloo in the variety show, but Jiang Ning's appearance completely disrupted her plan. Chapter 17 Variety Show begins. William's departure seemed to have caused dissatisfaction among many people, especially in Shinrong, who complained, "William is so selfish. He doesn't help with anything and doesn't even participate in cooking. Just don't leave him any food." Fong Chun tried to ease the atmosphere and said with a smile, "Maybe he has other things to do. Let's eat first and don't let these little things affect our mood." At this time, William appeared at the door of the hut, holding several large pots of fragrant pickled fish in his hands. Everyone was stunned, especially in Shinrong, who was still complaining just now, but now her appetite was aroused by the fragrance. William calmly put the pot on the table and said lightly, "I just went fishing for a few fish and made lunch by the way. Let's eat together." Fong Chen smiled. "That's great, William. Your cooking skills are really good." Others also gathered around and couldn't help but praise when they smelled the fragrance. Even in Shinrong couldn't say anything more, so she could only silently take a bite of the fish, her eyes full of surprise and satisfaction. Seeing that everyone was eating happily, William didn't say much, just smiled faintly. He knew that this time he used his actions to fight back those doubts and let people know him again. However, he still knew in his heart that there would be more challenges waiting for him in the next show. And whether facing in Shinrong's ridicule or Jiang Ning's sudden appearance, he was ready. As long as he could keep his heart calm, he was not afraid of any storms. At this time, William had completely let go of the burden of the past and no longer cared about the seemingly unbearable pressure. He knew that life was like this variety show. No matter whether it was sweet or bitter, he had to taste it one by one. And he would also complete this journey in his own way. Although the road ahead was unclear, he had never been so determined. Chapter 19 Rural Love. In this recorded variety show, William seemed to be in an unexpected dilemma. After the first mission, everyone gathered in the cabin to prepare for lunch. The atmosphere was obviously tense, especially when Shinrong complained that William did not help. Lu Yin stood up to defend him. Lu Yin bluntly pointed out that William not only completed his division of labor, but also brought back a sumptuous fish feast, while Shinrong did the least but talked the most, with no team spirit. This remark made Shinrong feel aggrieved, but she was ultimately unable to refute Lu Yan's accusation. This confrontation revealed Lu Yan's special concern for William, which seemed particularly unusual to other guests. Jiang Ning and Lu Yan even had a verbal conflict in their competition to find William. The attention shown by the two female guests on the show to William made the scene is delicate and tense. Especially when Jiang Ning mentioned her childhood sweetheart relationship with William, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly heated up, and others were full of doubts and curiosity about it. As an observer, Sophia witnessed all this with her own eyes, and her heart was mixed. She looked at William on the live broadcast, recalled the past, especially the pickled fish that William had learned to make for her, and felt an indescribable complex emotion. Although she said that she no longer cared about William, her expression revealed the opposite emotion. In the next lottery session, Lu Yin was lucky to form a partner with William, while Jiang Ning was paired with Ling Xian. This result made fans feel relieved, especially Jiang Ning's supporters, who did not want their idol to get too close to William. However, Sophia noticed a hint of strangeness in Lu Yan's eyes. She was worried that Lu Yan's concern for William was not just from the standpoint of an elder. During the free time in the afternoon, William and Ling Xian planned to go to the town to buy some ingredients. Lu Yin and Jiang Ning also expressed their willingness to go with them, while Shinrong chose to stay in the cabin to rest. Fong Chun naturally would not miss the opportunity to be alone with Shinrong and decided to stay in the cabin to take care of her. This seemingly ordinary arrangement actually laid the groundwork for the development of the next story. As the interaction between William, Lu Yin, and Jiang Ning gradually deepened, the discussion and expectations of this program among the audience gradually increased. Obviously, all this has just begun, and the storm that William is about to face will only get bigger and bigger. Chapter 20 Never Look Back. William never thought of meeting Jiang Ning face to face again on such an occasion. Facing her questions, he remained polite, but also drew a clear line without hesitation. When Jiang Ning tried to evoke past emotions, William just shook his head calmly. Jiangning, we have long passed. Time has long smoothed the emotional gap that was once thought to be unbridgeable. Now I just want to look forward. Jiangning asked tentatively. Then you really don't care about me? We have known each other for so many years and understand each other so deeply. Now you are single and so am I. Can't we start over? William's answer made Jiangning feel cold. Jiangning, you know me, I never look back. The past is over, and I will not look back again. Although his tone was gentle, it was unquestionable. This conversation made Jiang Ning's heart sink to the bottom in an instant. She thought time could heal everything and maybe even bring them a chance to meet again. But William's attitude told her that she was wrong. She used to be everything to William, but now she was just a sealed memory in his life. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt a sense of powerlessness she had never felt before, which was even more heartbreaking than the breakup at the beginning. She thought her efforts and persistence would be rewarded, but she didn't expect to get such a cold response. She suddenly realized that she might have really underestimated the power of time, or that she underestimated William's determination. At the same time, William also knew that although the memories of the past were beautiful, he was completely different from himself now. After going through so much, he just wanted to cherish the present and face the future. Although Jiang Ning's appearance evoked his dusty memories, these memories were only part of his life, not all. In this show, William did not intend to start a new relationship with anyone, especially to sink again in the past relationship. In the past, he might have been confused because of his obsession with feelings, but now, he just wants to live for himself. Instead of dwelling on the past, it is better to move forward and find a new life of his own. Jiang Ning didn't say anything in the end. She stood there silently, watching William turn and leave, with mixed feelings in her heart. Perhaps letting go is also a kind of fulfillment, fulfilling him and fulfilling herself. Chapter 21, First Love. William was once bitten by a snake and became afraid of ropes for 10 years. It was too late for Jiang Ning to regret now. He didn't know what kind of mentality she had in participating in this program. If she came for him, then sorry, he would not accept reconciliation. A broken mirror will still have cracks no matter how well it is glued together. If William hadn't seen the photographer far away and her microphone turned off, he really didn't want to talk to Jiang Ning anymore. William selected a few pieces of clothing and put them into a plastic bag. After discount, the 5 pieces of clothing cost less than 100 yuan. I'll go look somewhere else. After saying that, William left quickly as if he was avoiding a virus. Jiang Ning did not chase after him, nor did he dare to chase after him. She thought William would reject her, but when she heard the answer with her own ears, her mental preparation collapsed in an instant. The filming staff suddenly came over with a cell phone in his hand. Teacher Jiang, your phone number. We are all adults with our own private lives and work. The director does not allow guests to bring mobile phones, mainly because he is afraid that they will see comments online that will affect the filming. Therefore, before recording, ask them to hand over their mobile phones to the staff around them, and return the phones to them if there are emergency calls or text messages. Jiang Ning took the phone and saw that it was a call from her agent. She turned away from the camera and answered the call with her back to the photographer. Jiang Ning, I remind you that you'd better stay away from William. I won't say anything to you for lowering your status by turning your back on me to participate in this crappy show, but can you please have a little dignity? You are a big movie queen, but you go to pick up a man who has broken off an engagement. What's in your mind? Have you not forgotten William after all these years? He's just a man. What kind of man do you want? I'll find you one. I want him. The agent paused and said, You have broken up. William is just an ordinary man. Why can't you forget him? She couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a whole day. She thought Jiang Ning had forgotten him in the past 5 years, but she didn't expect that she would participate in this blind date program for him. It would be fine if she participated. After all, there are people who treat dating shows as vacations. It would be fine if she had fun, but she acted so worthless as soon as she saw William, and she almost revealed that they were ex-lovers as soon as they met. I can't forget him, Jiang Ning shouted loudly. After she finished shouting, a feeling of grievance suddenly surged into her heart. Her eyes were sore and tears fell involuntarily. Sister Lan, I only want him. I've missed him for 5 years. I finally waited for him to break off the engagement. We agreed in the agreement that as long as I win the Grand Slam, you won't ask about my love life. I've waited for this day for a long time, so don't persuade me, let alone force me. After a moment of silence, the agent said earnestly, Ning Ning, I'm doing this for your own good. I watched the live show. It's obvious that William has forgotten about you. He doesn't love you and doesn't care about you. Why do you have to suffer like this? With Jiang Ning's conditions, she could find any man, so why bother hanging herself on a tree? He would care about me. If he were married, I could still persuade myself to give up, but now he is single. Why can't I pursue him? He has a bad reputation. That's all fake. Jiang Ning defended. I know what kind of person he is better than anyone else. You are a veteran in the entertainment industry. Don't you know that there are more fakes than real ones? Jiang Ning was clearly in the dark. His agent said helplessly, Jiang Ning, your fans won't agree. You could have chosen someone who just broke up with his marriage, and you even participated in a variety show to pursue him. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about William. Now you and William are both on the hot search. Do you know how badly he was scolded? The square was slaughtered. This time, it was Jiang Ning's turn to remain silent. She was unwilling to give up William because of those unimportant people on the internet. She had worked so hard for William. Sister Lan, please stop trying to persuade me. I've listened to you for 5 years. This time I want to listen to myself. Jiang Ning hung up the phone directly. She handed the phone to the staff and then stared blankly in the direction where William left. William said he would never look back, but what if he was hungry? She couldn't just give up without even trying. William walked around the entire street and bought everything he could think of, leaving very little money in his wallet. Ling Xian and the others had been waiting for him in the car, and William felt embarrassed to stay any longer. Seeing William carrying several large bags, Ling Xian asked curiously, What did you buy? Some clothes, a sun hat, some medicine. What are you buying these for? William explained, We live in the countryside after all, and the director might arrange farm work for us next. No way. Ling Xian widened his eyes in horror, but on second thought, it was not impossible. After all, it was only their first day here, so he asked them to clean. It's better to be prepared. Ling Xian complained quietly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have participated. William smiled, but said nothing. He glanced at the rearview mirror and happened to meet Jiang Ning's eyes. He quickly looked away. This subtle movement was seen by Lu Yin in the back. She leaned against the car window and squinted her eyes, then made an unhappy tisk. Maybe because they were tired, no one spoke on the way. William closed his eyes and felt a little drowsy. William talked about when they were in town? Jiang Ning looks very bad. Maybe they had a quarrel. The barrage asked with concern. I really feel that Jiang Ning likes William, because the look in your eyes when you like someone cannot be concealed. Jiang Ning is crazy. She is still in her rising period. Why should she fall in love? Isn't it better to focus on her career? If she really wants to fall in love, her fans won't stop her. Can't she choose someone better? She has to choose a secondhand product, picking up the garbage that others don't want. Which one of Fang Chun and Ling Xian is not better than William? I hope she will open her eyes and make a new choice. If Jiang Ning keeps staring at William, then I will stop being a fan. As a fan of Jiang Ning's career, I am worried sick. I really am worried sick. From all aspects, William is really not worthy of Jiang Ning, even if they have known each other for a long time. If they're not worthy, then they are not worthy. Jiang Ning insists on liking William, which can only mean that she has eye problems. Jiang Ning has been losing fans since he participated in this program. When he returned to the cabin, it was already 5 o'clock. William began to clean the kitchen and cook, and first he washed the vegetables. There were many people helping. Even Shinrong came and peeled 2 potatoes. William took a look and praised casually. It's peeled quite cleanly, no waste. And Shinrong snorted. Of course. She was so proud just for peeling a potato. I am very good at peeling apples. When I peel an apple, the skin won't break even after I finish peeling it. William praised him like a child. You're so awesome. It seems he's not completely useless. And Shinrong curled her lips, looking very proud. Then help me peel the lotus root and yam together. Remember to wear gloves when peeling the yam. I got it. And Shinrong reached out and took a lotus root from the basket. Fang Chun came over. Shinrong, let me help you. And Shinrong continued what she was doing without raising her head. Don't worry about me. Just do something else. William suddenly found a way to get along with Shinrong, such as praising her. She was like a kid in kindergarten, and a little red flower could brighten her whole day. This lotus root is scraped really well. And this yam, the vegetables are washed very cleanly. I didn't expect that Miss is so capable. I thought you couldn't do housework. It's no big deal. Is there anything else you want me to do? Then help tidy up the table outside, wash a few bowls, and peel the garlic. And Shinrong reflected on herself for a moment. She hated William, So why did she listen to him? But the next second, William said, "You can definitely do this little thing well, right? You scrape the potatoes so well. You can definitely wash the dishes clean and tidy the table." William looked at her gently, with a bit of kindness in his eyes, as if he was really treating a few-year-old child. Give appropriate high praise and affirmation to help children maintain their confidence. William is so skilled in taking care of children because of his experience in his previous life. He and Sophia had never had children. It was not because of physical problems, but because Sophia did not want to have children. However, such a large family fortune could not be without an heir, so they adopted one from an orphanage. After bringing the child home, Sophia didn't care anymore, and William was the only one who did the tutoring and education. When the adopted son was first brought home, he knew nothing and had little patience. William was strict with him and spent most of his energy on him, teaching him patiently and watching him study, hoping that he would succeed in his studies. The adopted son did not let his education down. He achieved excellent results and was admitted to the best university. But he never expected that the son he had spent so much energy to raise would eventually want to kill him. He will never marry Sophia in this life. As for the ungrateful adopted son, whoever wants to raise him can do so. Anyway, he won't raise him. When Shinrong saw William praising her, she felt awkward and strange, but she couldn't help feeling happy. Okay then. The reason why Shinrong is so easy to please is entirely related to her growing environment. There are 3 children in the family, and Shinrong is the second child. With an older sister and a younger brother, she became the neglected one in the family. She had poor grades since she was a child and was always a little behind in everything she learned. Her parents had always ignored her. When they mentioned her, they said she was a vase, who was not good at anything, was not as pretty as her elder sister, not as sensible as her elder sister, and not as smart as her younger brother. In high school and college, everyone around her got in through exams, but she was the only one who paid to get in. She knew that not many people in her circle of friends looked up to her. After all, even her parents looked down on her. Afterwards, she entered the entertainment industry and insisted on making her debut. She did make her debut, but she was still labeled as a waste, and she was still the person who couldn't do anything well. No one likes her, no one praises her, no one thinks she is capable. The more you want to do something well, the easier it is to mess it up. And Shinrong thought she was used to it, but she would still be complacent because of a few words of praise from others. Chapter 22. So good. And Shinrong hated William, but couldn't help wanting to perform better in front of him. She counted the dishes and rinsed them with water, then went to wipe the table, busying herself with sweat. And Shinrong was not actually a bad person. She just spoke harshly and wanted to vent her anger on behalf of Sophia. After all, Sophia was one of the few people in her circle of friends who did not dislike her. Lu Yin was afraid of heat, so she wanted to take a shower after sweating a lot. She changed into casual clothes so that she could move more easily. After taking a shower, Lu Yan's fair skin was flush pink and her black eyes were wet. Compared with her flamboyant look in a red dress in the morning, she looked more approachable at this moment. There is no difference between her face with makeup and without makeup. She is still very beautiful. The most eye-catching thing is her long legs. The legs under her denim shorts are white and long, like the finest mutton fat jade, and even her toes are pink and tender. Even William couldn't help but take a look. William quickly looked away. He was always focused on what he was doing, and the way he cooked looked a little more serious than usual. He glanced at the dishes on the chopping board. In addition to the sauerkraut fish soup left over from lunch, which could be used to boil the dishes, he also prepared spicy and sour shredded potatoes and century egg and tofu soup. 3 or 4 dishes might not seem like a lot, but the portions were large and enough for 6 people. The photographer zoomed in, and in the shot, William was concentrating on cutting potato shreds. His speed was so fast that one could only hear the sound of click, click, click. After more than 10 cuts, a plate of potato shreds was ready in a flick of the knife. Each potato shred was distinct, thin, and even. Even people who can't cook can tell how good his knife skills are. And Shinrong was peeling garlic on the side and saw how he cut the potatoes into shreds. She had heard from Sophia before that William was the one who cooked in her family. At first, she didn't take it seriously, thinking that even if William could cook, his cooking would probably be just so. At noon today, the pot of pickled fish looked delicious, and others also said it was delicious, but she didn't taste it at all. She was secretly competing with it, and the consequence of competing was that she was hungry for the whole afternoon and was very greedy. Now, I can directly experience William's cooking skills. It turns out that Sophia was not exaggerating. William is really good at cooking. Lu Yin came up to her, her body smelling like a cool scent after taking a bath. What to do? Is there anything I can do? Not at the moment. Lu Yin found an apron from somewhere and said, "Put on the apron." William wanted to say no, but Lu Yin had already taken it forward. He reached out to take it, but Lu Yin retracted her hand. "You just cut some vegetables with your hands, so let me help you tie them." Not allowing him to refuse, Lu Yin raised her hands. "Lower your head." William had no way to retreat and could only bend down and lower his head obediently in front of the camera. In just a few seconds, Lu Yan's hand brushed across his neck, touching his sensitive neck. Her gentle breath sprinkled on his Adam's apple, and the fragrance of her body rushed into his nose. Her lips were so close to his ear that no one except William heard her say, "Good boy." William's body became visibly stiff. Lu Yin smiled gently, stood behind him, and her soft and boneless hands slid down his thin waist and touched the apron strings, as if she was hugging him from behind. The director's eyes lit up and he held up the intercom. "Give them a close-up." The photographer listened to the sound in the headphones and quickly zoomed in the camera to focus on William's facial expression. The dodging was photographed as forbearance and restraint, and his red earlobes and suddenly stiff fingers. Lu Yin put on her apron and tied it into a bow. The places she touched felt like ants crawling over them, and William couldn't help but touch his lower back. "Okay." William's expression was a little unnatural. After tying on the apron, he didn't even know how to cook. He was stunned for a long while before he remembered the next step. This scene was seen by Shinrong, who was standing by. "Isn't it just an apron? Why does it feel weird? Besides, what does Lu Yin mean by being so close to William all of a sudden? Could it be that she has forgotten that William is her niece's fiancé? Although the engagement has been canceled, the ex-fiancé is still a fiancé, and she, as his aunt, cannot get involved." I was stunned. It was only the first day. How could it be so exciting? Lu Yin just tied an apron for William, and the atmosphere suddenly became so ambiguous. The two of them have a lot of sexual tension. William is a great cook. I look forward to dinner. And Shinrong, "I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car." What does Lu Yin mean? I really feel that she treats William differently. Lu Yin must be playing with William. She is obviously an expert in love affairs. She is so skilled. She must be raising fish. I feel that William is not as bad as people say on the internet. Apart from other things, he is very emotionally stable, can do housework, and is very good at cooking. Sophia was with him at the beginning. At least she did not suffer any loss in life. What's the point of being able to cook? Sophia is not dating a chef or a maid. Dating is mainly about providing emotional value. If you don't love someone, you will only get more and more annoyed. Sophia is still the best match for Alex. Finally, it was time for dinner. The big round table still had its noon seats, with Jiang Ning and Lu Yin on William's left and right. William's cooking skills received unanimous praise. And Shinrong didn't say anything, but she didn't stop eating after the food was served, and kept eating until her belly was full. In the end, she couldn't even drink water. Under the table, she gently rubbed her belly and sighed inwardly. Sophia has eaten so well in the past 2 years of dating. As friends, they have known each other for so many years, but she has never invited her to her home for dinner once. The sisters are really not considerate. In the observation room, the observers were about to get off work. Before they finished, Shinli asked, "Sophia, it is said that Shinrong is your friend. Have you ever invited friends to your house for dinner?" Chapter 23, A Qualified Ex Should Be Like Dead. Sophia, no. Shunli stared at the live broadcast screen and said, "So this isn't Shinrong's first time eating a meal cooked by William?" I don't know whether she did it intentionally or unintentionally, but during today's recording, Shunli kept bringing the topic to William. Everyone present here knows the story about Sophia and William. What she did was to magnify the relationship between Sophia and William, as well as the conflict between them, in front of the public. This is also one of the highlights of the show. If you look at the relationship chart of the characters in the show, you will know that this variety show will be a hit. Right after getting divorced, Sophia took her current boyfriend to watch her ex-date. The people William was in love with were none other than her aunt and her good friend. Shunli twirled the pen in her hand. I see Shinrong is very happy eating the food William made. Maybe there will be sparks between the two of them. Sophia said, "It is impossible for Shinrong to like William. It was impossible before, and I can't say for sure in the future." In order to control the atmosphere, the host Li Lu changed the topic. After this day's live broadcast, which couple do you think is more promising? It's only the first day, and there's no sign of anything happening. And Shinrong and Fong Chun. Fong Chen's crush on Shinrong is quite obvious. Me too. It's hard to say for others. Alex, what do you think? Alex said very little throughout the day and did not express any opinions. The host suddenly threw the question to him. He was stunned for a moment and said, I also think Fong Chun and Shinrong. What about the others? After he finished speaking, he clearly felt the change in Sophia's mood. I also think they have a chance. Shin Li agreed. The biggest attraction of this show right now is William. His personality is not as bad as people say on the internet. I quite like him. As a regular guest on the show, Shin Li hopes that the show can create more things to keep the show popular. After a tiring whole day, everyone dispersed after dinner. Lu Yin returned to the bedroom, and the first step was to turn off the camera and the microphone on her body. She and Jiang Ning lived in the same room. They stood face to face, staring at each other silently, and saw hostility in each other's eyes. One look can tell they're competitors. Lu Yin asked directly, When did you and William meet? Jiang Ning said without hesitation, It was very early. I met him when I was only 7 years old. Our two families lived close to each other. We went to school together, ate together, and slept together. His grandmother was very kind to me. To be honest, he and I were almost engaged as children. So she was not exaggerating when she said childhood sweethearts. The two of them were like sitting at a negotiation table, each testing the cards in the other's hand. Whoever showed his cards first would lose. In order to win, one can cheat, demonstrate, or intimidate. Jiang Ning was declaring her sovereignty and also demonstrating to Lu Yin, William is mine. You didn't even know where he was when I met him. You said it too. It was almost there. Lu Yin turned around and sat on the chair, crossing her legs. Although she was sitting, her aura remained undiminished. When she raised her head slightly and looked at Jiang Ning, she was as superior as ever. It's just a feint, nothing to be afraid of. The word almost is so terrible. Almost together, almost married, almost got him. It often gives people a heavy blow when they are about to touch hope. Almost also represents the regret that cannot be expressed. I was in love with William. Lu Yin is an opponent that cannot be underestimated, and Jiang Ning decides to let her retreat. She liked William and knew what it looked like when someone liked someone. She saw it in Lu Yan's eyes. Lu Yin was not surprised. So what if you were dating? Didn't you break up? This only means that you didn't love him enough at the beginning. If you really loved him, how could you be willing to let him go? Jiang Ning's face turned pale, and he wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to say it. She originally wanted Lu Yin to give up, but she didn't expect that she would be the first one to lose her composure. This is not the end. Lu Yin continued. Miss Jiang, have you ever heard this saying? A qualified ex should be like a dead person. You knew William earlier than I did, but relationships are not based on first come, first served. Jiang Ning clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. She pretended to be calm. He and I broke up, but that doesn't mean we can't reconcile. He and I were each other's first love, and first love is the most unforgettable. But you, I heard from Shinrong that you were Sophia's aunt. In comparison, you are the least qualified one. Lu Yan's eyes were cold. Whether you are qualified or not is not up to you to decide. Then whether we, a pair of first loves, can reconcile is none of your business. After looking at each other for a moment, the two men each sneered. There was no winner or loser in this battle, but it had just begun. The air in the mountains was fresh, and the night was accompanied by the sound of frogs croaking. William slept very comfortably without any dreams, feeling relaxed, and got up early the next day. The temperature in the morning was 23 degrees. The air was a little cold, and it felt particularly refreshing when it entered the lungs. After getting up early, William faced the east and did a set of Ba Duan Jin, Tai Chi, and Wu Qin Shi. Those who have never seen it would just think he is acting on a show, but college students all know how well he does it. He has a good balance between relaxation and tension, and every move is done well. It's obvious that he practices regularly. After 3 sets, William was covered in a thin layer of sweat and felt comfortable from head to toe, as if his body was stretched. When he was young, William did not know how to take care of his body. It was not until he was diagnosed with a number of diseases that he began to slowly take care of his body. After he turned 50, the most he did was to practice a set of Ba Duan Jin. He didn't know whether it was good for his body, but at least he felt comforted. After finishing, William found a few wolfberries and threw them into the thermos. Is William up so early? Get up and practice? and soak wolfberries in a thermos? Since yesterday, I have felt that William's various behaviors are not consistent with his age. He goes fishing, cooks, keeps fit, goes to bed at 9 o'clock, and now he wakes up early to practice martial arts. I went to bed at 9 o'clock, maybe because I was too tired yesterday. The last time I went to bed at 9 o'clock was when I was in elementary school. Before the others got up, William went into the kitchen to make breakfast. He cooked a pot of porridge in the rice cooker, boiled the buns he bought from town yesterday, and then made 2 cold dishes. Seeing that he had nothing to do, the director simply called him aside for a single interview. Did you sleep well last night? Are you used to the environment? I like it here, the air is good, I usually have insomnia, but I slept really well last night. Then let's talk about this. Who among the guests here do you like? Good impression? It seemed that no one was a good choice. William smiled awkwardly and said, "Not yet." The director nodded and said, "The program stipulates that we will send a text message to the guest of your choice 3 days later. Think about it carefully and send it when the time comes." Chapter 24. You can exchange dates. Is there a texting segment in the show? The director explained that a one-way arrow means pairing failure, while a two-way arrow means success. Love text messages are sent from anonymous mobile phone numbers. The other party will not know who it is and can only guess. The content of the text message can be casual and does not have to express your feelings. The director was worried that William would suffer a loss in this regard, so he gave him an example to remind him. Previously, there was a male guest who was wavering and sent love messages to every female guest. In the end, he was cyberbullied and called a sea king. William's original plan was to send thank you text messages to different people since no one liked it. I'll think about it carefully. He had to choose a one-way arrow, so the first person to be eliminated was Jiang Ning, and the remaining 2 people were Lu Yan and Shinrong. Lu Yan's attitude towards him was a little strange. If he chose Shinrong, given her attitude towards him, she would definitely not send him a text message. The director asked, "Did you have a good relationship with Jiang Ning before?" William, "We grew up together, but we lost contact after college." "What was your first reaction when you saw her?" "It's surprising. I didn't expect her to participate in this kind of variety show." William paused and quickly explained, "Director, I don't mean to discriminate. I understand. Don't be nervous." The director didn't care. Not to mention William. Even he himself didn't expect Jiang Ning to contact him on his own initiative. The person originally decided was a female artist from the same company as her. Between an ordinary artist and a movie queen, it is self-evident who to choose. Moreover, this is Jiang Ning's first time participating in a variety show, and she can bring more value to the show. Thinking of this, the director looked meaningful and asked, "Do you know why Jiang Ning came to participate in this variety show?" William shook his head and pretended to be stupid. "I don't know. Maybe it's arranged by the company." The director patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "William, I am very optimistic about you, and I am not the only one who is optimistic about you." After the interview, William was confused and felt that the director had something else to say. Next, the director interviewed them individually according to the order in which they woke up, and the second person in line was Lu Yan. The director asked the same question. "Who do you like among these people when you first met them?" "This isn't the first time William and I have met. If you want to ask me who I have a crush on, I choose to keep it a secret. I don't have to answer this question." "All right." The third one was Fong Chun among the male guests. He generously admitted that he had a crush on Shinro. "What's your impression of the other 2 female guests?" Fong Chun replied, "I've only seen Jiang Ning on TV. She's even prettier in person than on the screen. My impression of her is still stuck on that movie she starred in. As for Lu Yan, she seems distant. I don't have a deep enough impression of her, so I won't comment on her." The fourth person to appear was Jiang Ning. The director asked me who to send the heartbeat signal to. She said, "I don't want to talk about it now. I just hope that my choice will be supported by the time comes. In addition, I hope that everyone will look at a person carefully, not understand him from others' mouths, and think twice before speaking slanderously." This short sentence can reveal a variety of information. Jiang Ning is talking about William, right? She has a crush on William. I noticed it yesterday. It's just that he didn't say it was William. William was her old friend, so it's normal for her to say a few good words for her friend. The fifth person to be interviewed was Ling Xian. "Who do you like?" "Jiang Ning. I'm her fan." This answer is quite satisfactory. The last one was in Shinrong. She was still sleeping after everyone had finished interviewing her, so the staff had to go up and wake her up. And Shinrong was in a bad mood when she woke up, but she held it back in front of the camera. However, she still showed reluctance to cooperate in the individual interviews. I don't have any good feelings for him. How can I have good feelings for him after meeting him for the first day? Anyway, the person I dislike the most is William. Who should I send the love message to? It's definitely not William. Just pick one between Fang Chun and Ling Xian. Some people like her straightforward personality, while others hate her. Judging from the comments, more people hate her and say she is disrespectful. The interview was over, and the director announced today's tasks during breakfast. Help the villagers harvest rice. Whoever completes the task first will receive an exchange card. The so-called exchange card can be used to exchange future day partners. Is there a time limit for the mission? Yes, the limit is 3 hours. What happens if the mission is not completed? If you complete the task within the specified time, you'll be given living funds. If you don't complete it, you won't get any. The living expenses have to be earned by completing tasks, and many people think that the program crew is stingy. They bought a lot of things yesterday and have little money left for living. There are still many places to spend money in the village, so they have to earn money. After breakfast, the group set out for the rice fields. The sun is out at 9 o'clock now. The temperature is 25 degrees, which is not too hot. It will rise directly to 33 degrees at noon. And Shinrong is very slow in applying sunscreen. Even when she is doing farm work, she has to put on makeup to look beautiful in front of the camera. This is a habit she kept from her time in a girl group. In his previous life, William had grown vegetables and flowers, but he had only seen harvesting rice in short videos on his mobile phone. It seemed simple like mowing the lawn, but it was actually very difficult to do. A group of talented young people went to work in the fields, but they were unable to adapt to the mud and their bodies felt hot and itchy. William studied seriously. He had strong concentration and even stronger drive. He started to operate after listening. He was not used to it at first, but gradually found the pattern. He must get this exchange card. If he doesn't want to date someone later, he can replace himself. William thought he was fast enough, but he heard a rustling sound behind him. He turned around and saw it was Lu Yin who had caught up with him. The originally fair and beautiful face was covered with mud, and there was straw in her hair. Her clothes were also covered in mud. If I remember correctly, Lu Yin was a bit of a germaphobe. But at this moment, William didn't believe that she had mysophobia at all. Lu Yin gritted her teeth, her eyes reddened, and her mind was filled with only one exchange card, which meant that she could choose anyone she liked to go on a date. In addition to Lu Yin, Jiang Ning also moved quickly. William took a quick glance and turned back to continue cutting rice. Did Lu Yin work so hard for that exchange card? Then who was she working for? Thinking of this, he slowed down his movements and gradually slowed down, and Lu Yin quickly caught up with him. The director required 2 hours to complete the task, but Lu Yin only took 1 hour. When she reached the finish line, she held up the sickle in her hand and said, "Director, I've finished cutting." On the first one, everyone stopped and looked at her. A flash of disappointment flashed across Jiang Ning's eyes. She was still just a little short. Lu Yan's beauty was proven yesterday, but today she is even more dazzling than yesterday. Even though she is covered in mud and dirty all over, it cannot hide her beauty. William was distracted for a moment. He was closest to Lu Yin and saw a trace of blood on her hand. "Your hand is injured." Chapter 25. Lu Yin hooks William. The willing one takes the bait. Lu Yin seemed to have just realized it, and she wiped the blood off her wrist. She was cutting rice just now and accidentally scratched her finger. The wound was not deep, but it bled a lot. As soon as the staff heard that Lu Yin was injured, they rushed over to help her treat her wounds. "Are you okay? Wash the mud off and bring the disinfectant. It will be a little painful, just bear with it." The disinfectant sprayed on the wound. It was extremely painful. Lu Yin gasped and her hand twitched. She endured the pain and said, "I'm fine, hurry up." The staff member asked, "Do you want to get a tetanus shot?" Lu Yin wanted to say no, but she happened to meet William's worried eyes at this time. So she smiled and said, "William has finished harvesting rice, so let him go with me." This is a dating variety show, and the production team certainly hopes that the male and female guests can create unexpected sparks. Jiang Ning suddenly interrupted at this time. "Let me accompany you. I'm almost done with the cutting." The director originally wanted William to accompany Lu Yin to get the vaccination, but now that Jiang Ning had spoken, he couldn't say much and could only let them make the decision themselves. Lu Yin smiled and said, "You don't have to accompany me, William. It's our turn to cook today. Please accompany me to get the vaccination and buy some vegetables." Now that things have come to this, William couldn't refuse. "Good." William walked out of the field. His coat was covered in mud. He took it off, revealing his body in an old man's shirt underneath. His physique is stronger than expected, and the flesh on his body is very evenly distributed. A little more flesh would make him look stronger, and a little less flesh would make him look thinner. The thin layer of old man's shirt is attached to the abdomen, and the outline of the abdominal muscles can be clearly seen. I see. 8 pieces, Shah. I didn't expect William to have such a good figure. I originally thought he was a gigolo. This figure is much better than Alex's. I don't know how Alex's fans got the nerve to say William is not as good as him. It seems that Sophia eats well during the day and at night. This male dog's waist looks strong. What's going on? Have you never seen a man? What the hell is that? It makes my face turn yellow. Can the administrator please take care of this? William, who couldn't see the comments, had no idea that his figure had attracted onlookers. I'm gonna go take a shower. Lu Yin glanced at his lower abdomen silently. Well, I need to change clothes too. The two returned to the cabin, and it didn't take long to take a shower and change clothes. Lu Yin took a shower with wet hair and saw William waiting for him in the yard. Let's go. The two of them went to town in the staff's car. On the way, William stared at her hands from time to time. The reason why beauties are called beauties is that even their fingers are longer and slender than those of ordinary people, with delicate and slender fingers and pink fingertips. The wound still destroyed the beauty and looked very eye-catching. Does your hand still hurt? Lu Yin raised her hand to his lips. It hurts. Why don't you blow it for me? William pursed his lips and said nothing. Lu Yin smiled, retracted her hand, and exhaled against her lips. After a while, William said, You work too hard. Lu Yin raised her eyes to look at him. Aren't you the same? At a very young age, she learned a lesson. If you like something, you should go all out and not miss any opportunity. She didn't have any opportunities before, but now she has them, and she is ready to go all out. Even if the opportunity is just a tiny gap, she will take it. An exchange card means that she has the opportunity to date William. She is vying for it, and Jiang Ning is also vying for it. William had no idea how popular he was, and of course, Lu Yin wouldn't let him know. If William knew that she liked him, he might stay away from her, which was not the result Lu Yin wanted. When it comes to feelings, the closer you are, the easier it is to strike. She will not give William a chance to escape. When she arrived at the hospital for a consultation, there was no one in line, so Lu Yin got her vaccination quickly. The two of them bought some groceries in town, and William took good care of her throughout the whole process. This morning, the director said we'll send a heartbeat signal in 3 days. Who are you going to send it to? The accompanying staff was far away. Lu Yin turned off the microphone and asked William in a low voice. William looked at the microphone she had turned off and turned off his own microphone as well. I don't know, we'll tell when the time comes. But in fact, he already had a candidate in mind. The director won't let us talk about this in private, right? What are you afraid of? We can talk secretly. He won't know. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with cunning. Seeing that the photographer was about to catch up, she immediately pulled William's hand and said, Come with me. Let's go to a place where there is no one to talk. Lu Yan took William to a farmer's market, and the two of them squeezed into an empty corner, completely leaving the staff behind. Lu Yan panted slightly and said, I'm going to text you in 3 days. Why did you send it to me, you? Lu Yan interrupted him. You don't think I like you, do you? I like people who are older than me, and you called me aunt before, and I treated you as a junior. So how could I possibly like you? I sent you a text message because I don't like any of the male guests present, and sending it to them could easily cause misunderstandings, and I don't want to get into trouble by participating in a variety show. William breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he almost thought that Lu Yan liked him. He didn't want to be narcissistic, but Lu Yan looked at him strangely in the past 2 days, which made him unable to help but have wild thoughts. The most unexpected thing about participating in this program was meeting Lu Yan, and the thing I was most afraid of was dating her later on. Now that the two of them had talked it out, William was completely relieved. If he thought about it carefully, how could Lu Yan possibly like him? Not to mention that he had dated her niece and called her aunt. Lu Yan herself was a non-marriage advocate. Recalling his previous life, he and Sophia adopted a child after they got married. Although Lu Yan seldom contacts him, she would come back to visit every spring festival and prepare New Year gifts. Even though he was over 50 years old, Lu Yan still treated him as a junior and gave him, her nephew-in-law, a New Year's red envelope. In her previous life, she once told him that if he was not doing well, he could look for her. William didn't understand at the time, but when he thought about it carefully, he thought that Lu Yan might just be treating him like a child. Why do you want to participate in this show? You are not short of money, are you? William asked the question again. This time, Lu Yin didn't give him a perfunctory answer and answered seriously. My family forced me to go on blind dates, and I'm old enough, so I thought I'd try this show. Maybe I'll find true love. But after I came here, I found that no one I liked. How could that be? Ling Xian and Fong Chun are both very good. You just didn't have enough time to meet them. Come on, if the first sight is not enough to make my heart move, then I will never be moved in my life. To be honest, those two men are not as good as you. William's heartbeat, which had just stabilized, started beating wildly again, and he didn't know what to say. William, if you don't know who to choose to send the love message to, why not send it to me? Anyway, neither of us likes anyone, so why not choose each other? Chapter 26. Open and honest Lu Yin. Lu Yin suggested. What she said made sense, but William hesitated. After all, this program will be watched by many people, and maybe some people already know that Lu Yin is Sophia's aunt. If they send love messages to each other at this time, it will probably cause more trouble. There is no need for that. Lu Yin added. After the show is over, I will explain it online so that no one will misunderstand our relationship. Little Sister Lu Yin, actually at first I thought you participated in this program just to vent your anger on Sophia. How could she possibly help Sophia? Although Sophia called her aunt, their relationship was average. If Sophia hadn't suddenly started dating William, she wouldn't have contacted Sophia over the years. William said bluntly, since I have already broken off the engagement with Sophia, I want to completely cut off ties with her to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. I don't want to cause misunderstandings to the audience. After the show ends, he just wants to live his own life well. He doesn't want to have anything to do with either the Xia family or the Lu family. Sure enough, convincing William was not such an easy task. Lu Yan's pupils shrank slightly and her eyes dimmed. She had guessed this result, but she still couldn't control her disappointment. I understand you. Will you choose Jiang Ning in the future? Lu Yan asked. William said without thinking, no. It's good that Jiang Ning won't be chosen, so she will have a chance. She thought so in her heart, but her eyebrows were full of trouble. Lu Yan, Jiang Ning seems to have misunderstood me. She told me last night that she was your first love. I think she participated in this program just for you. She's obsessed with you and asked me to stay away from you. William didn't expect Jiang Ning to say these words to Lu Yan, and his brows suddenly frowned. When chasing someone, you have to find opportunities and leave your rival no way out. Lu Yan asked, have you and Jiang Ning really been in love? When talking about the past, William's eyebrows were always twisted. It's been a long time, and it's impossible for her and I to be together. Sister Lu Yan, don't tell anyone about what happened between her and me. Lu Yan joked, I will keep it a secret, but Jiang Ning will definitely find a way to date you next time. If you don't know how to refuse, you can use me. We can help each other and keep away bad peach blossoms. William just thought it was a joke and didn't refuse directly. I'll consider it. Lu Yan's eyes were open and frank. Compared to Jiang Ning, she seems to have more chances. As long as William didn't reject her directly, she would keep him under her nose. The staff couldn't find them and were shouting anxiously on the street. William heard a voice. Let's go back, it's getting late. Good. Seeing them appear, the staff wiped the sweat off their faces and asked, where have you been? Why did you turn off your microphone? Lu Yan blinked at the camera and said, we talked about some private matters. I just saw Lu Yan suddenly grab William's hand and run away. What private matter is taking so long to discuss? It can't be about Sophia. Lu Yan is Sophia's aunt. These two should not do anything to disgust others. There are leaves in his hair. Could it be that he went into the woods? Can you have such an exciting time in broad daylight? Will you die if you don't make dirty jokes? After William returned, he went straight into the kitchen to cook, and Lu Yan was responsible for helping him. She had an injury on her hand, and it was inconvenient for her to touch water to wash vegetables, so she could only do other things. I want to cook 2 dishes for lunch today. William was surprised. You can cook. I only know a few home-cooked dishes. You didn't let me wash the vegetables, and you didn't let me cut them, so I can only fry them. Don't look down on me. Although my cooking skills are not as good as yours, the taste is not bad. Lu Yan insisted on taking action, and William didn't know what to say. He just stood aside and watched Lu Yan skillfully wash the pot and heat the oil. Help me tie my apron. William took the apron from the wall and held it in front of her. Lu Yan held the spatula in one hand and the vegetables in the other, and buried her head in the apron string. From a distance, it looked like Lu Yan was burrowing into William's arms. William stood behind her. lowering his head to tie the rope. After Lu Yin finished harvesting rice, she changed into a small camisole, revealing her smooth and white back. Her shoulder blades were like flapping butterflies. William didn't dare to look at her anymore and lowered his eyes to concentrate on tying the rope. At this time, Lu Yin poured the vegetables into the pot. The fire was too big. As soon as the vegetables were put into the pot, there was a crackling sound, and the fire started directly. As if frightened, Lu Yin stepped back, with her entire back pressed tightly against William's chest. The weather was too hot, and both of them were wearing little clothes, so they were pressed tightly together, and she could not only feel each other's body temperature, but also her heartbeat. William reacted quickly and was calm beyond ordinary people. When he saw the fire, he pulled Lu Yin behind him, covered the pot with the lid, and went to control the fire. "Are you okay?" Lu Yin was still in shock. He patted his chest and said, "I was scared, but luckily, I didn't get burned." When he opened the lid of the pot, he saw that the vegetables inside were already mushy. William shoveled the vegetables out and said, "Let me cook." Lu Yin looked embarrassed. "I wanted to show off my cooking skills in front of you, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to control the heat of this pot. All wood-fired pots are like this. Why don't you just keep an eye on the fire?" "Okay." Lu Yin touched the apron on her body. "Do you want an apron? You wear it. I don't need it." Lu Yin stood behind William, glanced at the figure outside the yard, and raised the corners of her lips slightly. Chapter 27 Wolf Ambitions. "Jiang Ning, have you been at home all the time?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. William subconsciously looked back and saw Jiang Ning standing in the yard, quietly. He didn't know how long he had been there, and his eyes were lonely. Jiang Ning stepped forward and asked, "Did I disturb you?" Lu Yin, "Of course not. Let's just cook a meal." Jiang Ning tried hard to maintain the expression on her face and make herself look generous and decent, but the slightly twitching corners of her mouth still revealed her emotions. Yesterday, she saw Lu Yin tying an apron for William, and she resisted the urge to disturb him. Unexpectedly, she saw the two of them close together again today, even closer than yesterday. Should she remind William to stay away from Lu Yin? If William knew that Lu Yin liked him, he would definitely want to stay away from her. As he thought about it, he walked over to William and said, "If there is anything else you need to do, I'll help you." Lu Yin smiled generously. "Okay." The actress was worthy of being the actress. She looked calm and quickly calmed down, acting as if nothing had happened. Lu Yin sat aside with her chin propped up, looking at Jiang Ning with interest in her eyes. Lu Yin asked, "Where are Shinrong and the others?" Jiang Ning said, "And Shinrong is slow to act because she is afraid of insects, but with Fong Chen's help, she should be back soon." Lu Yin glanced at her watch and said, 2 hours have passed. If they haven't finished mowing, we will be short of money for our living expenses." As he was talking, there was a noise outside. Ling Xian came back and asked, "Have you all started cooking? Where are Fong Chen and Shinrong? They're still behind us? It may take a while. I'll go take a shower first." 10 minutes later, and Shinrong's voice was heard complaining, "I don't want to harvest rice anymore. Can you assign me a different job next time? The fields are dirty and smelly, and there are snakes." "That's not a snake. That's an eel. What's the difference if they look the same? Hold that thing away. It's disgusting just looking at it." William, who was cooking, was sweating all over. Lu Yin approached him with a wet towel to wipe him. William dodged. "No need. Just cook your food. Look, your sweat is almost dripping into the food." With that said, it seemed like it was quite disgusting to have sweat dripping into the food. So William just stood there and let Lu Yin wipe the sweat off his face. Jiang Ning was not paying attention when he saw Lu Yin starting to make advances towards William again. Lu Yin clearly had ulterior motives, but her face looked calm, as if she was just wiping the sweat off her face. William's neck and earlobes are sensitive areas. After Lu Yin wiped his forehead, she moved along his jaw to his earlobe, touched his Adam's apple with her fingertips, and then moved to the back of his neck. Jiang Ning looked at William's stiff back and clenched his hands holding the bowl. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Ning and smiled provocatively. Who wouldn't want to demonstrate? William swallowed hard and asked hoarsely, "Are you done?" "All right." William quickly took the food out of the pot and put it on a plate. Lu Yin took the plate from him and said, "I'll take it out." William saw Shinrong and Fong Chen entering the yard. "You are back? What are you holding in your hands?" Fong Chen held it up and said, "It's yellow eel and a few loaches. Can you cook it? It can be used as a meat dish." "Sure, no problem." And Shinrong showed her disgust. "This thing is so disgusting. How can it be delicious? I don't want to eat it. And William, you are not allowed to make it. Thinking that the pots and pans in the kitchen would be used to store these things, she didn't even want a kitchen anymore. Fangchen looked at her helplessly. This is really delicious. You can try it. I don't want it. If you dare to do it, I will smash the pot. Among the people in this room, only Fang Chun had the patience to coax her. William was not in the mood for that. Go take a shower. Then you can eat. Fang Chun put the bucket at the kitchen door. William took a look and saw 2 eels and 4 loaches. They were very big, and the portion was not small. It would make a big basin. Yellow eel is a rare delicacy and an indispensable ingredient in Sichuan cuisine. Their living expenses are now reduced, so they have to eat less meat, and if they don't eat well, they won't have the energy to work. William was determined to eat the eel, so he took the bucket outside, sharpened the knife, cut open the eel's belly, removed the internal organs, and shaved off the bones. His knife skills were comparable to those of some restaurant chefs. William hadn't eaten it for a long time. When he thought of the taste, he asked Lu Yin to help him prepare the seasoning. A dish of fresh yellow eel with ginger is ready to be served. You can tell it's delicious just by smelling it. The audience in the live broadcast room were almost drooling as they watched. And Shinrong is too hypocritical. She has princess syndrome. No one likes her except Fang Chun. I don't know why she came to this show. She's not good at anything. Isn't it better for her to go back and be a rich girl? Let someone who has eaten it tell me, is the eel really delicious? The eel really looks disgusting. People who are afraid of snakes dare not touch it. I can understand why Shinrong is afraid. During the 2 days of the live show, my impression of William has become better and better. I didn't expect that he could cook eels. With his knife skills, people who don't know him would think he is a chef. I just finished my meal. Why am I hungry again? I'm at a Lu Yin and William. They're younger than me. I guarantee that Lu Yin definitely likes William. We'll see them sending each other love messages the day after tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. And Shinrong takes a long time to take a shower. Not only does she have to wash her body, but also her hair. After washing, she has to comb her hair, put on some light makeup, spray some perfume, and apply sunscreen. The whole process takes her an hour. Jiang Ning called her twice before he asked her to come out of the room. And Shinrong didn't feel hungry at first, but when she saw the food on the table, her stomach instantly started to growl. Just as she was about to sit down, she saw a large plate of meat in the middle. She had a bad feeling in her heart. What is this? Is it fish? Why have I never seen fish meat like this before? Fang Chen used his eyes to remind William not to say that it was an eel. Otherwise, if this young lady got angry, who knows what would happen. William received it, but he still chose to tell the truth. These are yellow eels, the 2 you brought back. I thought we were having a vegetarian lunch today, but we didn't expect to have a meat dish. And Shinrong's face changed. What, didn't I tell you not to do it? I don't want to eat it. If you don't eat it, will others not eat it? This is not your house. William calmly picked up a piece of eel and put it in his mouth in front of Shinrong, chewing and saying, it's delicious. This thing should be eaten while it's hot. You guys should eat it quickly too. Except for Shinrong, everyone present was not picky about food. When they heard William say it was delicious, they immediately picked up their chopsticks. It's really delicious. It's my first time eating yellow eel. It looks scary, but I didn't expect the meat to be so tender and boneless. William, your cooking skills are so good. Why don't you consider opening a restaurant? Everyone at the table ignored Shinrong and gave high praise to the dish. And Shinrong sat down sulking. She dared to say, but not to do. If she was really asked to ruin everything, she didn't know how she would be scolded. And Shinrong has always been a person of true nature. Maybe she is used to it, so she says whatever comes to her mind. It's typical that the mouth talks but the brain follows behind. After saying something, one will regret it even though he clearly doesn't mean that in his heart. And Shinrong silently ate the white rice in the bowl, but her eyes glanced at the eel in the middle. She wanted to try to see if it was as delicious as they said. And Shinrong also likes Sichuan cuisine, which is heavy in flavor. She rarely eats food with red oil. After all, she has to maintain her figure. But today she had been cutting rice for the whole morning and was very hungry and greedy. The light cabbage and rice could hardly satisfy her appetite. William, who was sitting opposite her, saw clearly that Shinrong clearly wanted to eat but didn't dare to pick up any. Try it. It's not as scary as you think. Seeing that Shinrong didn't react, William changed his strategy and changed his tone. Or are you afraid to eat it? It turns out that Missin is so timid, even timid than a loach. Who said I was timid? It's just a yellow eel. and Shinrong picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Thinking of what the yellow eel looked like when it was alive, she was still a little scared. But the dish had already been picked up, and it was impossible to throw it away. And Shinrong stared at it for 2 seconds and said, "I don't want to eat it. I'm just curious about the taste." After saying that, she opened her mouth and took a bite. The meat was fresh and smooth and very appetizing. It turns out that it's not that scary. It's really delicious, just as William said. William looked at her with a smile. "Is it delicious? Not as hard to swallow as you thought." And Shinrong muttered, "It's just as..." But she picked up the next piece with her chopsticks. William looked at Shinrong like an ignorant child, and when he saw her eating obediently, he felt relieved. And Shinrong, who had been refusing to eat it even if she died just a moment ago, now really enjoyed it. The principle of true fragrance never goes out of style. This pot of eels is not enough for 6 people, and we still want more after we finish it. A few grown men decided that if they had nothing to do in the afternoon, they would go to the fields to catch eels and loaches, which would now solve their living expenses. Chapter 28. Lu Yin likes you. Don't be fooled by her. Is everyone finished eating? William stood up and prepared to clean up and wash the dishes. Ling Xian said, "You've worked hard cooking. Let me wash it." Lu Yin stood up with William. Today it is William and I's turn to cook and wash the dishes. If you help us wash the dishes today, then wouldn't the lot we drew yesterday be in vain? But your hand. It's okay. I bought some waterproof gloves. You can't just sit there and do nothing because I got hurt. Having said that, everyone still put the dishes into the kitchen. Lu Yin poured the remaining soup and leftovers in the bowl into a bucket, then put on gloves and prepared to wash the dishes. The dishes were not in the right place, but they were greasy, so it still took quite a while to wash them all. Fortunately, she was not alone. William acted quickly. One of them was responsible for washing the dishes, while the other was responsible for rinsing the foam off the dishes. The dishes were almost washed, and Lu Yin asked William to go and have a rest. "Let me do the rest. I'll clean the kitchen later. You've been busy all afternoon. You should take a break." Lu Yin pushed William out. William just ran into Jiang Ning when he went out. It wasn't just running into her. It was that she had been waiting for him. "William, can we talk alone?" William glanced at the photographer who had been following him and said, "It's so hot. Go and have a rest. Don't get a heat stroke." Jiang Ning pointed to the laundry room and said, "Let's talk there. There are no cameras." William nodded. After entering, Jiang Ning said directly, "William, Lu Yin is Sophia's aunt." "I know. Do you know that she likes you?" "Lu Yin likes him? How is it possible?" William shook his head. "No, Lu Yin can't like me. Not to mention that my relationship with her is not suitable. She doesn't like people younger than her. He is indeed a straight man. Lu Yan's feelings for him are so obvious. How could he not sense it?" Jiang Ning was almost irritated by his slow brain. "If she doesn't like you, will she wipe your sweat? If she doesn't like you, will she tie an apron for you and touch you? She just treats me as a junior." Jiang Ning said anxiously. "What junior? She is only 2 or 3 years older than you. Why don't you see her treat other men like this? She has ulterior motives towards you. Don't be fooled by her." If Lu Yin had not confessed to him in advance, he would have really believed Jiang Ning's words. Some things cannot be explained in a few words, and besides, he has nothing to do with Jiang Ning. Even if she likes me, what does it have to do with you? Don't forget that this is a dating show. We are here to talk about love. She has a crush on me. Can you stop her?" Jiang Ning was startled and murmured, "I just want you to stay away from her." William showed no mercy to her. "It would be better if you stayed away from me." No matter how good Jiang Ning's acting skills are, she can't hold it together at this moment. Her face is pale and her eyes are red. Does William hate her so much after a breakup? William sighed. He didn't want to say it so harshly, but if he didn't, Jiang Ning seemed not to listen. "Jiang Ning, you don't need to care about my relationship with her. If you really want to do this for my own good, then again, don't get too close to me. I'm afraid your fans will misunderstand you." There was no misunderstanding. She just liked him. She wanted to change and love someone else, but every time she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but think of him. Seeing William was about to leave, Jiang Ning immediately grabbed his sleeve. "William, if my fans support me, will you give me a chance? What does your fan support for you have to do with me? Besides, do you think all of your tens of millions of fans will support you? That's impossible. There are tens of millions of people with tens of millions of mouths. One person can't make tens of millions of people shut up. There will always be people who stand up and oppose. William likes to live a quiet life. He doesn't want his life to be disturbed or peeped at by the outside world, or to be commented on online from time to time. He can't get used to that kind of public life. There is no way Jiang Ning would give up her career for him. This is the gap between the two people. Under the spotlight, some people feel blinded and uncomfortable, while others enjoy that light. So, why bring two unsuitable people together? Considering that the guests were tired after a morning of work, the director did not assign any tasks in the afternoon and allowed them to have a good rest. William couldn't sit still and worried that the staff would get heat stroke, so he cooked sour plum soup and mung bean soup in the hot weather. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he began to prepare dinner, collect everyone's opinions, and finally prepare for a barbecue. Didn't we say we were going to the fields to catch loaches and eels? Are you still going? Fong Chen asked. Yes. Ling Xian responded. William is going to the field to catch eels. Do the female guests want to go? And Xinrong said in the morning that she never wanted to go to the fields again, but when she saw that everyone had gone, she felt it was boring to stay at home alone. So she simply put on a straw hat and some protective clothing and went out with everyone else. Fong Chun and Ling Xian were catching loaches and eels in the fields, while William was fishing with a fishing rod. My luck today wasn't as good as last time. I only caught 2 fish. The 2 fish weighed about 5 or 6 pounds in total, which was enough to eat. Fong Chen also had a great harvest, catching 5 eels of different sizes and a basin of loaches. And Xinrong got goosebumps when she saw the yellow eel twisting like a snake in the water. It tasted good, but it really didn't look good. William managed to clean it up at noon. An Xin tolerated the discomfort and stood beside William, watching him process the eels and fish. He didn't even wear gloves and captured him alive. It's too simple to rely on your imagination. Watching William finishing the ingredients in no time, and Xinrong asked, William, isn't there anything you're afraid of? Of course I am afraid of frogs. And Xinrong, you are not even afraid of snakes, so how can you be afraid of frogs? I don't believe it. I think frogs are scarier than snakes. And it's not that I'm not afraid of snakes, I'm just not afraid of eels. There's a big difference between eels and snakes. And Xinrong stood aside and watched William clean the eels and then the fish. He was still very fast. It is said that men who work hard are handsome. This is true. She couldn't help but stare at William's profile. The camera was almost touching her face, but she didn't react. William, I find you're not as annoying as I thought. I'm a little curious. Why do you find me annoying? Yes, why? Because you are not as good as Alex. Alex is the most suitable for Wanwan, and you are just a one-legged fellow. William did not stop scraping the fish scales, but lowered his head and asked, which family do you think is stronger, the Zhuang family or the Xia family? And Xinrong didn't even think about it. Of course it's the Xia family. William raised his eyes. The Xia family is more powerful than the Zhuang family in terms of wealth and status. Do you think I have the ability to force Sophia to marry me? Or, in your eyes, Sophia is so incompetent that she can't even refuse? Yes, the Xia family does not have to marry into the Zhuang family. There will be better options without the Zhuang family. Sophia is also a person of her word. It is impossible for her to not even refuse the marriage proposal. Chapter 29, Did William Never Love Her? Why can he let go so easily? With the strength of the Xia family, marriage is not necessary. So choosing William was the result of Sophia's careful consideration. In the circle of wealthy families, marriage is more like a cooperation that is beneficial to both parties. Sophia, who chose to escape the engagement on the day of the engagement, was breaking the contract temporarily. Breaking the contract temporarily in the business world is dishonesty, and dishonesty is a taboo in business. So the person who was wrong was Sophia. But why was William the one who was accused and scolded? It was as if he had forced Sophia to marry him. If he had really forced her, it would have been fine if he had been scolded, but the point was that he didn't have the ability to force Sophia. And Xinrong has a carefree personality. Sophia is her friend, so she will put herself in Sophia's shoes. Sophia likes Alex, and she is only reluctantly staying with William because she can't get the love she wants. She feels that Sophia's marriage is not worth it. Now, after William's reminder, she seemed to see the whole thing from a god's perspective. It's a pity that Sophia is separated from the person she loves and can't be together. But isn't William, who was innocently involved, also pitiful? On the day of the engagement, the fiancée ran away to be with her first love, which was a shame in itself. After breaking off the engagement, he was chased and scolded by Alex's fans and was also slandered by his fiancée's family. From beginning to end, William was just a tool, and Xinrong was unwilling to admit. Don't say that you didn't benefit from the marriage between the two families. Anyway, Wonwon likes Alex, and Alex is more suitable for her than you. Yeah, you're right. So am I not breaking off the engagement to help them get together? What else is there to say? Both fish have been cleaned, and they began to fillet them. William is good at knife skills, and each piece of fish is cut into even sizes, and even the bones are shaved off. He was so focused on the task at hand that he didn't seem to care about the outside world at all. As long as you don't bother them, I won't target you in the future. Miss, they're already together. I participated in this program to find a girlfriend. From the moment I broke off the engagement with her, she and I have nothing to do with each other. I even wish to stay away from her. How could I possibly disturb her? You have to understand that it was the Xia family who chose me for the marriage. I can't even be my own master, so how can I have the qualifications to disturb them? It's enough to suffer this loss once. William was sincere. In order to divert Shinrong's attention, he handed the cut fish fillet to Shinrong. Put some salt on it and wash it clean. I won't. You can learn if you don't know how to do it. You're so smart. How can you not learn such a small thing? You can even scrape potatoes very cleanly. And Shinrong always felt that this was a strange remark, a bit like praise and a bit like criticism. She took the fish fillet obediently and said, "Teach me how to wash it. Put some salt in it, grab it with your hands, then rinse it with water, wash it twice more." William was instructing and washing the fish fillets, and Shinrong gradually calmed down. Why does she hate William? Besides being Sophia's friend, she is also a little fan of Alex. She has filmed a movie with Alex and was taken care of by him on the crew. Maybe it was because of her preconceived notion that she felt Alex was better than William in every aspect. If William hadn't appeared, Sophia and Alex would have been together a long time ago. She targeted William over this little thing. What's the difference between her and those paid trolls online who blast others? William was right about one thing. Regarding the marriage, it was the Xia family who chose him, not him who chose Sophia. He had no right to make decisions for anyone. He couldn't even make the decision for himself. If Sophia and Alex could be together, they would have been together 5 years ago. With or without William, they would never have been together. And Shinrong really wished she could be a little dumber. The more she understood the truth, the more uncomfortable she felt. She washed the fish in the basin 4 or 5 times, and only showed it to William when the water became clear. Is it ready? Look how smart you are. You can learn it after a little teaching. Then help me wash some green onions, cilantro, ginger, and peel some garlic too. Peel more. The word smart is obviously a compliment, but when William said it, it always felt like he was mocking her. Are you laughing at me? William stopped what he was doing, stood up straight, and said sincerely, "How could that be? You are an expert at doing odd jobs, you are quick with your hands, and you always finish the tasks assigned to you. Although you complain that you don't want to do it, you insist on finishing it every time. I see your efforts, but you still need to work harder." There he went again, with that tone of coaxing a child. And Shinrong's heart was slightly touched. The audience in the live broadcast room could tell that William was cheating kids, but Shinrong didn't think so. She foolishly believed it and actually started doing odd jobs. No one would have thought that Shinrong, who was so willful, sharp-tongued, bad-tempered, and full of bad habits, would one day become so obedient. From William's perspective, he is actually the victim. It was a good engagement party, but his fiancée went to accompany her first love. This kind of thing would be unpleasant for anyone. Moreover, he and Sophia have already divorced peacefully. I don't understand why people are still scolding him online. The people who scolded him are probably all Alex's fans. Many of Alex's fans don't accept him dating. They don't want to scold Alex, nor do they dare to scold Sophia, so they simply focus their anger on William. Is William trying to whitewash himself? William has never been black, so why whitewash it? Instead, it was your sister-in-law who delayed a man for 3 years for no reason. Why? A man's 3 years are worthless? If you can't forget your first love, why get married? William obviously benefited from the marriage with Sophia, but he is being talked about as if he is a victim. What kind of feelings are needed for a marriage? Sophia doesn't like William, but the Xia family has brought money to the banker, millions of dollars of investment. On the contrary, what can William bring to Sophia? He can't even bring basic emotional value. Or just based on the few dishes he cooks, Sophia might as well date a servant. William doesn't love Sophia at all. If he really loved Sophia, how could he participate in a dating show to find a girlfriend right after breaking up his marriage? He is just after money. And Shinrong was quite quiet today and listened to William very much. William treated Shinrong like a child. but he didn't expect in Shinrong to be so easy to coax. I had the impression that in Shinrong was a princess, but during the 2 days she came to the show, although she complained, she still insisted on completing it. It was not as bad as I imagined. The director watched the live broadcast, scratched his head, and looked like he had eaten a lemon. This is a bit difficult. He didn't expect William to say such words in such an occasion. The popularity has come, but don't forget that this is a live broadcast and every move is being watched. Sophia is still sitting in the observation room watching. William afraid of offending the Xia family by saying these things? Although the two families have broken off the engagement, they still have business dealings, and the Xia family may withdraw their investment at any time. Hundreds of thousands of people are discussing this now, and it's too late to stop it. In the observation room, everyone was secretly watching Sophia's reaction. Sophia's expression was calmer than expected. She watched the live broadcast quietly, without even frowning. Sophia replied, "No." Shunli sat opposite her, looking at her curiously. "Not even 3 years. What about William? Has he been attracted to you in these 3 years? How do you get along with each other? Or is it really like what netizens say, that your marriage is for mutual benefit without any feelings involved?" Sophia did not answer immediately, but fell into deep thought. The William in her memory and the William she saw now were very different. 3 days ago, she might have answered without hesitation that William loved her very much, and everyone around her could feel William's love for her. How could she, as the person involved, be unaware of it? But as netizens said, if William really loved her, how could he participate in a dating variety show 3 days after breaking off the engagement? Humans are not plants or trees and are not heartless. How can someone who truly loves someone just say he or she doesn't love him or her anymore? William was just pretending to love her from the beginning, and he never loved her at all? She felt warmth on the back of her hand. It was Alex holding her hand. "Teacher Shun, as observers, we are observing the guests, not ourselves. Your question involves personal privacy. Sophia has the right to refuse to answer." Chapter 30, Truth or Dare. What are you afraid of? This is not a live broadcast. Just say whatever you want and ask the director to edit it out later. Of course, if Miss Xia feels that I have invaded your privacy, you can choose not to answer. I just hope that we can relax while recording a show and talk to each other. Shunli tried to smooth things over and easily got herself out of the situation. Shunli always likes to mention Sophia when she speaks, not only because she wants to attract attention, but also because she has a latent hostility towards Sophia. Sophia didn't understand why Shunli hated her. This was clearly the first time they met. It might be that she was too outstanding and attracted hostility. After all, this was not the first time this happened. The host Li Lu diffused the cold atmosphere. "It's okay, everyone. Chat freely, don't say anything you don't want to say. Let's continue watching the screen. I'm curious about what William and his friends are cooking for barbecue tonight." I thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly Sophia answered the question Shunli had just raised at this time. "I don't understand William. Before this, everyone around me said that they love me very much, but now I see that love can be acted out. Maybe it's just like what netizens said. A marriage is only about benefits, but no sincerity. I'm very glad that I have kept my heart and not let myself fall into it during the 3 years I have been with him." Alex's expression was moved. He reached out and held Sophia's hand. To outsiders, the two of them looked like a loving couple. Sophia's heart was not as calm as her face showed. When Alex held her hand, she subconsciously clenched her fist and did not relax even in his palm. Sophia cares about William more than you think. Maybe she herself didn't realize that when she said these words, she felt lost and angry at being abandoned by William. Her eyes seemed to be fixed as she stared at the live broadcast screen. What was she thinking at this moment? She wanted to rush in and question William, whether he was sincere in being nice to her during these 3 years, and why he could just say he didn't love her anymore. Sophia's mind was in a mess, and when Alex held her hand, she slowly came to her senses. She and William were over, and asking these questions was just asking for trouble. Why should she waste her time and energy on unimportant people and things? Today, William has been kicked out of the banker's house by his parents, which means that no matter who he falls in love with or marries in the future, they will all be people he truly loves, and family interests will no longer be involved. If William's love for her was an act, then what will it be like when he truly loves someone in the future? Will he be a million times better than he was to her? When Sophia thought about the man who was insincere to her and then turned around and loved another woman, she suddenly felt an indelible sour feeling in her heart, which surged through her body. Alex held Sophia's hand and said, I can't cheat a girl for the sake of profit. Here, I sincerely hope that William can treat the people around him sincerely in the future. You can't act forever. At the cabin, William had already prepared all the dishes and was ready to grill them. Fang Chun and Ling Xian also set up the barbecue table. The female guests were responsible for helping out, getting stools, drinks, and washing the dishes and bringing them over. William was in charge of the barbecue. He was sweating all over. His cheeks turned red under the fireworks and his hair was wet. William is not only good at cooking, but also at barbecue. As soon as he sprinkled the bought seasonings, the staff watching around him all drooled. In the evening, the temperature dropped, and the cool breeze felt especially comfortable on the body. The starry sky at night looked like the tilted Milky Way, and even the moon seemed rounder and brighter than the one seen in the city. Not only is there the moon, but there are also fireflies in the grass. Such a scene is too rare for these city people. Ling Xian sat on a recliner and looked at the night sky and said, eating barbecued skewers, drinking cold beer, feeling the breeze and looking at the stars and the moon. This life is so wonderful. I don't want to go back. Although many things are inconvenient in this village, away from the hustle and bustle of the city and immersed in nature, the originally impetuous state of mind is gradually replaced by tranquility, and I enjoy the peaceful time at this moment. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the director suggested playing Truth or Dare, through which both sides would get to know each other better. Every guest has many secrets, especially William. We might be able to get some information out of him through the truth talk, and at the same time, we can escalate the contradictions and conflicts between the guests. And Shinrong asked, "Do you want to play?" She didn't care anyway. The night was long, and there was nothing to do. The production crew didn't give out cell phones, so she could only stare blankly and sleep when she returned to her room. "William, I'm fine with either." Lu Yin followed up with her opinion. "Let's play for a while." "How do you play?" William looked around and picked up a wine bottle. "Spin the bottle question. Whoever the bottle mouth is pointing at is the one." "Sure, I have no problem with that." "Then let's play." The first person to spin the bottle was William, and the mouth of the bottle finally landed on Fang Chun. William asked, "Choose truth or dare." "Fang Chun, tell me the truth. Tell me about your profession." "I founded a gaming company. It's just been established, and I do everything." And Shinrong asked curiously, "Game company, what game?" Fang Chun said the name of a game, and for a gamer like Ling Xian, he knew at the moment he heard it. "I played the standalone game. It's quite interesting and was quite popular for a while. I didn't expect it was developed by you. I didn't expect Fang Chun to be so amazing. He developed a popular game and founded a company at such a young age. He's the most amazing one among these guests. After all, he was born in the countryside and his family has no money. He can only rely on himself to work hard, unlike some people who are born into wealthy families. Some people are born in Rome, and some people are used as cattle and horses until they die. My impression of Fang Chun is getting better and better. He is tall, mature, and a charming boss. Jiangning, open your eyes and take a good look. Isn't he better than William?" But Fang Chun likes in Shinrong, and in Shinrong also has a crush on Fang Chun. Morning CP scores big points. Next, it was Fang Chun's turn to spin the bottle, and this time he aimed at Ling Xian. There was nothing much to ask about his career and family, because Ling Xian had already talked about it during the day, so he simply asked him about his relationship issues. "Have you ever been in love?" "Yes." Fang Chun was interested and asked several questions in a row. "How long have you been dating? What kind of girl is she? What type of girl do you like now?" Ling Xian laughed and said, "That's quite a few questions, but I can answer them. I've dated 2 people in total. The first one was when I was a freshman in college. She was my senior. We dated for a year, and we broke up after she graduated. The second one was someone I met online. We met in person after dating online for half a year, and we broke up after dating for 2 years. As for what type of person she was, she liked the 2D world and cosplay. Her types varied." Ling Xian said jokingly, "Then why did you break up?" "It is difficult to reach consensus when there are differences of opinion in life." Fang Chun asked again, "How many years have you been apart?" This time Ling Xian did not answer. "You can save this question for next time." Ling Xian spun the bottle to Lu Yin. He did not answer directly, but scanned the people around him silently before asking with a smile, "Is there anyone you like among the male guests?" Lu Yin raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Yes." Everyone looked at her instantly. Lu Yin had only been here for 2 days, and she already had someone she liked. There were only 3 male guests on the scene. Who could it be? William was also surprised, because during the day, Lu Yin told him that she didn't have anyone she liked on the show and said that if she didn't want people to misunderstand her in the future, she would send him her love signal. How long has it been since then? And she already has someone she likes. Love comes too fast like a tornado. Who could Lu Yin like? I haven't seen her getting close to anyone in the past 2 days. I forgot about William. Could it be William? William looked surprised. It seemed like it wasn't him. Could it be that after hearing about Fong Chen's profession, he was instantly attracted to her? It's hard not to be moved by such an outstanding male guest, right? I also want to be loved by a beautiful sister. Ling Xian intuitively knew that the person Lu Yin had a crush on was William. After secretly glancing at William, he asked Lu Yin tentatively, "Can you tell me about his characteristics?" Lu Yin smiled and said, "This is the second question. In addition, the program team requires that the person whose crush you are cannot be revealed directly in the early stage. You have to leave suspense for the audience. Now it's my turn." Lu Yin controlled her strength and pointed the bottle mouth towards William. Truth or dare? Chapter 31 about the X. A cunning look flashed across Lu Yin's eyes, and William relied on his intuition to choose the big risk. Hearing William talking about the big adventure, Lu Yin sighed with a little disappointment. After all, it's a live broadcast, and you can't go too far in taking risks, lest you be locked up in a small dark room. If William chooses to tell the truth, Lu Yin will ask him whether he would accept a relationship with a younger woman and marry her sister. If this question were asked, 9 out of 10 people would guess that the person she has a crush on is William. Having failed to achieve her goal, Lu Yin stared at William for a while and said, "Your hair is a little long. I'll trim it for you tomorrow." "Just a haircut, that's fine," William nodded. "Okay." This time it was William's turn to spin the bottle, and William turned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning chose to tell the truth and secretly looked forward to seeing what questions William would ask her. But William had nothing to ask her. The onlookers and the audience in the live broadcast room were more anxious than him and wanted to rush up to ask. William is like a piece of wood. Why don't you ask questions about the actress's private life, her feelings, whether she has ever been in love, and the type of person she likes? Each question can become a hot topic on the search engine. With such a good opportunity to expose the secret, if it were the paparazzi, I wonder how happy they would be. Jiang Ning asked, "Have you decided what you want to ask me? How about we talk about your work?" As soon as William finished speaking, everyone was silent. And Xinrong is a person who can't sit still. She always speaks her mind. "William, are you stupid?" Everyone knows Jiang Ning's job. Do you need to ask? If you don't know what to ask, let me ask. Jiang Ning, tell me your criteria for choosing a partner and see if there are any male guests here who meet your standards. When William heard this, he felt something was wrong and his heart became tense. The people present looked at Jiang Ning with anticipation and curiosity. Jiang Ning took a sip of the drink and said, "I like boys who can cook." Among the male guests present, only William can cook. The camera was pointed at William, trying to find a different expression on his face. Unfortunately, William remained calm and ignored the strange looks. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and no one wanted to make jokes at this time. Is Jiang Ning referring to William? William is the only male guest present who can cook, right? Others can do it, but not as well as William. I have to say, William's cooking skills are really good, and he's not bad looking, and his family background is good, so it's normal to like him. It's over. The house is really going to collapse. It feels like Jiang Ning has been bewitched. You are fascinated by the fact that she can cook. Can you not afford a chef or order takeout? Jiang Ning took the bottle silently. It was not easy to control the force, and finally the bottle turned to Shinrong. "Have you ever felt moved after being here for 2 days?" And Shinrong said without thinking, "I have a crush on him, but I'm not attracted to him." She did have a crush on Fong Chun, which satisfied her fantasy of having a significant other. But for some reason, after she said the word attracted, the figure of William appeared in her mind. And Shinrong's expression changed. Seeing William was looking at her, she avoided his gaze and lowered her head, revealing a look of annoyance at an angle that the camera couldn't capture. Why was her heart beating uncontrollably because of William? And Shinrong's abnormality was not only noticed by the people at the scene, but also by the audience. No one took it seriously and just thought she was shy. And Shinrong was about to spin the bottle when a staff member suddenly came over. "Shinrong, someone is calling you. Do you want to answer it?" "Let me see." And Shinrong stood up and took the phone. When she saw the contact, her expression changed slightly. The person who called was none other than Sophia. If she had received a call from Sophia before, she would have picked up the call happily, without hesitation. But now, she actually wanted to hang up. Maybe it's related to what William said during the day. I'm going to answer a call. Please wait for a moment. And Shinrong picked up the phone and went to an empty corner. And Shinrong came back in less than 5 minutes. Is it my turn to spin the bottle? You turn around. And Shinrong, who came back after answering the phone, became visibly nervous. It was just an insignificant game, but she broke out in a cold sweat. The bottle in her hand turned with her strength and finally stopped in front of William. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. William raised his eyebrows and looked at her. This time, I'll choose the truth. What do you want to ask? And Shinrong asked, will you get back together with your ex? Won't. This question was not what she wanted to ask, but what Sophia wanted to ask. It is unknown why Sophia asked such a thought-provoking question. She clearly said that she didn't love William. Now that they have called off their engagement, she has also officially announced her relationship with Alex. From any perspective, William will not get back together with his ex. When Jiang Ning heard William's decisive answer that he would not get back together with his ex, his face turned pale. The game continued, and every time it was in Shinrong's turn, she would deliberately control the strength to point the bottle mouth towards William. Give your ex a score. Pass. After breaking up, what do you do with your ex? A passerby. In your place, can I act it out if I like you? When Shinrong asked the question about her ex, he realized that this might not be what she wanted to ask, but what the person who called her wanted to ask. The person who called her must be Sophia. So she's watching the live broadcast now? William suddenly looked at the camera opposite and asked, can't the people sitting in front of the barbecue stall feel the temperature? He thought that his sincerity was genuine, but in the eyes of some people, it turned out to be fake like acting. Who would learn to cook specifically for acting and make different dishes every day for a month? Who in an acting career would stay up for 2 days to watch over a sick person? Who in acting can take care of all her little emotions, remember all her hobbies, spend a lot of time preparing surprises every day to make her happy, and take care of every aspect of her life? It was in Shinrong's turn again. When you were with your ex, did you ever think about getting married? William laughed sarcastically, yes. Why doesn't Shinrong always ask William questions about his ex? And Shinrong is targeting William, which is understandable. After all, she and Sophia are friends. So, William really likes Sophia? Is this also a script? Anyway, I don't believe William. I feel sorry for a man who will suffer misfortune for his whole life. After answering, William took the bottle and turned it, aiming the bottle mouth steadily at Shinrong. He stared at her and asked directly, is it Sophia who asked you to ask these questions? And Shinrong stood up suddenly, panicking. After a while, she lowered her head and replied in a trembling voice, yes. Chapter 32. His fiancée is not used to his leaving. Everyone noticed that when William answered Shinrong's questions, he was not looking at Shinrong, but the live camera next to Shinrong. William's eyes were dark in the night, like magnets. When the mouth of the bottle was pointed at Shinrong, he asked without hesitation, Sophia, who made you ask these questions? William's eyes seemed to see through it all, between dare and truth or dare, and Shinrong chose truth, but she didn't expect William to ask her such a question. All eyes were on her, and she answered with gritted teeth, yes. William looked at the live camera with a sarcastic expression. He stood up and propped the bottle up. It's getting late. Let's rest early. Everything is implied. The live broadcast room exploded. No way. Is this really related to Sophia? I was wondering why Shinrong caught William asking questions about his ex, and it turns out it was his ex who wanted to ask. They have already called off the engagement. Is there any point in Sophia asking this? What is Sophia thinking? She is already with Alex, so why is she so concerned about her ex-fiancé? She was anxious. She was completely anxious. As far as I know, those who still ask their ex whether they will get back together after breaking up usually can't forget their ex. Alex's head is really green. Sophia is sick. She is eating from the bowl but looking at the pot. That's not the case. Maybe Sophia is just curious. Isn't this a script? After the breakup, I would still follow my ex and ask about him. As long as I heard that he was not doing as well as I was, I would be happy. I don't believe it. I just fell in love with Alex and Sophia. I can't be a fan. Maybe Sophia is also in the live broadcast room, watching with us. It's exciting. William's insight is amazing. After just a few questions, he realized that the person behind Shinrong was Sophia. He didn't try to cover it up, but exposed it to her face. If I were Sophia, I would dig my toes 3 miles deep. Compared to the noise in the live broadcast room, the scene was much quieter. When William stood up and left, Everyone kept their original movements, and loud frog croaking sounds could be heard all around. Lu Yin laughed, and everyone looked at her. Lu Yin tidied her hair and slowly stood up. This game is quite interesting. Let's play together next time. I'm going back to my room first. As Lu Yin left, the others also stood up and left one by one. In the observation room, Sophia's face turned pale, and she looked at the live broadcast with swollen eyes. The moment William looked at the camera, their eyes seemed to collide across the distance. For a moment, she really thought that William saw her through the camera. So you went to the bathroom to call in Shinrong just now. What are you thinking, Sophia? Do you really care about what William thinks of you? Or can't you let him go? Shinli naturally would not let go of the opportunity to mock Sophia. Sophia didn't say anything, but just stood up and left without recording. Hey, you're leaving now? You can't afford to play that. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Anyway, this sensitive topic won't be edited into the main film. Aren't you curious? They were curious but didn't dare to ask. After all, Sophia's status and position were there, and she couldn't be offended easily. Shunli, stop it. Alex slammed the table and looked at her with cold eyes. Shun-Li's expression froze for a moment. After a moment, she said, "If you're angry, go vent it on Sophia. Why are you venting it on me?" Other observers on the scene hurried to try to stop the fight, and the assistant director knew that the recording could not continue tonight, so he simply stopped Get Off Work. Alex also hurried to catch up with Sophia. Sophia rushed out of the studio, took out her cell phone, and called William. It was not until the system tone said the call could not be connected that she realized that William had blocked her. She didn't want to care about William, but he was always the figure that appeared in her mind. He said he had thought about marrying her. They almost got married if she hadn't gone to see Alex that day. When her cell phone vibrated, Sophia's first reaction was William, but then she saw it was Alex calling. If there was a mirror in front of her, she would be able to see how disappointed she looked at that moment. Sophia picked up the phone, and Alex's anxious voice came out. "Wan, where are you? I'm going home and won't record today." She has always been willful in doing things, and often acts according to her mood without considering the consequences. "Let me take you back." "No, I want to go back alone today." The phone was silent for 3 or 4 seconds. Alex paused and said, "Don't take Shin Li's words too seriously." "I don't care. Will you come to the show tomorrow?" "Yes. After all, we have signed a contract, so we have to finish recording at least one episode." Although she said yes, Sophia was hesitant in her heart and didn't know how to face William in the live broadcast. Obviously, William couldn't see her, but she inexplicably felt guilty. Alex hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that had been suppressed in his heart. Wan, are you really unable to let go of William?" "No," Sophia retorted. "I'm just a little uncomfortable and unwilling to accept it." Alex breathed a sigh of relief on the phone. "That's normal. After all, you've lived together for 3 years. Even if it's just an ordinary friend, you'd be uncomfortable if he suddenly left." "Really?" But she could feel that William's presence to her was more than just a friend. Sophia was not stupid enough to tell Alex everything. Alex was her boyfriend in name only. Since she decided to be with him, she would forget about William. It had only been a week, and slowly she would no longer react to William. That night, Sophia once again became a hot topic. Hashtag Sophia William. Hashtag Sophia Love Observer on the go. Hashtag Sophia SX William. Hashtag Sophia Alex. Sophia did not go home, but went to apartment number 1. The house was bought by William, but it was under the name of the banker. With William, the apartment was taken back by the banker. Zhuang Zhoming originally planned to sell it, but Sophia wanted to keep it, so he simply transferred it directly to Sophia's name as compensation. There's not much in the house, so if I want to cook, I have to buy a new batch of pots, pans, and utensils. Sophia tried to restore everything here to its original state, but she couldn't find the same style after searching for a long time on the internet. She suddenly understood a truth. Some things, once lost, can never be found again. As soon as she lay down in the apartment, Xia Qingshan called her. Sophia didn't want to answer the call, but the ringing lasted too long. Sophia answered the phone in frustration. "Dad, pack up and go home. Go to work tomorrow, and I'll arrange a manager position for you. Just don't go on variety shows." Xia Qingshan didn't waste a word on the whole call. "I don't." "Sophia, you're not a child anymore. What are you doing? You ignored what I said to you a few days ago, didn't you? I told you not to be with Alex, but you insisted on going to the variety show with him. That would be fine, but you got into trouble again today. Tell me the truth. Are you going to the variety show because you like Alex, or because you can't let go of William?" Chapter 33. William was kicked out by the dealer? As Xia Qingshan spoke, he was filled with rage. The situation was originally going well, but because of Sophia's phone call, public opinion now became one-sided. Sophia said nothing. Xia Qingshan continued earnestly, "Sophia, you are my only daughter. You will inherit the business in the future. You should go back to the company to adapt to the work. This variety show will not do you any good. You should go home as soon as possible. You can afford the penalty." "Dad," Sophia finally spoke up, "I can handle the online issues. I participated in this variety show just to relax. Don't think too much about it. Why don't you let me think more?" Sophia listened to the noise and simply hung up the call and turned her phone to silent mode. After washing up, Sophia took out her computer and went online. Seeing that the hot searches were full of entries about her and William, she had a hunch that it was not a good thing, so she did not click on it. Sophia exited and contacted a detective. "Have you found out what I asked you to investigate before?" After waiting for about 10 minutes, the other party sent a reply. "It has been sent to your mailbox." She had asked someone to check the relationship between William and Jiang Ning before. The other party sent her a few photos, and the title was concise and to the point. They were once a couple. The content is illustrations with text, describing in great detail the process of two people falling in love. The process is simple, but unforgettable enough. The two of them stood at the school gate in school uniforms, looked at each other in the classroom, held hands in the cafeteria, sat under a tree eating popsicles, and there were even photos of them kissing. They have known each other since childhood, and Jiang Ning was not wrong when he said it on the show. They are indeed childhood sweethearts and have even been in a relationship. At the end of the text, the reason for their breakup was stated. Sophia leaned against the head of the bed, staring at the words on the screen, recounting their past. The light from the computer screen gathered in her eyes, suppressing the gloomy look. No matter what, the two of them are a thing of the past. There is no doubt that Jiang Ning participated in this program just to get back together with William, since Jiang Ning is William SX. So, were the questions William answered tonight directed to Jiang Ning or to her? And who was the ex he wanted to marry? She enlarged a photo, touched it with her fingertips, and couldn't stop stroking the picture. The William in the photo is very different from the William now. He is younger in the photo, with a tender face. He looks sunny and handsome in his school uniform. The look he gives Jiang Ning is full of joy and love. Sophia thought carefully and realized that William had never looked at her like that before. The photo was taken 5 years ago. Not that many years have passed, but William seems like a different person. Xia Qingshan didn't believe that Sophia could solve the problem. Since he couldn't get through to Sophia on the phone, he simply called the public relations team. First, it was revealed that William was a playboy, and the photos of him entering and leaving the bar were posted online, and then a few random texts were edited. Now most netizens are just watching the fun and don't care about the truth of the matter. Therefore, all kinds of fabricated rumors are spread online. Of course, just a few photos were not enough to be blackened by the entire network, so Xia Qingshan contacted Zhuang Zhongming. Let the dealer announce it at this time. William severed his relationship with the dealer. As long as they make it public, he will forgive them for the past and continue to cooperate with the dealer in the future. When Zhuang Zhongming heard this, he agreed without thinking. In his opinion, William was not as important as a single business deal. What's more, William took the initiative to break off relations with him. Since he doesn't want to be in the banker's house, he can never come back in his life. Without hesitation, Zhuang Zhongming logged into his account and posted an announcement. William has severed his relationship with the banker. From now on, William is no longer my son. Attached is a letter of severance. Zhuang Zhongming posted it using his personal account, but worried that someone might not see it, he forwarded it using his company account. Because it was a hot topic related to William, the popularity continued to rise, and it became a hot search within less than half an hour after it was posted. William was kicked out of the house. William cuts ties with his parents. Hashtag William is no longer the heir to the Zhuang group. Hashtag William Barr. The netizens got even more excited after seeing this. William's reputation had been good for a while, but now it has become even worse. A child that even his parents don't want must be trash. Why did William's parents disown him? What else could it be? He must have bad morals and a problem. Seeing that William has been scolded these days, no one from the bookmaker has come out to clarify, which shows that the scolding online is true. William is participating in this variety show just to get married. His only advantage is that he is rich. Now he has been kicked out by his family and lost his status as the only heir. He has no money and no proper job. Why would the program team invite him? I remember William mentioned before that he was unemployed. I thought he was joking at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Now William is really going to become a common man. William made pickled fish on the first day of the show. He was reminding everyone that he was sour, vegetable, and redundant. According to the severance letter, William severed ties with his parents after the breakup. Is there something fishy going on? William S. Father, can you explain in detail why you want to sever the father-son relationship with William? Zhuang Zhoming certainly didn't dare to do that. Facing questions from netizens, he remained silent. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. With William, and there was nothing wrong with him issuing such a statement. As for the rest, that certainly could not be spread. He was also worried that if he said too much, he would anger William and he would expose the truth. Things like the biological mother is a mental patient and has killed her own daughter with her own hands must never be spread out. This is a huge scandal. Public opinion is not one-sided. There are still some rational netizens who are trying hard to seek the truth. Sophia woke up the next day and checked her phone, only to find that the weather had changed. There are all kinds of rumors on the internet, saying that William is a scumbag, an octopus, who often goes to nightclubs and has 2 girlfriends at the same time. He's a playboy. It was also revealed that he bullied others in school, and all the dirty things were put on him. The negative information that appeared overnight made William a target of criticism online. There was no evidence for this negative information, and it was all based on a picture of William entering and leaving a bar. In order to achieve better results, Xia Qingshan also asked people to do a lot of AI face changing. As soon as Sophia saw it, she knew it was her father's work. She didn't sleep well the night before and felt dizzy when she opened her eyes. She endured the discomfort and called Xia Qingshan. "Dad, did you make all the fake information about William on the internet?" Xia Qingshan said in a deep voice, "Yes." Sophia said anxiously, "Dad, why are you doing this? Didn't I tell you? I can handle it myself. How are you going to deal with this?" Xia Qingshan sneered. "You are my daughter. Don't I know what you are thinking? You are too kind to William. That's why you were scolded by people online before. I am your father, and I am not harming you no matter what I do. But those you ask people to send are all fake. It doesn't matter if it's fake. As long as people on the internet believe it, it's true. If William doesn't get scolded, you'll be the one getting scolded. Even Zhuang Zhongming has given up on him. Why do you care so much? Sophia, be obedient. I'll let you continue recording this show. If you don't, I'll have to have you tied back." Xia Qingshan warned, "I won't have anyone withdraw the online marketing. Don't worry too much about him. People will forget about it after a while." Sophia was shocked and speechless. Chapter 34. The ex-fiancée's aunt seems to be seducing him. Jiang Ning got up earlier than William today. The staff saw her go out empty-handed and come back half an hour later with a bag. "Teacher Jiang, what are you holding in your hand?" "Preserved egg." Jiang Ning went door to door asking, and he was able to buy these 6 preserved eggs after asking 5 of them. Jiang Ning prepared century eggs for breakfast and cooked a pot of century egg and lean meat porridge. This was William's favorite food when he was in school. While Jiang Ning was cooking porridge, William got up. He was not affected at all and was still practicing in the yard like yesterday. It's a closed-door recording program, and they won't know about the hot searches on the internet unless the director tells them. The director repeatedly warned the people around him to keep their mouths shut, fearing that it would affect the mood of the guests during the recording of the show. But William still keenly sensed something, because the way the staff around him looked at him was very different from usual. After cooking the porridge, Jiang Ning watched quietly at the side. Although it might seem boring to outsiders, she hoped that time could stand still so that she could always be with William. There was a staff member watching him. Jiang Ning watched for a while, and then got up and went back to his room to change clothes. Lu Yin also got up. She had just finished washing up and called William with 2 pairs of scissors in her hand. "William, come here." William had just finished the last section and was sweating a little. He wiped his forehead and asked, "What's the matter?" "You promised me the game of dare last night." William saw the scissors in her hand and remembered that she was going to cut his hair. Lu Yin found a low stool for William to sit on, then picked up a plastic bag from somewhere and tied it around his neck. Just as she was about to start the operation, William grabbed her hand and said, "Sister Lu Yin, can you cut hair?" "Yes, I won't cut it for you." It seemed like there was nothing wrong with what he said, but William felt uneasy and like a lamb to be slaughtered. Lu Yin pressed the back of his head to adjust his movements. "Don't move. Don't worry, it won't be damaged." After saying that, Lu Yin started to use the scissors. Only a few rustling sounds were heard near her ears. Her hair began to fall down, and several strands of hair fell on her neck, which made her feel a little itchy. William wanted to reach out and scratch it, but suddenly he felt a heat on his neck. He shrugged his shoulders reflexively and dodged forward. "What are you doing?" "I was blow-drying your hair, and a few strands fell into your clothes." "Hey, why are your ears so red? Could it be that I blow-dried them red?" Lu Yin teased with a smile. William didn't want to answer. Lu Yin continued to cut his hair, blowing on his ears and touching the back of his neck. Her body smelled fragrant and soft, and as she touched him, it felt like an electric current was flowing down his scalp, and even his coccyx was numb. It was just a haircut, but William felt extremely uncomfortable and had to control his body's reaction. Seeing that he was sweating, Lu Yin took a tissue to wipe him, but William stretched out his hand to stop him. "I'll wipe it myself. Don't move when I'm cutting your hair, or you might damage it." William put his hand down helplessly. "How long will it take?" "It's almost done. I'll trim it." Lu Yin admired it while trimming it. "It looks really good. Your hair was too long before, covering your eyebrows and making you look listless." Lu Yin stared at his forehead, then reached out and touched his forehead. "William, has anyone ever told you that your forehead is particularly beautiful?" William was a little disgusted when others touched his forehead, but when facing Lu Yin, not only did he not dislike her touch, he even felt a tingling and comfortable feeling. William said hoarsely, "No one has said that." Lu Yin smiled softly, and no one knew what she was laughing at. Her eyes wandered to his chin and lips. "Your beard is grown. I'll help you shave it." William refused. "I can go back to the bedroom and shave myself. It's a simple matter. I have the tools here. It will be quick." Lu Yin had already taken out a knife from his pocket. It was used for eyebrow trimming. The blade was very sharp. "Don't move. It will be bad if you cut your face." Lu Yin was a little bit strong. She remained in the same position, still standing behind William, and in order to shave his beard, she leaned forward. When Lu Yin hooked her fingertips around his chin and lifted it up, William's sight was completely blocked by her chest, and he couldn't see the sky at all. William didn't react at first and was obviously stunned. Lu Yin was still unaware. Seeing the two lumps of flesh on her chest getting closer and closer, William held his breath, fell to the side, and fell heavily to the ground. This reaction scared Lu Yin. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Yin's face turned pale, and she held the eyebrow razor in her right hand tremblingly. It was a close call, as she almost hurt William's face. "I'm fine." This was the first time William lost his composure. His whole face turned red, and even his neck turned pink. Lu Yin simply trimmed his hair, which was longer than a crew cut, and looked sunny and healthy. Just as Lu Yin said, his forehead was very nice, and when it was exposed, his facial features looked more three-dimensional, especially his eyebrows and eyes, which became more profound. "After cutting my hair, I not only look more handsome, but also look refreshed." Facing Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, William could only dodge. He couldn't say, "Your breasts were almost hitting my face just now." He clearly had no improper thoughts about Lu Yin and treated her as an elder just like he did yesterday. But just now his breathing became rapid, and he actually had a thought that he shouldn't have. Could it be that Lu Yin was deliberately seducing him? William stood up and dusted off his body. "I brought a razor, so you don't need to help me shave." Seeing that he was about to leave, Lu Yin grabbed his hand and suddenly asked, "William, if you were to get married, would you care about the other person's age?" There was a hint of confusion in Lu Yin's eyes when she looked at William. William, who was slow to react, also realized that something was wrong. He pulled his hand out and dodged when Lu Yin wanted to reach out to pull him. "I will, just like you don't like your younger brother, I don't like my older sister and aunt." Lu Yin's face turned grim, and he clenched the eyebrow knife in his hand. After saying that, William quickly returned to his upper room. He admitted that he was hiding because he sensed a hint of danger just now. After leaving Lu Yin, William's mind gradually became clear and his heart rate returned to normal. He touched his hair and then took off the plastic bag around his neck. "It seems that I have to stay away from Lu Yin in the future." William shaved and went out, and all the guests got up. Jiang Ning made a big pot of century egg and lean meat porridge, as well as cold cucumber salad. Everyone who tried it said it was delicious. "William, I've been waiting for you. Come and sit down and eat." Ling Xian was calling William over. When he came closer, he looked at him and asked, "Why did your hairstyle change?" "After this haircut, I feel more energetic." "William, this hairstyle suits you very well. It's very handsome." Ling Xian, and Fong Chen each spoke in support. And Shinrong didn't say anything, but she kept looking at William. And even when he approached, she didn't take her eyes off him. It is said that a new hairstyle changes a person. And Shinrong had seen too many handsome guys when she was in the girl group. William was not even on her list. Therefore, when Sophia and he were getting married, she couldn't understand what Sophia saw in him. Now it seems that William still has some good looks. He just didn't find the right path before. As if nothing had happened, Lu Yin stared at William's hair and jokingly said, "I cut it. How is it? Good skills, right?" Ling Xian gave her a thumbs up. "You can open a barber shop now. I don't know how long I will live here. If my hair gets long, can you help me cut it?" Lu Yin said, "I only know how to cut a buzz cut. I don't know how to do yours." Actually, she knew how to do it, but she didn't want to touch anyone except William. Fong Chen interjected. "The director mentioned that we should be allowed to go home after a week. Your hair can't grow that fast." William sat down. In front of him was a bowl of untouched porridge, which Jiang Ning had served her. When she saw him drink it, she asked, "How is the porridge I cooked compared with before?" When he tasted the familiar flavor, he knew without thinking that it was made by Jiang Ning. It brought back memories. When he thought about high school, Jiang Ning was best at cooking various kinds of porridge, and the best one was the century egg and lean meat porridge. He could drink more than 3 bowls every time. Over the years, the taste of this bowl of porridge has not changed at all, but what's the point of the porridge not changing? Not much has changed. It's still the same as before. Jiang Ning held the porridge and smiled. Lu Yin scooped up the porridge with a small spoon. "I didn't expect that the queen of movies has this skill. Please teach me. I also want to learn." Jiang Ning was indifferent for a second. "Let's talk about it when there's a chance." And Shinrong had studied acting after all. She looked around and took in their expressions. From all her expressions, it seemed that Jiang Ning liked William. What about Lu Yin? Her behavior was very much like jealousy. And Shinrong drank her porridge silently, and her good mood suddenly sank. There are so many people who like William. I don't know what Sophia will think when she sees it. The director issued today's task to help the elderly in the village. There are many elderly people living alone in the village. Their children have left home, their spouses have passed away, and they are left alone guarding their old houses, standing at the door, waiting for the day to turn into night. When William accepted the assignment, the director suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "William, work hard. Don't think too much about other things. Don't take what others say to heart." William looked confused. He didn't know that this was the director's psychological preparation for him. He couldn't hide the things on the internet for too long. William would find out sooner or later. The director then said to everyone, "Just a reminder, when you send out love signals tonight, think carefully about who you want to send them to. Don't miss the opportunity." The guests set off separately, and people greeted William along the way. In just 2 or 3 days, William had established good relationships with the people in the village. There is not much entertainment in the village. Everyone likes to get together, some to chat and some to play cards. When William has nothing to do, he will join them. After a while, he became familiar with these people, especially in the elderly group. Grandparents all like him as a young man. "Xiao Zhuang, where are you going?" "I'm going to Uncle Wang's house." "Uncle Wang is at the top of the mountain. Keep going up. He is home alone." "Okay, thank you, Brother Lu." "It's okay. Let's go fishing together in the afternoon after we're done. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Uncle Wang's house was rather messy, so after William greeted him, he helped him tidy up the room and cleaned it inside and out. Knowing that he had a bad stomach, he steamed a lot of steamed buns for him. The leftover buns were wrapped in plastic wrap and put in the freezer. When he wanted to eat them, he took them out and steamed them. After steaming, he put them in the fire to bake, which could effectively relieve stomach problems. In addition to stomach problems, Uncle Wang also suffers from chronic cold legs, which hurt at night. So William squats on the ground and massages him. "You seem to be particularly skilled in taking care of people." Uncle Wang had a bit of a strange temper. He couldn't stand William at first, but William was careful and efficient in his work and was very patient with him. So he gradually let go of his prejudice. He even thought, it would be great if William was his child. "My grandmother used to have leg pain frequently, so I learned about related maintenance care and massage." In addition to taking care of his grandmother, the biggest reason is himself. William injured his leg in his previous life, and as he got older, he has been suffering from leg pain, especially on rainy days. Chapter 35. What a good banker. What a good seller of his son for fame. After massaging Grandpa Wang's legs, William saw that there was not much firewood left in the kitchen, so he took a machete and went to chop wood. Uncle Wong invited him to rest. You have been busy for almost a day. Sit down and rest for a while. It's okay. I'm not tired. He tried his best to do what he could. The old man was in poor health, and there was no one around to take care of him. Now that he was gone, he didn't know when he would be able to see him again. When talking about his family, Grandpa Wong was reluctant to say much. He only said that he was working outside, and he didn't see them all year round. The last time he saw them was 2 years ago. His memory was not very good, and he almost forgot what his grandson looked like. The next time he saw him, it might be the day of his death. Uncle Wong's pessimistic thoughts touched many people. They all say raising children is a way to prepare for old age, but where is the preparation? William's live broadcast room was too noisy. Some people said that he was hypocritical and putting on a show, and some cursed him with swear words. Because the curses were too harsh, the live broadcast room was warned many times, and the director simply turned off the barrage. Uncle Wong only had vegetables he grew himself at home, so he picked a lot of them and asked William to take them back. William couldn't refuse, so he picked up some. Uncle Wong, I'm going to go back first. I'll come see you when I'm free. Thank you for today. It's okay. I'll be staying here for a few more days. Call me if you need anything. After watching several live broadcast rooms, William did the most, and it was obvious that he was sincere to the old man. For viewers who cannot post comments, they can post comments on Weibo with a topic or go to other guests' live broadcast rooms to post comments. This show should just be called William Chooses a Concubine. I don't understand why the program team invited someone like William. He is too good at showmanship. The way he treated the old man was too fake. You are quite enthusiastic towards outsiders, but why don't you care about your parents? It is said that William has had a bad character since he was a child. His parents invested all kinds of resources in him, but he was not grateful. He also did not control his words and deeds and slandered the bookmaker. He was simply morally corrupt. No wonder his parents cut off relations with him. Which parent who doesn't love their children would cut off ties with them? It must be his fault. William has lost hundreds of millions since he took over the Zhuang Group. Even mountains of gold and silver are not enough for him to lose. I can't imagine how much Sophia would be hurt if he married her. Fortunately, Alex came back and took her away. The couple last night was real. How to explain Sophia secretly calling in Shinrong to ask William about his ex? How else can I explain it? Sophia participated in this variety show as an observer, watched the live broadcast with us, and called in Shinrong to ask questions, which was just a script arranged by the production team. I feel that William is very attentive to the elderly. His massage techniques are not done overnight, but persist for a long time. Jiang Ning, can you please stay away from William? They stand on the moral high ground and criticize everything they don't like, speaking without restraint and doing whatever they want. Especially Jiang Ning's live broadcast room, which was almost taken over by William's black fans, who asked her to stay away from William, otherwise she would be attacked too. Although the director kept his mouth shut, he could not resist calls from people outside to pass on the news. Lu Yin, Jiang Ning, and in Shinrong all received calls almost at the same time, telling them about the negative searches about William. Lu Yan's face turned cold, and her eyes were pitch black, like 2 drops of thick ink. People who knew her well knew that she was angry, and the consequences of making Lu Yin angry were very terrible. What a ruthless banker who is taking advantage of others' misfortune. For a little bit of profit, he is willing to sell his own children for fame and fortune, and even loses his dignity. Jiang Ning received a call from his agent, and as soon as he answered the phone, it was the same as the day before. Jiang Ning, stay away from William. Did you hear me? He will hurt you. Don't take my words lightly. This time is really different. William has been blacklisted online. Even his parents have abandoned him. Jiang Ning didn't think much when he heard it. He quickly connected to the internet and opened Weibo. Sure enough, he saw a lot of negative searches about William on the hot search list. They said he was a scumbag who had multiple relationships, was morally corrupt, had bad behavior, didn't care about his parents, and was a loser. Jiang Ning only took a quick glance, and her breathing became rapid. These netizens didn't know William at all. Why did they humiliate him like this? Just based on a few fake AI swap photos? Anyone could see that there was something wrong with these photos. Jiang Ning trembled all over. Her eyes were red, and she wanted to rush in and tear these people apart. She knew better than anyone what kind of person William was. He was filial, kind, gentle, and patient with others. As long as someone was in his heart, he would do everything he could to be good to that person. If someone was nice to him, he would return the favor double or even tenfold. Those who said he was unfilial to his parents. It was clear that they didn't want him from the beginning, but later they picked him up like trash when they saw he was useful, and now they are squeezing out the last bit of value from him. How can such people be called parents? They gave birth to their children but didn't raise them, and only knew how to suck their blood. If they wanted to sever ties, it was William who didn't want them. Jiangning, did you hear me? You can't wade into this mess. Stay as far away from it as possible. You have worked hard over the years to achieve your current status and works. Do you want to destroy them all? No one wants to ruin years of hard work and career. 5 years ago, Jiang Ning gave up William for his career. William is not such a person. His parents have never liked him. They threw him to his grandmother to raise when he was very young. Now they have severed ties with him. It is because William does not want them. It is their fault. As long as I stand up and prove it for him. You dare. The agent took a deep breath. Jiang Ning, you are not allowed to do this. This matter is not that simple. William was blacklisted by the entire network this time. It is obvious that there is someone behind the scenes. The only one who can make such a big fuss is the Xiao family. We cannot afford to offend the Xiao family. Not only will you not be able to protect him, you will also be banned and hidden. The agent stated the reality and hoped that Jiang Ning could look at it calmly. They have worked together for many years. Li Lan has devoted a lot of time and energy to her and has competed for resources for her over the years. Jiang Ning has also been very hardworking, and in just a few years, she has become a movie queen with a box office of over 10 billion yuan. In addition to being work partners, they are also friends. Li Lan really doesn't want to see Jiang Ning give up everything for a man. It's really not worth it. It's understandable that William likes Jiang Ning, but judging from the live broadcast, he no longer has any feelings for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's one-sided dedication is like hitting a wall. Jiang Ning has a stubborn personality. When she first entered the industry, she filmed a fantasy drama that involved all kinds of wire-hanging fighting scenes. Because of the high difficulty, other actors hired stand-ins to do them, but she insisted on doing it herself. She practiced martial arts for half a month, and her entire body was covered with bruises. Stubbornness is her strength and biggest weakness. Ordinary persuasion and warnings were useless, so Agent Li Lan could only resort to actual threats. Jiang Ning, don't ignore my words. I'm kindly reminding you that if you dare to speak up for William, I'll immediately have someone take you away. It's not that the company can't pay the penalty. You should calm down and think about it carefully. Chapter 36, A Friend in Need, is a friend indeed. Jiang Ning, who was about to log into Weibo, was stunned. Li Lan hung up the call directly after warning her. Without waiting for her to react, the staff forcibly confiscated her mobile phone. She can't post on Weibo without her phone, but now she is live streaming a show, so she can definitely speak up for William during the live broadcast. Jiang Ning, who was about to look for a photographer, took 2 steps and suddenly stopped. Is it really okay for her to speak now? Words without substantial evidence may not be accepted by netizens, and fans may even rebel. Moreover, her agent has warned her that her recording will be canceled if she speaks out, which means that she will not be able to pursue William on the show. Once she leaves, Lu Yin will have no competitors at all. This morning, Lu Yin was cutting William's hair and posing in a coquettish manner. Women don't like this, but most men do. Plus, they were paired up for a date during the show, and they were together day and night. Lu Yin also loves to seduce, so what if William couldn't resist the temptation and got together with her? Judging from the attitude of the program crew, they will not let William withdraw from the recording. If William really leaves, she will also lose the opportunity to pursue him. Jiang Ning didn't know how long she had been thinking about it. She felt a little dizzy. She held onto the wall and slowly squatted down. She swallowed the thought of speaking along with her saliva. Since the director didn't say anything, she pretended not to know and hid it from William first. When she couldn't hide it anymore, she spoke out to let William understand what it meant to be a friend in need. Now she just needs to accompany William and do nothing else. The public outrage is only temporary and will be fine after this period of time. After figuring it out, Jiang Ning slowly stood up. She didn't know how long she had been squatting. When she stood up, she felt a little shaky. Her legs were numb and her eyes were dark. The photographer came over with the camera in hand. Teacher Jiang, I see you don't look well. Are you okay? Jiang Ning had sorted out his emotions and acted as if nothing had happened. I'm fine, let's go. Everyone in the barrage was curious about whose call Jiang Ning had just answered, and whether she already knew about the things on the hot search list. Was it her agent who called her? To tell her about the trending search list? If Jiangning really cares about fans' opinions, then he should stay away from William. Her expression looked like she had received an insignificant phone call, and there was no reaction on her face at all. Could it be that Jiangning doesn't know about William's affairs? I'm really worried that Jiangning will be deceived. Can someone tell her so that she can stay away from William, this scumbag? And Shinrong was the last one to know about the trending search. Everyone else handed in their phones, and she did the same, but she secretly brought a smartphone watch with her. The watch can not only make calls, but also check the trending searches online. And Shinrong is a little smart. In order to avoid being discovered by the staff, she clipped her phone watch into her underwear on the first day. In addition, she lived in a separate room. So far, the watch has not been discovered. Every night, she would secretly check out the trending searches on the internet. There is not much discussion about her online. It can only be said that those netizens have no taste. Seeing that most people are supporting her in Fangchun, she has followed the fans' wishes in the past 2 days and contacted Fangchun, doing business openly. Repeatedly confirming meant that she was hesitating, and the reason for her hesitation was that William's figure frequently appeared in her mind. And Shinrong opened Weibo. The phone watch had all the functions except for the small screen. When she clicked on it, she saw the hot searches about William. And Shinrong was stunned. The most discussed person on their show was undoubtedly William. Unlike the other guests, he gained popularity entirely by cursing. And Shinrong thought it was just a trivial matter, but she didn't expect that this time William alone accounted for 10 hot searches, and each topic was very popular. The most obvious thing is that William is a scumbag. He went to nightclubs many times when he was with Sophia. He cheated on her and had multiple relationships. It was for this reason that Sophia chose to elope at the engagement party. William's character was so bad that even his parents disowned him and kicked him out of the house. From then on, William was just an ordinary person, no longer a banker's son. He had no background or status and no money. She knows every word, but why can't she understand them when put together? Did William and Sophia cheat on each other multiple times during their relationship? William was kicked out of the house? She didn't know how William broke up with the dealer, but he never cheated on Sophia during their time together, nor did he go to nightclubs too often or have affairs with other women. The only time he went to a nightclub was to see Sophia. William secretly taken in a nightclub that was posted online. She remembered it clearly. That day, she and Sophia booked a private room in a nightclub and played dare with other friends. Sophia lost, so someone suggested that Sophia send a text message to William to ask him to find her in the nightclub, without sending the detailed location. After sending the text message, she turned off her phone to see how long William could find her. There are many nightclubs and bars in Chengdu. That night, William went to almost all of them. When he found Sophia out of breath, they had just finished playing. William at that time could almost be described as in a state of disarray, with messy hair, flying collar, sweat-soaked shirt, and bloodshot eyes against his pale face. He looked at Sophia with eyes full of worry and panic. A girl was in a nightclub and turned off her phone after sending you a text message. William couldn't get through the phone and couldn't contact her friends. He was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat, worried that something had happened to Sophia. He didn't dare to stay while looking for her, and he ran half the city and called the police. When he finally found Sophia, he was faced with the ridicule of a group of people. William licks you like this. He's really a dog licker. Look at him. Doesn't he look like a tired dog, with his mouth open and tongue sticking out? William, how long have you been looking for her? It's been 4 hours since I sent you the message. It's too slow for you to find her. It seems like you still don't know Sophia well enough. How stupid. Everyone belittled William. And Shinrong also made a sarcastic remark at the time, but she had forgotten what she said. She only remembered that William forced a smile and said, "Fortunately, you're okay." She wondered if Sophia had been moved at that time. After all, even she, an outsider, was touched. Now, netizens are using these photos to shame William, saying he hangs out in multiple nightclubs in one day. Obviously, it's not like that. Sophia also knew about this, so why didn't Sophia speak up to help him explain? It was only a few words. Sophia, who spread the rumor? Chapter 37 and Shinrong's emotion, uncontrollable heart. Not to mention their friends in the circle. Anyone who knows Sophia and William knows how much William has licked Sophia in the past 3 years. No matter what happens, he is always available. He never loses his temper when he is in love with Sophia. After living together, he becomes a good family man, doing laundry, cooking, cleaning. It can be said that he takes care of everything. Sophia is such a difficult person to please. If William hadn't taken advantage of her, he would have broken up with her long ago. Things like the scumbag who hangs out in nightclubs, cheating on Sophia during a relationship, cheating on her, using cold violence. These things are simply nonsense. It's normal that netizens don't know, but how could Sophia not know? Even in Shinrong, who had always disliked William, felt that this online blackmail was inexplicable and even felt indignant about it. Why didn't Sophia go online to explain? Did she really not care about William at all? But she had called him last night to ask him those questions when they were playing Truth or Dare. And Shinrong bit her finger and looked at her watch. Those people on the internet were cursing so filthily that her eyes were almost blinded. She stood up and called Sophia. I didn't know if Sophia could answer her call at this moment. Just as I was thinking about it, the call went through. Hello. And Shinrong immediately said, Wanwan, I am in Shinrong. Aren't you recording a show? Where did you get the phone to call me? I secretly brought a phone watch with me. Don't tell anyone. Wanwan, I saw the trending searches online. William is being blacklisted by the entire internet. Those things are completely untrue. Do you want to help him explain a few words? I think netizens will listen to you. Sophia asked. What's going on online? Didn't Sophia know? And Shinrong emphasized. It means that when he was with you, he went to nightclubs and cheated on you. He was quite nice to you when he was with you. And everyone knew he was a bootlicker. How could he cheat and do those things? Sophia was silent for a while. Are you concerned about William? Does his problem have anything to do with you? Why do you worry so much? And Shinrong was confused by the 3 questions in a row. Don't you care about William? Sophia sneered. Why would I care what he does? But you called me last night and asked me to ask him for you. I don't want to talk about what happened last night anymore. I asked you to help me ask those questions because of the script arranged by the program team. I'm not interested in him. The cold tone, the cold words, and Shinrong didn't know why her heart tightened. She was a little angry on behalf of William. After realizing this, even she couldn't believe it. Unexpectedly, one day, she would be angry with Sophia because of William. And Shinrong took a deep breath. You have been with William for so many years. Don't you have any feelings for him at all? No, I don't care about him. And Shinrong, if you still consider me your best friend, please pay less attention to William in the future and stay away from him on the show. And Shinrong clenched the phone watch in her hand, unable to believe that Sophia was so indifferent. At first, she suspected that Sophia was the one who spread rumors and slandered William online in order to divert the public opinion from last night and make William take the blame. Then I thought again. After being together for 3 years, we have already gotten used to the dog. Sophia shouldn't be so cruel. Now a phone call and several conversations have all confirmed this. And Shinrong is so disappointed. It seems you really hate William. Sophia said in a deep voice. Yes, I hate him very much, so as a friend, you have to hate him with me. Forget about today, but if you speak up for him in front of me next time, then there is no need for us to be friends. Sophia's attitude was indifferent. If you listen carefully, you could sense the threat in her words. In Sophia's view, friends share the same hatred for the enemy. You cannot like what I hate. Sophia was able to say this so decisively because she was sure that Shinrong didn't want to lose her as a friend. After all, Shinrong was not popular. To put it bluntly, people in this circle were all snobbish and looked down on Shinrong. And Shinrong was the second child in the family. She had an older sister and a younger brother. She was the one who was ignored, which meant that she had no share in the family property. A rich girl without real power would not be respected. And the key point was that she had fallen into depravity and became a low-ranking actress. Sophia was the first person to show her kindness. She would accompany her on birthdays, shopping, and beauty treatments. She would send her blessings on every holiday and would talk on the phone for long periods of time when she couldn't sleep, complaining about everything. And Shinrong knew the most about Sophia, Alex, and William because Sophia would tell her actively, and they could talk about anything. They are each other's best friends, and good friends will not betray each other for a man. And Shinrong bit her lip unconsciously and didn't let go until she felt the pain. Okay, I promise you, I won't ask about you and William anymore, and I will stay away from him from now on. Shinrong, I have no choice but to do many things. William has a bad reputation now, so I asked you to stay away from him because I am afraid that he will implicate you. I know. And Shinrong suddenly lost the desire to continue chatting with her and just wanted to hang up the phone quickly. Shinrong, I'm also recording here. I'll keep watching your live broadcast. Sophia's voice was gentle, and one could sense that her mood had improved. And Shinrong's body stiffened. Cold sweat broke out on her back for no reason, and her scalp went numb. She looked at the camera that was blocked by her clothes and felt like there was a pair of eyes there. Chapter 38. My lover just needs to be happy. Someone will protect him. William met Lu Yin when he came down the mountain. She was squatting on the ground without moving, and there was no photographer around her. As soon as William saw her, the scene in the morning came to his mind. He suddenly felt a little strange in his heart and didn't want to be alone with her. But now that he had come across it, it was impossible to ignore it and pretend that he hadn't seen it. William paused and asked, "What are you doing here? Where's your photographer?" His machine broke down, so he took it back to be fixed. "I can't walk now because I sprained my ankle." Lu Yin stretched out her left leg. Her ankle was red and swollen. Not only was her ankle sprained, but there were also abrasions from her knee to her calf. She must have fallen here. "Are you okay?" Lu Yin relaxed her eyebrows, raised her head, and looked at him with a smile in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Why? Do you care about me?" Even if they are not friends, they are colleagues, and it is normal for colleagues to show some concern for each other. William did not say anything, but from his gentle eyes, you can know what he is thinking. Lu Yin sighed. "If you don't want to bother with me, go back and call someone for me. I'm fine here by myself, but there are too many mosquitoes. Originally, only my hands were injured, but now my feet are injured too." As she spoke, she slapped the mosquitoes around her. Lu Yin has fair skin, and the slightest touch would leave red marks on it. When bitten by mosquitoes, each bite would leave a blister that was particularly noticeable on her legs. William would never abandon her. Even if he wasn't broadcasting live, he would still take care of her. In front of the live camera, he didn't know how to touch her, so he bent down and asked tentatively, "Can you stand up?" "Yes." With the help of William's arm, Lu Yin stood up. Her leg was seriously injured, and she walked with a limp. It was fine on a flat road, but this was a rugged mountain road, and it rained last night, so the road was slippery. It was getting late, and they had to go back to cook and eat. William didn't want to delay on the way, so he glanced at the camera and handed the bag in his hand to Lu Yin. "Help me hold it. I'll carry you back." After Lu Yin took the bag, he squatted in front of her. "Come up." William had his back to her and felt Lu Yin approaching. His back was pressed against two soft lumps. William's body stiffened. The more he tried to ignore the touch, the more obvious it became. This time he intuitively felt the softness of Lu Yin, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. Lu Yin pressed her whole body very close to him, and her hand gently hooked around her neck. She always had a light fragrance on her body, soft and not pungent, not like the smell of perfume. He felt an itch on the back of his neck. It was her hair. "Am I heavy?" "Not heavy." It was a weight that could easily be carried in a princess hug. Lu Yin had the best figure among the three female guests. She was well-proportioned, with a very good ratio of chest, waist, and hips, which could be called a golden triangle and a standard S shape. When William carried her on his back, he made a subtle move, which was to keep his fists clenched to avoid unnecessary touching. Lu Yin leaned on him and asked, "What's in the bag?" "The vegetables the old man gave me were grown by him, without any pesticides." "What have you been busy with today?" Lu Yin clearly felt that William's body temperature was much higher than in the morning. This situation usually occurs after a lot of exercise. Moreover, the muscles on his arms were hard, and the veins were bulging, as if they were filled with blood. "Chopping some wood, cleaning the house, cooking." "You've done so much." Lu Yin rested her chin on his shoulder and suddenly said something ambiguous. "That's the good thing about being young. You have endless energy." William's body froze, and if he hadn't clenched his fists, he would have almost thrown Lu Yin down. This was not the first time that Lu Yin found an opportunity to tease him, making people mistakenly believe that she liked him. William always thought it was an illusion, but Lu Yin's words and actions denied him again and again. He really couldn't see through her anymore. Lu Yin avoided Mai and asked quietly, "Who are you sending love signals tonight?" William said nothing, like a walking log. Knowing that he wouldn't answer, Lu Yin sighed. She had been busy all day helping someone take care of their children and tutoring them. It was during this time that she saw the trending search online. The director specifically told her not to tell William first, so as not to affect his mood for the recording. The director team is currently not considering speaking out for William. It is better to waste the popularity that they have picked up. Being black and red is also red. The director also knows one thing very well, that is, don't fall into the trap of self-proof. Whoever doubts should provide evidence. Those fictitious AI pictures on the internet will be exposed sooner or later. What they have to do is to capture the truest side of William, tap into his strengths, and give the audience the most intuitive feelings, thereby changing their impression of him. You can't play the role of a good guy all your life. Who can keep it from being exposed? The recording time was not long, but during these 3 days, the production crew felt that William was a treasure trove worth exploring. He is gentle and polite to others, can cook, and will solve problems first when they arise. He never complains or grumbles, giving people the impression that he is neither arrogant nor impatient. He is a very positive young man who can cook and do housework well. He respects and cares for the elderly from the bottom of his heart. Like today, he not only helped Grandpa Wong chop firewood and cook, but also gave him a bath and trimmed his nails. Anyway, if you ask them to take care of the elderly, they definitely can't be so thorough. It is precisely because of his care for the elderly that his reputation online has improved. People have begun to question whether someone is deliberately slandering and spreading rumors about William. This is a good thing and what the program team wants to see. Lu Yin and the program team have different opinions. The program team is reluctant to speak out because they think it is troublesome and they are also afraid of offending the Xia family. But she was not afraid. She couldn't do nothing and wait for those people to scold William. Therefore, Lu Yin privately contacted her employees, looked for evidence, and posted it online. William's social circle is very clean, and his growing up experience is easy to find out. William doesn't need to know what's happening on the internet, nor does he need to worry about it because she will help him solve all the problems. When the time comes, she will find a lawyer to tell him, and then she will sue those who need to be sued. It would be best if those who spread rumors could be sent to solitary confinement one by one, especially Sophia. Lu Yin stared at the red mole on William's neck. My lover just needs to be happy. There will be people behind him to protect him and let him live a peaceful life. To avoid being misunderstood, William put Lu Yin down when they arrived at the yard and helped her in. Fong Chun was sharp-eyed and was the first to notice. Lu Yin, what happened to your leg? I accidentally fell on the road. It's no big deal. I just need to apply some medicine. Ling Xian came over after hearing the noise. It looks pretty serious. There is a medicine box in the room. Apply some medicine. William helped Lu Yin sit inside and found the medicine box. Zhang Ning took it directly after seeing it. I'll help her apply the medicine. You go to the kitchen and see. It's in Xinrong and Fong Chen's turn to cook today. They don't know how to cook. Okay. This was exactly what William wanted. Zhang Ning glanced at William, but this time he didn't stick to him like usual, but moved away quickly. Lu Yin saw this action. She looked at her leisurely and felt that Zhang Ning seemed a little guilty when facing William today. Lu Yin didn't let Zhang Ning apply medicine to her. It's just a minor injury. I can do it myself. When Zhang Ning heard this, he handed the cotton swab in his hand to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not use iodine, but disinfectant, which was more irritating to the wound. Since William was not around, she was too lazy to pretend to be weak. She is not afraid of pain, and sometimes even enjoys the sensory stimulation that pain brings to her. Such injuries were nothing to her. When she was a child, she often suffered more serious injuries. William entered the kitchen wherein Shinrong was sitting and making a fire. When she saw William, she quickly looked away, pursed her lips, and said nothing, blatantly ignoring him. It wasn't like this in the morning. Could it be that he had offended her in some way? William did not take the initiative to talk, believing that less is better. Fong Chun had already prepared the dishes and was waiting for him to cook. Turn up the fire. These dishes are delicious only when they are stir-fried. And Shinrong still ignored him, but started adding firewood to the stove. William added, Stay away, be careful of the oil splashing and burning you. And Shinrong obediently stood up and moved away. Although she didn't say anything, she was much more well-behaved than usual and didn't say any unpleasant words. But it's quite strange that it suddenly became so quiet. If William really made her unhappy, according to Miss N's temper, she would not tolerate it at all. She would just scold him directly, roll her eyes without caring about her image, and ignore his words and would not listen to him at all. Since the problem is not with him, then what happened to Shinrong to become like this? Chapter 39. Heart-beating connection. The day when the fiancé breaks down. Everyone was very tired that day and was not in the mood to even chat. The atmosphere was even more weird, especially during meals. The usually talkative Shinrong became very quiet and extremely distant towards William. No matter what William said, she ignored him, as if she was avoiding him. Zhang Ning was also puzzled. His eyes flickered and hesitant to speak, obviously hiding something on his mind. It was already past 8 o'clock when they finished their meal. Everyone took a shower and washed their clothes. William was the last one in line. Jiang Ning was washing clothes in the yard. The photographers had gone to rest and did not follow them. Seeing William coming out of the shower, Jiang Ning called him. William, my mother said she missed you and asked if you have time to visit her. She will make you something delicious. William seldom went back to the Zhuang family since he returned. When Jiang Ning mentioned it suddenly, he recalled that he often visited Jiang Ning's house when he was a child. Aunt Lin was very kind to him and would ask Jiang Ning to bring him any delicious food. She also helped him attend parent-teacher meetings. After the show is recorded, I will go see Aunt Lin. Seeing that William still remembered her mother, Jiang Ning felt more confident. Who will you send your heartbeat signal to tonight? The program stipulates that we cannot say that. Then will you send it to me? Give me a hint. There are no hints. You will know when the time comes. There were only 3 of them among the female guests, and the one who had the most contact with William was Lu Yin, besides her. She would rather William send a love signal to Shinrong than to Lu Yin. Jiang Ning reminded him. There is still half an hour before the text message is due. Hurry back to your room. Okay, you go back first. William's attitude towards Jiang Ning remained lukewarm, making it difficult for people to approach him. After Jiang Ning took 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, William, regarding the questions you answered about your ex last night, if it were me, how would you rate me? Does it matter? People who break up are like passersby. Do you care what passersby think of you? Have you forgotten that I'm an actor? Actors, of course, care about what passersby think. Perhaps this question was a bit difficult for William. Jiang Ning did not force him. If you don't want to answer, forget it, I'm just asking casually. She just didn't want to accept it. She and William had only been together for a year, and even after they started dating, they were rarely together because of their filming, so every date had to be done secretly. The fact that Sophia and William had been together for 3 years. She could not blame anyone but herself for her original choice. She thought that once she was successful in her career, she could still win back William and not compromise on both career and love, but William seemed to have forgotten her. She wanted to compete with Sophia. They were both exes, so who was the most unforgettable in his heart? Like Sophia doesn't deserve William's love at all. After 3 years together, she never cherished him and even added insult to injury after they broke up. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the director distributed mobile phones and the guests returned to their rooms, with the camera following them all the way. After sending text messages within 10 minutes, hand in your phone. After sending the text message, the observation room is responsible for connecting. The rule this time is that each observer holds a panel to connect, and those who answer all the questions correctly will receive a diamond. It is an individual battle. The 6 guests discussed with each other, while Sophia stared quietly at the panel in her hand, her eyes uncontrollably falling on William's photo. Shun-Li was the first to draw. She had a bold idea and connected all 3 female guests to William. My intuition is that all 3 of them have a crush on William. They're younger than him, childhood sweethearts and bickering lovers. They're all very good. Ling Xian should send the text message to Jiang Ning, because he said on the first day that he was a fan of Jiang Ning. Fang Chun is undoubtedly in Shinrong. He is too obvious. As for William, I'm a little hesitant. Alas, it is difficult to deal with someone who is too popular. Let's use the process of elimination. He will definitely not choose someone who is related to his ex, excluding Lu Yin, and in Shinrong, he will choose Jiang Ning. The host Li Lu also connected Jiang Ning and William. I agree, after all, the 2 have known each other since childhood. Psychological tester Su Nua shook his head and objected. I don't think William will send it to Jiang Ning. I have observed that William has been avoiding Jiang Ning. William choose between Lu Yin and in Shinrong. William's line is the most difficult to draw, and everyone is hesitant. Alex thought for a while and said, let's choose Lu Yin. We have the most contact now. Lu Yin also cut William's hair this morning. I think I can send a thank you letter just for this. Actor Lin Fan expressed his opinion. Don't overthink it. The text message may not be a love confession. It may be a thank you letter like Alex said. Shinli looked at Sophia. We have discussed this for such a long time. Sophia, who do you think William will send the text message to? You have known him the longest and you should know him well. Sophia said expressionlessly. Listen to Alex and choose Lu Yin. She chose Lu Yin because there was no possibility for Lu Yin and William to be together. Shinli asked again, what about the female guest? Once she had an idea, Sophia connected quickly and everyone looked at her panel. Jiang Ning and Ling Xian connected. Lu Yin and Shinrong sent it to Fang Chun at the same time, and Fang Chun sent it to Shinrong. No one chooses William. Sophia sneered in her heart. Who would choose him when his reputation is so bad? Everyone reacted, and was also, William is now carrying the reputation of a scumbag, which will indeed be affected. Shunli asked curiously, did William really cheat on you when he was with you? No comment. Shunli sneered in front of him. Why are you pretending? She can guarantee that William was blacklisted by the entire network this time, and Sophia must be behind it. Shunli did not make any changes. She put down the panel in her hand and said, Sister Lu, please announce the results. The sooner you announce it, the sooner we can get off work. Okay. Li Lu received the video sent by the director. As soon as the result came out, everyone's faces changed because no one got the answer right, and Sophia's face changed the most grimacingly. Jiang Ning and Lu Yin connected with William, and Xinrong and Fang Chun connected. Ling Xian connects with Jiang Ning, and William actually connected with Xinrong. Pa! The pen in her hand fell to the ground, and Sophia stared at the result in disbelief with her eyes wide open. How is that possible? Why did Lu Yin send a text message to William? Was she playing a prank on William, or was she deliberately going against him? As an actress, isn't Jiang Ning afraid of losing fans, ruining her career, or being blacklisted by the company for sending a love message to William? And William, why did he text in Xinrong? Could it be that he just liked this type? Or did he choose her best friend to get revenge on her? Looking at it this way, I drew the most correct lines. Shunli scanned everyone's panel and finally stopped at Sophia's panel. Seeing that she looked unhappy, her tone changed. Sophia, you look so bad. Are you okay? Are you dissatisfied with the result? Chapter 40. My fiancé's girlfriend. That's right. After all, you made the most mistakes. Shunli mocked whenever she got the chance. In order to cater to Sophia, Alex was in the same line as her, and the two of them were on the same line as in Xinrong and Fang Chun. Alex put down the panel in his hand, embarrassment flashing across his face. Shunli took a pen and drew a heart on the panel. From this signal, it seems that they don't care about William's reputation. Sophia listened for a while, then sneered. Maybe they don't know yet. Even if they do know, it's not certain. The complaints rolled back and forth in her throat, but she finally suppressed them. Sophia slammed the panel on the table, stood up, and said, You don't need to worry about it. This time, no one stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Sophia was in a bad mood and was in a state of rage. A surge of hostility was running rampant in her body. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would not be able to help but throw things and start quarreling with Shunli. Sophia pushed the chair away and left the observation room in her high heels. She didn't even want to read the text message because she was afraid that she would be even more unacceptable after reading it. It is understandable that Jiang Ning sent a love message to William out of old love, but why did Lu Yin join in the fun? She is 3 years older than William, and William once called her aunt. As an elder, is she so desperate that she will do anything? William these past few days, and her attitude towards him was very cold. As a result, William actually sent the text message to her. She would feel uncomfortable if William sent the text message to anyone, as if the toy in her hand suddenly became conscious and out of her control. Shunli shouted at her back. Sophia, don't you want to read the text message? The sound of a door closing answered her. Before Shunli could react, Alex, who was sitting across from her, also stood up and said, I'll go see her. Had a good impression of Alex before, but during the past 2 days of getting along with him, influenced by Sophia, she became more and more unhappy with him. The production team really dares to invite anyone. They leave before the recording is even finished. They don't take their jobs seriously at all. With Sophia's temper, could she date a scumbag for 3 years? Stop joking. Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. Shunli has always disliked Sophia, thinking that she is pretentious and has a concentrated smell of green tea. Li Lu advised, You should also say less. Shunli curled her lips and shrugged. Sophia would get angry and have a cold face from time to time, and they were all used to it. In the past, they would cooperate to ease the atmosphere. But tonight, everyone was tired and had no energy to coax her. The production crew isn't in a hurry. So why are they in a hurry? Maybe this is the result the director wants. Let's take a look at the contents of their text messages first. Lu Yin and Jiang Ning lived in the same dormitory. There would be a notification sound when a text message was received. Jiang Ning's phone rang twice, and she couldn't wait to take it out and look at it. The porridge this morning was delicious. Because it was anonymous, Jiang Ning didn't know who sent it to her. She prayed a little in her heart, hoping that it was William who sent it to her. Thinking of this, she secretly glanced at Lu Yin, who was doing yoga on the bed. She didn't seem to care about her phone at all. Jiang Ning waited for 10 minutes, but didn't hear Lu Yan's phone ring. So he confirmed that no one had sent her a text message this time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile, and the director team came in to collect the phone. Jiang Ning said directly to Lu Yin, "I just received a heartwarming text message. I think it was sent to me by William." Lu Yin laughed out loud and answered while doing difficult yoga moves. "Really? But I asked him yesterday, and he said he wouldn't send it to you." The corners of Jiang Ning's lips, which were originally raised, were instantly pursed. Lu Yin had already anticipated that she would not receive the text message, so after sending the message, she put the phone down without even glancing at it. Although I had expected such a result, disappointment was inevitable. It seemed that the pursuit of my husband would be a long journey. After Lu Yin finished yoga, she wiped the sweat off her body and changed into pajamas. Unlike the thin suspenders she wore during the day, her pajamas were quite conservative. She wore long pants and long sleeves even in such a hot day. In order to pursue the person she likes, she does everything she can. Her figure, skin, and beauty are advantages that can be seen directly by others. For William, she can show them openly. Not only can she show them, but she also wants him to touch her directly. Deep in her heart, it seemed as if there was a bloodthirsty beast hiding. She wanted to control William by her side, to strip him naked and hug him, to stick tightly together, to enjoy the warmth brought by the skin, and to transfer the smell. It would scare William. Lu Yin closed her eyes and thought about William. Her body felt hot. She reached out and touched her neck, imagining that one day she would be able to bite that man's Adam's apple. And Shinrong was stunned when she received 2 text messages. She had a hunch that Fong Chun would send the text message to her, so who was the other one from? Anyway, it couldn't be William. She had always been unkind to him, and she was Sophia's best friend. That must be Ling Xian. It's just that they haven't had much contact in the past 2 days, and they don't know each other well. What would he send to her? And Shinrong opened the text messages one by one. 1. I feel that you are not in a good mood today. I hope you can be happy. It's obvious that this text message was sent by Fong Chun, and one can feel his concern from his words. 2. The fire is burning well today. Keep up the good work. William's figure suddenly appeared in Shinrong's mind. Who else could it be but him who could have spoken in such a perfunctory tone of praise? The originally calm mood became tense because of these few short words, as if it was being constantly squeezed by a hand. Why would William send a message to her? Is he crazy? She is Sophia's friend, and she was so rude to him today. And Shinrong bit her fingers and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She felt anxious and a little inexplicably happy, but slowly it was replaced by panic. She thought of what Sophia said, that she would always watch her in the live broadcast room. And Shinrong looked at the camera in the room. Has Sophia seen the text message William sent her? Will she think too much about it? William, who lived in a room alone, also received 2 text messages. There were some unexpected things, but not many, and they were within a controllable range. Jiang Ning, thank you for your hard work today. I look forward to going home. Lu Yin, young people are in good health and have endless energy. It's not that he likes to have wild thoughts, but Lu Yin was too ambiguous when she said this. William chose to send a text message to Shinrong, and he was certain that Shinrong would ignore him. If he continued like this, he would be able to survive safely to the end. And Shinrong was very cold to him today, and he was very happy. He hoped that she would continue to dislike him. In another room, Fong Chen received a reply. Happy cooking, happy cooperation. This is a friendship message. The only person who cooked with me today was Shinrong. Fong Chen's target has always been Shinrong, and he was already very satisfied to receive a reply. Ling Xian, who was in the same room, didn't receive the message. He sighed and put down his phone with a depressed look. Fong Chen's eyebrows jumped when he saw this. If Ling Xian didn't receive any text messages, then it meant that William received 2. Chapter 41. Pu Xinan in the Love Variety Show? William, who had the worst reputation, would be the most popular one among the 3 of them. He received 2 heartwarming text messages and won the favor of 2 female guests. What kind of charm does he have? After spending the past 2 days with him, it seems that he has no other advantages except that he can cook. That Jiang Ning sent a text message to William. After all, they had known each other since childhood, and they still remembered their old friendship. What about Lu Yin? Why? She is Sophia's aunt. William followed Sophia in calling her aunt. At first, everyone thought that Lu Yin approached William on purpose to teach him a lesson on behalf of Sophia. But after watching further, I found that Lu Yin was very close to William. She would put her whole chest on him if he was teaching her a lesson. If this is considered a lesson, then please give me one. Fang Chun and Ling Xian looked at each other, and each saw a hint of disbelief in the other's eyes. The man's competitive spirit was immediately aroused. Fang Chun was lucky because Shinrong had replied to him after all. Ling Xian didn't receive any reply, which made him feel empty and doubt himself. Am I that bad? Fang Chun asked. Have you seen the news online? Everyone is smart, except William, who secretly went online and found out about the hot searches online. Ling Xian asked back. Are you talking about those rumors about William? Do you really think that's just a rumor? Ling Xian was silent for a moment. Although he didn't know much about William, after spending the past 2 days with him, he felt that William was not as bad as people said on the internet. Fang Chun lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. He has been kicked out of the house. How good do you think he is as a person whose parents don't even want him? You can't say that. Ling Xian frowned, thinking that Fang Chun was a bit harsh. Fang Chun didn't care. The indoor cameras were turned off anyway, so no one saw him like this. He simply took out his lighter and lit a cigarette, pointing the cigarette box at Ling Xian. Ling Xian shook his head. William is the worst in terms of conditions. I used to think he was a rich young master, but now he has no money and no power. He can only cook a little and looks okay. Anyway, he is definitely not as good as you. Fang Chun put the cigarette box back. He had even less contact with William and couldn't say that he liked him, but he thought he was better than William. Born in the countryside, he was admitted to a good university through his own efforts. During college, he began to attract investments to make games. Although his game company was not big, it earned a lot of money. When he went out to socialize, others respectfully called him Mr. Fong. He has achieved what he has today by himself. Unlike William, who was born into a wealthy family with all kinds of resources poured into him. He is 24 years old and still has no business of his own. I heard that he has lost hundreds of millions since taking over his company. Such a person can only be described as a waste. If someone invested 100 million in him, maybe he could make it into the top 100. He has a smart brain and is as talented as anyone. He has both the ability and good looks. From childhood to adulthood, he has never lacked girls who like him. The only thing he lacks is an opportunity. He wants to move up a level and become richer, and participating in this show is a rare opportunity for him. Therefore, before the recording, he had set his sights on Shinrong. Anne's group was one of the top 100 companies in the country, and Shinrong was a simple rich girl, and such a person was the easiest to deceive. After getting to know him for the past 2 days, I feel he's pretty good. There are a lot of couples supporting him and Shinrong on the internet. And Shinrong trusts him and even sent him a heartwarming text message, so it's worth the money he spent on marketing. Fang Chun originally planned that if Shinrong's route didn't work, he would choose Lu Yin. As for Jiang Ning, although she is a movie queen, to put it bluntly, she is just an actor, rich but without status. Lu Yin is different. In comparison, the Lu family is richer and more powerful than the Yin family, but Lu Yin is older and more experienced, so it is not easy to deceive such a person. He will not change his choice unless it is absolutely necessary. Before coming here, Fang Chun was extremely confident. He was imagining who he should choose as his girlfriend. With so many advantages, it would be a matter of minutes to win over these women. But he didn't expect that Lu Yin and Jiang Ning would choose William at the same time. What's so good about this loser William? Fang Chun felt angry. He exhaled a cigarette, and when he had smoked half of it, he put it out with his hand. Who did you send the signal to tonight? Let me guess. Was it Jiang Ning? Ling Xian scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Well, I'm her fan. Fans. Ling Xian heard a hint of contempt, but Fang Chen's expression was very sincere. Perhaps the contempt was just an illusion. He said, I really like her too. Who wouldn't be interested in a woman like Jiang Ning? She's young, she's got all the awards, she's got good acting skills, she's pretty, and she's got no scandals. Among these 3 female guests, his first impression was Jiang Ning. And Shinrong had a bad temper and could not be served, and Lu Yin was too cold to be approached at all. Lu Yin was not cold either. She was only nice to William and would cut his hair, but she stayed away from others. Was smiling brightly when facing William just a second ago, but as soon as William left, her expression instantly darkened, and she didn't even bother to pretend. This kind of moody person is the most difficult to deal with. In this comparison, the slightly cold Jiang Ning is the one with the best temper and the easiest to get along with. Fang Chun treated himself as an elder brother and consoled Ling Xian. It's not easy to like Jiang Ning. She is a big movie star with a lot of fans. The people who cursed William the most online are her fans. How much pressure must you bear to be with her? Ling Xian didn't care. William was scolded because he has a bad reputation. That's right. Fang Chen nodded. No comparison, no harm. Compared to William, your fans will definitely like you more. If you really get together in the future, there won't be so many voices of opposition. That also depends on whether she likes me. If she doesn't like me, fan support is useless. Ling Xian doesn't have as good an attitude as Fang Chen. Jiang Ning currently has no extra thoughts about him and is very cold. Chasing a woman is a technical job. For some people, the more you pursue them, the more they will dislike you. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, maybe girls nowadays like guys who can cook. Why don't you learn a few tricks from William? Then I'll try tomorrow. It's getting late, and I need to go to bed. They said goodnight to each other and turned off the lights. Neither of them slept in the dark night. Ling Xian couldn't sleep well because he was feeling lost and depressed, while Fang Chen was thinking about how to get closer to Shinrong in the future. During the recording session the next day, except for Lu Yin and William, everyone else looked more or less unhealthy, with dark circles under their eyes, red bloodshot eyes, and edema. These were all signs of not sleeping well. Especially when Shinrong thought of Sophia staring at her outside the camera, she felt uncomfortable all over. When she saw William when she woke up in the morning, she wanted to stay away from him and didn't want to appear in the same camera with him. I treat you as my enemy, but you want to seduce me? Chapter 42, First Date. If he hates you so much, why does he still send her love messages? Is there something wrong with his brain? And Shinrong wondered if William sent the message to her on purpose in order to alienate her from Sophia. If this is true, then William is too bad, and he doesn't deserve sympathy even though he was blacklisted by the entire internet. William glanced over their expressions and finally stopped at Shinrong. Meeting her wary gaze, William was very satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wants: to be wary of him, to distance himself from him, to dislike him, and to never choose him. From now on, he will be choice E, plan B, and the background board for the polyamory. Ling Xian got up early in the morning to prepare today's breakfast. He made a simple vegetable and lean meat porridge and then fried a few eggs. Ling Xian was not good at other things, but he could fry beautiful, golden fried eggs. He got a bag of ketchup from somewhere and drew a smiley face on the plate for Jiang Ning's portion. These are the details. Although they are not many, they can make people see the difference at a glance. Which girl doesn't like to be treated specially? This means that you are the most special one in his heart. After sending the heart-beating signal, everyone changes to some extent. Some compete secretly, while others fall into confusion. Compared with the previous tests, they will be bolder in pursuing others, which means they officially enter the Shura field stage. In the previous life, I don't know how many couples there were among the guests participating in this variety show. In this life, because of his unexpected joining, the guests changed and everything became a mess. Jiang Ning looked at the fried eggs in front of her. The first thing she looked at was William, wanting to see his reaction. Disappointingly, William showed no reaction to this and just drank his porridge silently, as if nothing could disturb him. She had only suspected it before, but now she was sure that the person who sent the text message last night was not William. William finally sent that text message to Shinrong. She looked up at Shinrong while drinking porridge. Shinrong was a little absent-minded this morning. She had been acting a little abnormal since yesterday afternoon. She was quieter than usual, and it was obvious that she was hiding something. Jiang Ning was not interested in what Shinrong was thinking. She only cared about why William sent the text message to Shinrong. Whenever Shinrong saw him, she either ignored him or mocked him. Yesterday, she even ignored him directly. Does William like this? Or is he just sending it out as a second-best option? She and William had been separated for too long. 5 years was enough time to change a person's habits and preferences. Jiang Ning lowered her eyes and tightly clenched the chopsticks in her hand. She didn't dare to look up, for fear that if she did, her aggrieved and red eyes would be exposed. She was jealous of Shinrong, who could get what she wanted most without doing anything. She was also jealous of Lu Yan's reckless boldness. Lu Yan looked at the fried egg on Jiang Ning's plate and said with a smile, "Jiang Ning, the fried egg on your plate is so different. There is a heart underneath. It looks like it was made especially for you." Ling Xian scratched the back of his head and said with some embarrassment, "I just did it casually, and it's not a good one." It's enough as long as the intention is there. Those who understand will understand. Lu Yin fanned the flames. Since Ling Xian was pursuing Jiang Ning, she didn't mind helping him. If the two of them were to face off, she would have more chances. Jiangning knew what Lu Yin, the dead fox, was thinking. She wiped the ketchup off the fried egg with chopsticks and said coldly, "I don't like ketchup." Ling Xian paused with embarrassment in his eyes. "Then I won't add ketchup next time." I smelled the smell of war early in the morning. The director issued a dating mission. We have been in the village for 4 days. During these 4 days, everyone has been harvesting rice, doing housework, buying vegetables and cooking, feeding pigs, and cutting grass. It is obviously a dating variety show, but these daily activities have nothing to do with love. It is simply doing farm work in a guise. No one likes this kind of life except William. The female guest will secretly prepare a gift today and give it to the staff around her after it is ready. The male guest will be responsible for the task of choosing a date location. Finally, it's time for the date. According to the program routine, the male guest will be asked to draw gifts, and whoever draws the gift will go on a date. This is the first date. Every date in a dating show is crucial. The first date can almost determine the direction of the relationship. If sparks can be created on the first date, then it's locked in. Everyone is looking forward to who will be paired up with whom on this first date. Viewers also posted comments in a live broadcast room to discuss. Finally, it's time for the date. I've been looking forward to it. I feel the atmosphere this morning is a bit strange, especially in Shinrong. The dog is sneaky. Ling Xian finally stood up today and made breakfast for Jiangning. He even used ketchup to decorate the dish. The eggs he fried were pretty good. How did he manage to fry a heart shape without any tools? Jiangning is just too unromantic. Queen of the screen, can you please take a look at Ling Xian? Ling Xian is much better than William. The heart signal was online last night, and we don't know who voted for whom. There was no live broadcast, and it will be released in the main film next week. No one would choose William. Well, like a scumbag? I bet William 0 votes. I hope William can know his own limitations and quit the show quickly without embarrassing himself. I want to see beautiful women. It's really annoying to see William so early in the morning. Can you blur out his face? I hope Shin and CP can go on a date. The tasks William and his colleagues performed were simple, helping their neighbors dry rice and pick beans. William was very good at doing these things, and even though he was letting the opponent win, he still got first place. The director asked him to choose the date location, and the 3 places were the aquarium, the secret room, and the game city. William could choose anything. He reached out to take the game city. Fong Chun on the side coughed dryly at this time. "William, can you give me the game city? Is this still possible? Then what is the point of doing the mission?" William looked at Fong Chen's pleading eyes, then turned to Ling Xian. "What about you? Which one do you like?" "The secret room." William took the oceanarium in the middle. "Then I'll go here." Ling Xian looked at William in surprise. He was quite nice and generously gave up the date spot. Didn't he know that the first date was crucial? Or was it that, having won the favor of 2 female guests at once, he was already fearless and could act freely? So jealous. "Thank you then." Ling Xian took the one from the secret room. After returning, the gifts for the female guests were prepared, and the male guests received a notification to go to the cabin to choose gifts. Men and women sat on each side, and the gifts were placed on the coffee table in the middle. William asked, "Do we start choosing now?" "I think so." Fong Chun stared at the cartoons, woven wreaths, and red rope bracelets on the table. It is impossible to guess who these 3 gifts correspond to. 4-3 exchange object. When the male guests are choosing gifts, the female guests cannot give any hints. William scanned the gifts in front of him one by one and could already guess who they belonged to. And Shinrong has been able to draw since she was a child, and she even shared it on Weibo. It is obvious that this cartoon was prepared by her. The wreath was made by Jiangning. Seeing this wreath woven with wild flowers, William fell into reminiscence. Jiangning loved acting when she was a child and liked to play the fairy on TV. Not only did she play the role herself, but she also asked William to play the supporting role. In order to make her happy, William learned how to weave a wreath and put the wreath full of wild flowers on her head. William taught Jiangning how to weave this wreath. While he was looking at the wreath, Jiangning was also looking at him carefully. "William, do you remember? If he guesses that the wreath was made by her, will he choose her?" William looked at the bracelet on the edge. Not surprisingly, it was made by Lu Yin, a hand-woven bracelet with several colorful ropes. The 3 grown men looked at the cards in front of them, all thinking, but no one took action. And Shinrong couldn't help but keep her eyes on William. She was afraid that someone would find out that she was peeking at William, so she would occasionally look away and say a few words to Jiangning beside her. As for Jiangning, he seemed to be talking to Shinrong, but he was actually paying attention to William's movements. Only Lu Yin was sitting lazily on a rattan chair, holding a palm leaf fan in her hand, with a plate of grapes in front of her. She was eating grapes while fanning herself and occasionally glancing at the gifts on the table. She was not all nervous about who would choose her gift. After waiting for a long time without seeing the man opposite her move, she asked, "Is it difficult to choose?" William picked up the painting directly. "I choose this one." And Shinrong's pupil shrank. Fong Chen on the opposite side saw and Shinrong's expression change and immediately reached out. "I want this painting too." He thought William would give in this time, but William's hand remained on the painting without moving. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Lu Yin raised her eyebrows, her expression somewhat subtle. "Is this a fight? Is it so exciting at the beginning?" "Who painted this picture?" "This is drawn by Shinrong. I saw her posting her paintings on Weibo before. She likes to draw." "Good morning, CP. Go ahead, William. Get out of here." "What are you trying to grab, William? Are you qualified to grab it?" "They are running in both directions." "That can't be said. William should be the first one to choose since he is the first one to do the task. He has already let the date go once before." Neither of them wanted to let go, so Ling Xian suggested, "How about you play rock, paper, scissors?" William agreed. He chose this painting just to avoid Jiang Ning and Lu Yin, and it didn't matter if he lost. One round will decide the outcome. William, who stretched out his fists, won, and the painting belonged to William. Fong Chen's face darkened. Next, between bracelets and garlands, Fong Chen chose the bracelet. Compared with the garland, the bracelet was more mature and looked more like it was made by Lu Yin. Ling Xian chose the wreath. The director announced the results. The cartoon was drawn by Shinrong herself, the wreath was made by Jiang Ning, and the bracelet was made by Lu Yin. After hearing the result, although he had prepared himself mentally, Fong Chen still felt unhappy. Fortunately, he was used to hiding his expression, and Shinrong and he chose each other. So why is William interfering now? And Shinrong lowered her head and said nothing, and everyone was wondering if she was unhappy. It was hard to describe in Shinrong's current mood. She was a little happy, a little flustered, and a little expectant. Was she being a jerk? William was Sophia's ex-fiancé. So what was the big deal about dating her now? If Sophia saw this, she might call the staff directly. And Shinrong looked at the camera in front of her, gritting her teeth and wondering whether she should lose her temper and ask the director to change her date, replacing William with Fong Chen. But wouldn't this cause too much trouble for the director team? Will the audience hate her? And Shinrong was overwhelmed and gradually became anxious. She really didn't expect William to choose her painting. She didn't know whether he chose it randomly or guessed it was her. When she thought about the heartwarming text message William sent her last night, her heart began to beat out of control again. And Shinrong raised her eyes and looked at William. Their eyes suddenly met, and their heartbeats suddenly paused. What should I do? Am I really going to go on a date with William tomorrow? Where will they go on a date tomorrow? What should she wear? What time should she get up? What kind of makeup should she put on? What kind of food should she eat? If William talks to her, will she respond? Just when Shinrong was hesitant, Lu Yin said, "Director, I want to use the exchange card." And Shinrong was stunned. She turned her head and saw Lu Yin took out a card and handed it to the director. That was a reward earned from harvesting rice and could be used to exchange for dates. Lu Yin wants to use it today, so who will she replace it with? I almost forgot about the exchange card. Is Lu Yin going to use it so soon? Who will she exchange it for? Her date is Fong Chen. Isn't that good? What's the trade-off? Among the three men, Fong Chen has the best conditions. Lu Yin is not going to change to William, right? No. The director took it with a smile. Who do you want to replace? Lu Yin raised her hand and slowly pointed at William. Change it to William. For should some people change their name to Uncle? Lu Yin's eyes were dark, and the look she gave William was like a beast staring at its prey. No matter who William chose today, he would have to date her in the end. Jiang Ning pursed his lips, his eyes wandering between the two of them. No wonder she was not flustered today. It turned out that she had already thought about using the exchange card. The camera turned to William. It was obvious that the surprise on his face had not yet faded, as if he did not expect Lu Yin to use such a precious exchange card today. As for Shinrong, she was just daydreaming, but now she felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on her. Lu Yin wanted to exchange dates with her, so now the person she was going to date became Fong Chen, and William belonged to Lu Yin. This was the best choice and the best outcome, but why did her chest feel empty and stuffy? She looked at William with difficulty, raised her finger in his direction, and forced herself to do something. Her throat closed instantly when Sophia's figure appeared in her mind. Because Lu Yin used the exchange card, William had to put down the painting in his hand and pick up the bracelet. With his back to the camera, he sighed silently. Sometimes the more you want to hide from something, the easier it is to get it. Among the three, Jiang Ning was the one who had the least right to stop it. William recognized that the wreath was hers, and he made it clear that he didn't want to choose her. She smiled bitterly and thought, I never thought that one day she would become someone he wanted to avoid. William, do you hate me so much? You watched me date another man without even glancing at me and were lukewarm to me. There was a dull pain in my heart, as if a knife was inserted into it again, and it twitched in pain with every breath. Jiang Ning endured the pain and asked in Shinrong, Are you satisfied with this result? And Shinrong snorted coldly. Of course I am satisfied. I didn't want to date William in the first place. Even if Lu Yin didn't use the exchange card, I would have exchange with her. Only she would treasure it. While saying this, her hands were exerting force. She forced herself to look away. The happiest ones among them were undoubtedly Fang Chun and Ling Xian. Ling Xian's initial target was Jiang Ning, and luckily the wreath he chose this time was a perfect match for her. As for Fang Chun, it goes without saying that he thought his date with Shinrong would end in failure. But unexpectedly, good luck struck, and the reversal came so quickly. Lu Yin exchanged cards and assigned him and Shinrong together. Fang Chun picked up the painting and walked towards Shinrong, praising her immediately. This painting is really well done. Can you give it to me? Originally, the director asked us to prepare this for you. How did Shinrong become so distant? Fang Chun was stunned for a moment, then said, I didn't expect that we would get together in the end. I look forward to coming early tomorrow. And Shinrong really couldn't look forward to it. When Fang Chun approached her, she just wanted to stay away. Why date? And Shinrong shook off these thoughts. Considering that there were still viewers watching in the live broadcast room, she could only cheer herself up and deal with Fang Chun to avoid being discovered. Morning CP is indeed the chosen CP. I look forward to their date tomorrow. I have a feeling that these two will be the fastest pair to be successfully matched. I am quite satisfied with the other two groups, except Lu Yin and William. It is hard to explain. Why did Lu Yin use the exchange card? Does she like William? I don't believe Lu Yin likes William. She must have chosen William because of Shinrong. She is sacrificing herself for others. She really? I am crying. And Shinrong is Sophia's friend. It would be awkward for her to date William. And judging from her behavior over the past few days, Shinrong likes Fang Chun. I hope that after leaving this ghost show, the beautiful Lu Yin can find a good man. After the show is over, she must use grapefruit peel to wash away the bad luck. As the guest's first date was revealed, the show officially announced the list of observers. Although it was guessed before and became a hot topic, the official has not issued any announcement. Now that the list has been announced, both old and new topics have become hot topics. The first thing to be affected is the love triangle between Sophia, William, and Alex. Netizens said that the program's configuration is amazing. Even if the main film turns out to be shit, they still have to go and give it a try. Regarding Sophia's hot topics as an observer, to put it simply, watching her ex dating her aunt, and watching her ex dating her bestie. No matter how you look at it, she's a shit eater. She does eat shit, but the audience likes to watch this kind of twisted love show. In short, after the program production team officially announced the plastic surgery, there were a lot of people criticizing her, but there were even more people who came to watch the fun. Netizens were all having fun, and the onus on passersby was completely settled. In the observation room, Shinli was the first to applaud after seeing the dating match results. Excellent. Really wonderful. In order to allow the program to be recorded normally, Shinli was strictly prohibited from asking Sophia personal questions. Since Sophia can't ask Alex, they are both the same anyway. Shinli raised her eyes and said, Alex, among these three groups, is there a couple you like? Alex, I am more optimistic about Shinrong and Fang Chun. What about William and Lu Yin? What do you think the chances of success are? Will William like a girl like Lu Yin? What do you think of Lu Yin's use of the exchange card this time? Sophia interrupted coldly. Are you a reporter? Why are you talking so much? Shinli smiled and said, Then treat me as a reporter. I'll interview Alex for a few words. Alex knew he couldn't avoid it, so he thought about it carefully and replied, You have so many questions that I don't know which one to answer. Shinli, then come one by one. Alex, I can't say the chance of success. It depends on how things develop. I don't know William, and I don't know what kind of girls he likes. As for Lu Yan's use of the exchange card this time, my opinion is the same as most netizens. Shinli clicked her tongue twice. You were just afraid of trouble. I think Lu Yin and William have a chance. Maybe after this date, their relationship will progress a lot. By then, I am afraid that some people will call him uncle. Sophia left early yesterday. Fortunately, Alex stayed with her and comforted her, so she didn't lose control of her emotions and do something irreparable. She spent a whole night adjusting herself, and now she can keep her emotions under control. When she faces Shunli, even though she doesn't like her, she can still put on a smile. She looked at Lu Yin in the video and was certain that she had fallen in love with William. How ridiculous. He likes his niece's ex-fiancée. There are so many men in the world. Why would he want to compete with her for him? William in front of tens of millions of viewers, so in the future, there is nothing she can't do. If these two were together in the future, wouldn't she really have to call William little uncle? This would not only bring shame to her Xia family, but also to the Lu family. Sophia's eyes were red with anger. In order to control her expression, the corners of her lips moved slightly. On the surface, she still looked smiling, but as long as you looked into her gloomy eyes, you could tell how bad her mood was. Alex asked her last night why she cared so much about William. She replied viciously, "I don't care about William. I care about Lu Yin. She is my aunt. What's the matter with sending ambiguous text messages to William? The ex should be like dead, instead of always circling in front of me to seek a sense of existence. If Lu Yin and William are together one day, what should I call him? I don't want to see him stand out. People like him are only suitable to stay in dark corners and never see the light of day for the rest of their lives." Not only did Alex believe what Sophia said, but she herself believed it too. But she had a dream at night. She dreamed that she knocked William unconscious, tied him up, and locked him up in a dark apartment building, not allowing him to meet Lu Yin, Jiang Ning, and others. After waking up from this dream, Sophia was in a trance for a long time. Even though William has such a bad reputation, there are still people who like him. When the truth comes out one day and his advantages emerge one by one, the current ridicule will rebound on her. What would the audience and netizens say about her? Did she fail to judge people, or did she mistake pearls for fish eyes? Sophia couldn't imagine how irrational she would become if William were with one of Lu Yin or the others one day. Not only Lu Yin and Jiang Ning, but even in Shinrong, who always hated William, has changed towards him. Maybe she herself hasn't even noticed it, but as a bystander, if you observe carefully, you can feel that when Shinrong is facing a date with William, her anticipation is about to overflow the screen. Sophia knocked on the table and said coldly, "So what if they are together? It's just a fake show for the sake of gimmicks. Even if they really get together in the show, they will break up after they come out. Although free love between men and women is advocated in wealthy families, it is still about being well-matched. Not everyone can enter the Lu family." 4-5 The ex-fiancée stamped her feet in anxiety. This was the first time Sophia mentioned the Lu family. Shinli became interested and continued the topic, asking, "What is your relationship with Lu Yin?" "The relationship is average." "She's your aunt? Don't you keep in touch with her on weekdays?" Sophia actually said without hesitation, "We have different fathers and different mothers. My biological grandmother died early. This is not a secret in the circle, but for the few people present, it was the first time they heard of it." No wonder Lu Yan's age is not much different from Sophia. "What about Lu Yan? Do you know her? What type of man does she like? Is William among her criteria for a partner?" Shinli asked more and more personal questions, and had already forgotten what the director said. Talking about Lu Yin, Sophia's eyes flashed with contempt. "She likes to have fun and does nothing all day. My grandfather said that she is a vase with only beauty. He was afraid that she would get into trouble and dared not let her join the company. He only left her a small share of the branch company. She will never have to worry about food and clothing in her life. Do you know anything about her love life?" "I don't know and I don't care, but every Chinese New Year I hear relatives say that she is not doing her job properly and often hangs out with male models in bars. She doesn't have a good reputation. Even when she reached the age of marriage, no one in the circle wanted to date her. Originally, my uncle wanted to arrange a marriage for her, but you know, for a family like ours, beauty alone is not enough. You need to be knowledgeable and capable." Sophia said she didn't understand and didn't care, but she said nothing good about Lu Yin, making it clear that she didn't regard her as an elder. The malice in her heart was almost seeping out. In short, after Sophia's explanation, Lu Yin became a useless vase. Not only that, she was also fickle and self-degrading. Which good woman often goes to bars to play with male models? I thought Lu Yin just looked a little enchanting, but I didn't expect that she was so enchanting in her actions, turning a piece of white paper into a newspaper. Is this really the case? No one has investigated. After Shunli listened carefully, she supported her chin and concluded, so Lu Yin and William are quite a good match. Sophia, Shinli explained. One is the Sea King and the other is the Sea Queen. They both like to go to nightclubs and go clubbing. Maybe they met there. One is bohemian and the other is cynical. They are a perfect match. I'm very optimistic about them and want to see their next extreme sparring match. Sophia almost couldn't pretend anymore. She suppressed her anger and sneered. Lu Yin won't like William. I understand. Sophia, you know nothing. Shinli nodded and continued. Two Sea Kings meet, and the main attraction is their acting skills. I'm now looking forward to their date tomorrow. Let's see whether they will go for the heart or the body. Aren't you looking forward to it? Others, you know what? I'm really looking forward to it. Sophia clenched the cup in her hand and remained silent. Sophia stopped talking. Shinli felt quite sorry. This time her attitude towards Sophia was completely sincere, without any sarcasm. Ever since she separated from William, more and more things had been out of her control. She couldn't understand why William was discredited like this, but there were still people who liked and admired him. In the show, he was like an antique buried in the ground. The longer time passed, the more valuable he became. The only acceptable thing is that compared to her initiative, William treats everyone the same and is also very cold towards Lu Yin. The others were discussing tomorrow's date, but Sophia was alone, lost in thought. She raised her fingertips, dipped them in a cup of water, and drew on the table. Did William know that she was also participating in this variety show? Did he know that his every move was being watched by her? Did he know that she was watching him and Lu Yin during the live broadcast? Sophia had a weird feeling in her heart. Maybe William sent the love message to her best friend last night just to make her mad. Maybe he got so close to her and on purpose to make her mad. Sophia had seen how William loved his loved ones, and he would never act so cold when he liked someone. It's like to her, what are you drawing? Alex suddenly leaned over. Sophia came back to her senses. During this time of days, she actually wrote the word yin on the table with her drink. Seeing this, she quickly wiped it off. Nothing, I was just dazed. What time is it? When will it end? It's almost time. Do you want to come to my house tonight? I'll cook for you. Sophia gently refused. I didn't get enough rest last night. I want to go to bed early today. I have to get up early to record the show and watch the live broadcast tomorrow morning. Obviously, his home is closer to here. He can drive her to record the show together, or he can take good care of her and be considerate to her like a boyfriend. Alex didn't dare to continue talking, fearing that their relationship would reach a dead end. Then I'll prepare breakfast for you tomorrow morning. Sophia nodded in agreement. In preparation for tomorrow's date, the guests turned off the lights and went to bed early, but few of them actually fell asleep. Jiang Ning was restless. Thinking about William going on a date with Lu Yin tomorrow, she felt as if her heart was being pricked by needles. This feeling was no less than her reaction when she learned that he was getting engaged. She came to this show to be closer to William, but now their relationship is at an awkward distance, and she can't do anything but watch him from afar. Shouldn't she have come to participate in this variety show? But if she didn't come, she wouldn't have even a chance. At least now, she could still fantasize. And Shinrong was the last one to turn off the lights. She was matching clothes for tomorrow. She liked to dress herself up beautifully before going out. But at the moment, she had no intention of thinking about makeup. The date was obviously the one she expected, so she should be looking forward to it and excited. But now her mind was full of William, and she even thought that it would be fun to go out with William. After all, when William and Sophia were together, he often arranged dates and always made Sophia very happy. Even Sophia, who is so picky, said that he was very considerate and romantic. Forget it, I'll just pack up and go out tomorrow and just treat it as a team building for my colleagues. Human hearts are like this. You think this person does not meet your requirements, but when he moves away from you, you feel upset. Lu Yin played with the bracelet, imagining tying it around William's wrist. William's hands were particularly beautiful, with distinct joints. Especially when he was cooking and washing rice. He would rub his hands in the milky white water, and the rice grains would flow through his fingers along with the water, which made people want to make them into specimens and preserve them. Lu Yin was not a fool. She could sense that William didn't want to date her, and he avoided her as much as possible. But so what? Her possessiveness became more and more obvious as she thought about Jiang Ning, who was looking at William with sadness and disappointment. and in Shinrong, who liked him without realizing it. Lu Yin fumbled to put the bracelet on her hand and kept wrapping it around and tightening it until she felt pain on her wrist. Then she tied it off. Her originally clear eyes revealed a bit of paranoia and gloom. William couldn't sleep either. The thing he was worried about happened. He became nervous when he thought about his date with Lu Yin tomorrow. There were too many uncertain factors, and he couldn't think about them too much, otherwise he would not be able to sleep tonight. Fortunately, tiredness finally took over, and he fell asleep soon after closing his eyes. Chapter 46: Dating My Ex-Fiancée's Aunt. The first date took place in the city, which was 2 hours' drive from the village. In order to shoot more footage, the director asked everyone to get up early. Therefore, Lu Yin got up before 6 o'clock and went straight to the kitchen to make 2 sandwiches. She put on some light makeup, changed into comfortable clothes, put on some sunscreen, and sprayed some mosquito repellent. When she looked at the time, she realized that half an hour had passed and William had not gotten up yet. William, who had already dressed, opened the door. William was stunned, and the two looked at each other for 2 seconds. Lu Yin looked at him naked from head to toe. "You're going on a date with me wearing this? What else?" William didn't think it was wrong. As long as the clothes were comfortable, it would be fine. It was better to wear a t-shirt and sweatpants. Lu Yin went in directly. "Where are your clothes?" William pointed to the closet. Lu Yin opened the closet and saw several clothes hanging inside. Lu Yin picked and chose and finally found a cotton shirt and changed his pants. "Wear this. It's our first date. I take it very seriously." Lu Yin stared at him straight, and William took it reluctantly. "Go out for a moment. I'll change it right away." William changed his clothes in less than 10 minutes. The clothes Lu Yin chose for him were the best among the ones he brought with him. After putting them on, he looked much more energetic. Opening the door again, Lu Yin showed a satisfied smile. She glanced at William and propped her chin up in thought. "I always feel like something is missing. Wait for me." Lu Yin returned to the bedroom and took out a hat for William to put on. "It's hot, protect yourself from the sun." The hat also plays a role in the makeup, making William look cool and handsome. "Put on the bracelet you wore yesterday." "Do I have to wear it?" "Yes, you must wear it." The tone of command did not allow anyone to refuse. William opened a drawer and took out the blue braided rope bracelet that he had put away yesterday. After putting it on, he found that Lu Yin also had one on her wrist, but hers was red, and it was obviously a couple style. Not only do the bracelets look like a couple's, but their clothes today are also similar. He finally understood why Lu Yin was so persistent in changing his clothes. How could he believe that she had no other thoughts about him? William is slow to react to feelings because he hadn't been loved for too long in his previous life. Over time, he began to doubt himself. But no matter how slow he is not a fool. He can feel Lu Yin's care and excessive attention to him. Just like the saying goes, how can someone standing next to a campfire not feel the heat? Come on, let's go straight out. Aren't you going to prepare breakfast? I've already prepared it. You can eat it now if you want. If you don't want to eat it, save it for the journey. I'm not hungry now. Let's eat it on the way. The two of them went out together and ran into Jiangning and in Shinrong. This was the earliest time, and Shinrong woke up. She was standing in the yard brushing her teeth. When she saw Lu Yin coming out of William's bedroom, she was almost choked by the toothpaste foam. She quickly rinsed her mouth and asked, "Did you sleep together last night?" Lu Yin stared at her with amusement without explaining. Finally, William thought she was too stupid and said, "No," and Shinrong breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. "Then why did she come out of your room? Help me choose clothes?" Only then didn't Shinrong notice that the two people's clothes looked like a couple's. Her heart suddenly sank and a sour feeling came over her. It was obvious that Shinrong had not slept well. Her complexion looked much worse than usual, and she had dark circles under her eyes. She had been staying in the village for the past few days. She dreamed of going out to play, but when she really had the chance to go out to play, she felt inexplicably depressed and irritable and didn't want to move. Lu Yin got the car keys from the director. "Jiangning, are you leaving now?" "Well, the date location is a bit far, so if we leave early we can have more fun." "Where?" Jiangning thought to herself. If they were going the same way, she could find a reason to get on the same car with them. With her following, Lu Yin would never do anything to William. Lu Yin glanced at her and knew what she was thinking. She said coldly, "We are going in the opposite direction and on different paths." Jiang Ning pursed his lips and whispered, "I'm just asking casually." Hundreds of thousands of people were watching in the live broadcast room, and her actions almost exposed her secret thoughts. Lu Yin took the car keys and sat in the driver's seat. William opened the passenger door. Are you driving? Well, get in the car. Lu Yin turned on the car music and selected a few songs. William was surprised to find that these songs were the instrumental music he often listened to. Lu Yin drove fast and steadily. Because there was a photographer following them, the two of them couldn't talk about in-depth topics and could only chat about daily life. When they arrived at their destination, Lu Yin found a parking space and parked her car. As soon as she got out of the car, she was recognized by someone. The program was broadcast live for 5 days and was on the hot search list every day. It was hard not to know about it, and the most discussed one was William. Lu Yin got off the car first, and her flamboyant beauty was instantly captured by someone. William followed her out of the car. The date location was chosen by the program crew, but the date process was arranged by William. Considering the need to provide material for the program crew, William directly took Lu Yin to buy tickets and entered the aquarium. Lu Yin carried a Polaroid camera with her. When she saw William looking up at a dolphin, she raised the Polaroid camera and pressed the shutter. Hearing the sound, William turned around and said, "Are you taking a picture of me? This is called recording beautiful things." Lu Yin suddenly became excited. After visiting the ocean mansion, the two bought some snacks nearby. William would buy whatever Lu Yin wanted. Lu Yin was keen on picking out small things such as keychains, hairbands, fans, earrings. Seeing a clay shop, Lu Yin immediately grabbed William's hand and went in. "Give me one of these, I want you to make it yourself." William had done it a long time ago, and now he has forgotten how it felt. "My craftsmanship is bad." "It's okay. I like it no matter how you make it." In the observation room, Sophia stared at the screen blankly. "William, do you know what you were doing with Lu Yin?" Whether it was the keychain she chose, the marshmallows she ate, or the milk tea she chose, this series of things were what William had done to her before. This is what the scene was like when they went on their first date. William was very attentive. If she looked at something for a second, he would immediately know what she liked and then buy it for her. At first, Sophia just looked coldly at the little gadgets that William gave to Lu Yin. These things were not valuable, nor were they worth any affection. After receiving them, they were often thrown away and forgotten about, and then disposed of as waste. Until she saw William bringing Lu Yin into the clay museum, her expression suddenly changed. Sophia stared at them intently. In her memory, the most meaningful thing William gave her was the ceramic doll placed next to the TV cabinet at home. It was handmade by William, with both of their names written on it, as a token of their love. After William moved away, he seemed to have forgotten about the ceramic doll, and it has been placed on the TV cabinet ever since. It has been there for so long that it is covered with a layer of dust. Such a worthless little thing was always ignored by her. Until William left, the ceramic doll appeared alone in her field of vision and became so conspicuous. She was angry at William for breaking off the engagement and leaving without saying goodbye. She said harshly that she hated William, but she kept the ceramic doll he made for her and did not throw it away even when there was a crack on the base of the doll. She couldn't explain this emotion clearly. After all, it wasn't that she still cared about William. She was just nostalgic. She would feel uncomfortable when something she had seen for a long time was gone. 4/7 My ex-fiancée saw me dating her aunt. This is the first time I've seen Lu Yin having so much fun during these days of recording the show. She's like a college student. Apart from anything else, these two people walking together are really pleasing to the eye and look very well matched. Are they going to make handmade ceramics? This thing looks simple, but it is actually very difficult to make. As if there was cotton in her ears, Sophia couldn't hear a thing. She numbly watched William and Lu Yin enter the clay museum. The two of them sat near the balcony, and against the backdrop of sunlight and green leaves, they looked so well matched. William was kneading the clay, and Lu Yin was sitting opposite her, looking at her intently, sometimes pointing her finger. Slowly, the clay was molded into the shape of a doll in William's hands. This ceramic doll, which was made without any skills and entirely by feeling, had unbalanced proportions and a round face. It looked like a frog, so ugly and cute that William was embarrassed to say that he molded it by looking at Lu Yin's appearance. Lu Yin liked it after seeing it. "It's quite similar to the one you made before. I like it very much." "I used to." William didn't seem to remember it, and Lu Yin chuckled. "Nothing. The freshly made ceramic dolls need to be dried and finally painted." William reached out and patted his calf and scratched it. There were green plants around, and there were many mosquitoes. William's blood type was particularly attractive to mosquitoes. He was concentrating on pinching the ceramics and didn't feel itchy. Now he found that there were several bites on his legs. Lu Yin, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly raised her foot and rubbed his calf under the table. This action made William's eyes widen, and he looked at her in disbelief. Others would do this kind of thing secretly under the table, but Lu Yin was very bold. The small table could not hide her legs at all. If she moved a little more violently, the table would be overturned by her. William quickly dodged. "What are you doing?" Lu Yin blinked innocently. "Aren't there mosquitoes biting you? I have sprayed mosquito repellent on my legs. Rub it on your legs, and no mosquitoes will bite you." This wasn't about worrying about mosquitoes biting him. This was clearly intentional. William had lived for so many years, and this was the first time in his life that he was bullied by someone and his face turned red. What a scheming woman. William closed his legs and didn't dare to stretch them out, for fear that Lu Yin would rub against him again. Lu Yin ordered 2 drinks and smiled secretly as she turned around to get them. She handed the drinks in her hand to William. William took it and asked, "Why did you use the exchange card yesterday? If you have worked so hard to get it, you must use it in the right place. If you miss it, you may regret it for the rest of your life." "You like me?" Lu Yin asked back. "I like you. Do you believe it?" He didn't dare to believe it before, but now he has to believe it. Lu Yin is good at playing straight. "I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would hide from me. I'm Sophia's ex-boyfriend." Lu Yin bit the straw. "So what?" She looked nonchalant, as if she had no idea what the problem was. William said in a deep voice, "Sophia is your niece. I used to call her your aunt." Lu Yin found it funny. "So, you think of me as your elder?" It can be said that William said clearly, "There is no way I can be with you." "William, have you noticed one thing? You said that it was impossible for you to be with me, not that you didn't like me. Does this mean that you were attracted to me? But because of my relationship with the Xia family, you didn't want to cause trouble, so you rejected me." William's face froze, and then he frowned. Lu Yin put down her drink, crossed her hands, and rested them on her chin, and said gently in a negotiating tone, "I am Sophia's aunt, not your aunt. What are you afraid of? Can my niece control me when I fall in love with someone? I like you, and I admit it openly. I pursue you seriously. You have the right to reject me, but you have no right to stop me on this dating show." His throat felt blocked, as if there was a ball of cotton stuck in it that couldn't go up or down. William took a few gulps of water and racked his brains to figure out why Lu Yin liked him. And when did she start to like him? Lu Yin was too calm. When she talked about these things, it was as if she was explaining an insignificant truth like the earth is round. He should refute her. If he doesn't refute her now, later, she will face scolding and abuse. "Is it horrible to be with me, William? Have you ever thought about how others would look at you and what they would say about you behind your back if they knew that you like me? Other people have their mouths. I don't care what they say. I just know that life is short. Enjoy while you can, fight for what you like, plunder, and snatch, because no one will give things to you." Lu Yan's eyes burst with desire and greed. She locked her eyes with William and said word by word, "I don't think it's shameful to pursue what you like. What's really shameful is that you know what you want, but you tell yourself that you don't want it, and then you envy others' success." Lu Yan showed her confidence and flamboyance, and she told William what was in her heart without any reservation. Speaking of jealousy, the person she used to be most jealous of was Sophia, because she was jealous that she had the best William. But now, she has no chance. The two turned off their microphones and spoke in low voices. The camera could capture the scene, but it was difficult to hear what they were saying. In the silent atmosphere, the picture looked harmonious and beautiful to outsiders. "William, you wanted to hide it from me. Why did you confess to me?" If she didn't make it clear, he could still deceive himself and not take it seriously. "How can I hide it from you if you can already feel it? Haven't you heard this saying, sincerity is the ultimate weapon? You will hide from me whether I tell you or not. So I might as well be honest with you and leave you nowhere to hide." The Lu Yan I knew in my previous life seemed to be a different person from the one in this life. Wasn't she a non-marriage advocate? Why did she set her sights on him? The two of them were silent. Fortunately, the clerk brought the freshly baked ceramic doll over. Staring at this stinky thing, Lu Yan burst out laughing. The laughter broke the awkwardness. William sighed helplessly and looked for paint and pens to color. "Laugh, I told you I'm not good at handicrafts. I also told you, I like whatever you do." Lu Yan also took a watercolor pencil and moved over to color it. Their heads almost bumped into each other. The photographer seized the opportunity and gave a close-up, and even thought of post-production special effects to make it into pink bubbles. The ceramic doll was finally painted, and Lu Yin wrote her and William's names on the bottom of the base. This picture is enlarged and appears on the live broadcast screen. Sophia wanted to rush in and separate them, but she was outside the screen and could do nothing but look gloomy. The ceramic doll was supposed to be a memory belonging to her and William, but now it has become Lu Yan's. For it, William, look, the moon is so beautiful, date ends. Looking at the two heads getting closer and closer, the annoyance in her heart was about to burst out. In a corner where no one could see, Sophia put her hands on her legs, her nails digging into the flesh. She unconsciously applied force and did not let go even when blood marked her legs. Knowing that William and Lu Yin were going to have a date today, she prepared herself mentally and tried to keep calm. But at this moment, all the negative emotions came flooding in with the finished ceramic doll. She thought that something that belonged to her alone had now been stolen by someone. There has never been a moment when I felt Lu Yin was so annoying as now. Sophia was immersed in her own world, losing awareness of everything around her. William took the milk tea from Lu Yin, who had only taken a sip. Lu Yin was carrying various snacks in her hands and had a camera hanging around her neck. She was taking pictures while walking. When she was thirsty, she would go to William and drink milk tea from his hand. Lu Yin likes to take landscape photos, and the person who appears most often in her landscape photos is William. There was still something missing among the more than 100 photos, so Lu Yin asked a passerby to take a photo of her and William. The moment the shutter was pressed, Lu Yin took William's hand with a smile on her face. The smile on Lu Yin's face was too dazzling to Sophia. She thought sarcastically, I'm just picking up things she doesn't want. Shinli held her hands to her heart. I'm really dead. Please don't care about other people's eyes. Just get married here, okay? I met a different William and a very different Lu Yin today. They must have been serious about each other. William, who is good at fishing, and Lu Yin, who is good at catching people, are a perfect match. When she mentioned others, she deliberately glanced in Sophia's direction. Marry? It was hard for the two of them to be together, let alone get married. As long as she showed up, Lu Yin would never be able to marry William. Sophia watched the two of them date for a whole day. She didn't know if it was an illusion or something, but she felt that Lu Yin was gradually eroding her presence in William's heart. Just like this ceramic doll with a name on it. When William recalled one day that he had made a ceramic doll, was the first person that came to his mind Lu Yin or her Sophia? It was obvious that she and William were a thing of the past, and there was no possibility for them to be together again. But she felt extremely anxious and panicked when she thought that her position would be replaced by another woman one day. After receiving the ceramic doll, Lu Yin held it in her arms lovingly and took many photos. She asked the staff to return her phone and immediately posted a circle of friends, changing the private setting to public so that everyone in the circle could see it. The photo of the 9 palaces was accompanied by 2 words like, Lu Yin thought with a bit of malice, I really want to tag Sophia, but I'm afraid she won't see it. It was already 5 in the afternoon when I came out of the Clay Museum. It took me 2 hours to drive back, and I got home at 7, just in time for dinner. When getting on the bus, Lu Yin saw a line of people waiting in line at the ice cream shop opposite and suddenly wanted to eat some ice cream. I'll go buy it. Lu Yin stood there and watched William queuing. It was hot, and there were many people queuing to buy ice cream. William waited in line for 10 minutes before it was his turn. He looked back at Lu Yin and saw that there was a man beside her. The distance was too far to hear what was said. I just saw Lu Yin pointing in his direction. The man looked back at him, hesitated for a moment, and then turned and left. After William got the ice cream, he immediately crossed the road and came to Lu Yin. Who was that person just now? Don't worry about a fly. Lu Yin looked at the ice cream in his hand with a surprised look on her face. I didn't expect you to buy me a deluxe version. How many flavors does it have? William handed it to her. I asked the clerk to scoop a little of each flavor. I didn't look closely, but there should be 8 kinds. I wanted to eat ice cream like this when I was a kid. So you haven't eaten it once? Lu Yin took a bite of the ice cream with satisfaction. I've eaten it. It was just the leftovers from others. William had been looking at Lu Yin in the corner of her eye. She turned her head immediately, and their eyes met. William was startled and felt inexplicably embarrassed as if he had been caught. He shifted his gaze uncomfortably. Lu Yin held up the ice cream and asked with a smile, Do you want to eat it? William stepped back and distanced himself from her. No, if I wanted to eat it, I would have bought it just now. Can I go back now? Well, let's go back. Lu Yin got on the passenger seat first. She thought it was hot enough outside, but she didn't expect it to be even hotter inside the car. If she had known, she would have turned on the air conditioner in advance. According to the initial agreement, William drove back and got in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Tie for me too. William's hand felt numb as he fastened his seatbelt. Lu Yin urged him. The ice cream is melting in my hands. Hurry up. William took a look and found that it was true. Due to the high temperature in the car, the ice cream melted very quickly, and some of it had already stained Lu Yan's hands. William gave Lu Yin a wet tissue, then stood up and crossed her body to pull the seat belt over her. Although they avoided each other, the two still had physical contact. It's not comfortable like this. Move it to the right. That's it. Lu Yin raised her hand and instructed William to fasten her seatbelt. Finally, the safety belt in William's hand was tied diagonally across his chest, making his already towering chest even taller. William saw it with a casual glance, and there was no doubt that Lu Yin did it on purpose. After the confession, I thought Lu Yin would restrain herself, but I didn't expect her to become more and more bold. It's always like this. I don't realize her motives at first, but I do realize it after I see the amusement in her eyes after the act. Lu Yin ate the ice cream as if nothing had happened. When it melted on her hands, she licked it secretly, like a kitten. The live broadcast room exploded after seeing this scene. Lu Yin is so good. She can be pure and sexy. William, you are so lucky to be able to date such a beauty. How can Lu Yin be so good at this? Does she often hook up with young boys and have fun with them in private? Lu Yin is really different towards William. Just now, when facing the stranger who approached her, her face was terribly cold. But when she saw William, she instantly turned into a master of face changing. I watched the other two couples. They were boring, but this one is more interesting. One is a fishing beauty, and the other is good at fishing. It's getting better and better. William's haters are already numb at this moment. Halfway through the journey, the moon rose. Lu Yin rolled down the window. The night wind ruffled her long hair. She leaned against the window and shouted at the forest. After a whole day of dating, she was not tired but more and more excited. She pointed at the moon in the sky. William, look, the moon is so beautiful. William looked in the direction of Lu Yan's finger, and it was indeed beautiful. The program crew was very satisfied with the performance of the two today. They were like friends and also like a couple. Lu Yan's performance was even more eye-opening. Just as netizens said, when Lu Yin was with William, it was like a different person. She became more real. The director couldn't help but sigh while watching the live broadcast. It would be great if the other two groups could cooperate like these two. The director felt a headache when he mentioned the other two couples who were dating today. 49 Who says chasing a man is easy? The original words were not the moon is so beautiful, but the moonlight is so beautiful, which is a subtle way of expressing I love you. William was blinded by the wind. He squinted his eyes and replied, close the window a little. The wind is too strong. Lu Yin turned her head to look at William, who was driving seriously. The wind blew her hair on her face. She scratched her hair and sighed. There was nothing to shoot on the road, so the photographer turned off the camera and fell asleep in the back seat. Our show has been on the hot search list since it was launched, and there are millions of viewers who have clicked into the live broadcast room. Bored on the way, Lu Yin found a topic to chat with William. Each guest is equipped with a live broadcast room, which means that nearly 10 million people are watching online at the same time, and the number of discussions exceeds 100 million. Sophia is also watching you in the live broadcast room. Huh? The topic changed so quickly that I almost couldn't react. Why did they mention Sophia out of nowhere? You may not know this yet, but Sophia is also participating in this program, but she is an observer with Alex. Lu Yin rolled up the car window, leaving only a gap as wide as her palm. As she spoke, she examined William's facial expressions in detail. After all, they had been together for 3 years and almost got married. She wanted to see if William had broken up completely and whether he still liked Sophia. William's expression showed surprise for only a moment. When he signed the contract, he knew that Alex would join the variety show as an observer. At that time, he thought that the director was very good at catching hot spots. He didn't expect that even Sophia would be invited. What is this? A big reunion of exes? William has deeply felt the mentality of the program crew who are watching the fire from the other side and are willing to watch the fun without getting involved. What could Sophia observe in the observation room? Watch him date Lu Yin, or watch him send love signals to her best friend? A flash of uneasiness flashed through my mind. He and Sophia did not break up peacefully. Given Sophia's personality, she probably wanted to laugh at him. The worse his life was, the happier she was. Unfortunately, she was going to be disappointed. In other variety shows, sponsors can be seen everywhere, and advertising introductions are inserted from time to time. But in their show, we didn't see these from the beginning. Maybe the boss behind them is too rich and no longer needs sponsorship. I didn't expect William's first reaction to be this. He is always different and says surprising things. Lu Yen laughed and said, "Is it possible that he was not invited by the program team, but came to us on his own initiative? Sophia is like this, and so are she and Jiang Ning. They joined for free without any pay. All for you." Lu Yen added. In addition to this matter, there are a few more things I want to tell you. Be prepared. William subconsciously gripped the steering wheel. You say, as long as it doesn't involve life safety, he can accept anything. William, everything that was trending online. The whole internet has already known about your severance of ties with the banker. Not only that, the Xia family also bought a lot of negative articles about you, spreading rumors that you cheated on Sophia during your relationship and went to nightclubs many times. So that was what happened. He had been hacked online during this period in his previous life, but it wasn't this serious. It seemed that many people were dissatisfied with his breaking off of the engagement, and they actually used such a lowbrow method to retaliate against him. It was better than expected, so William could totally accept it. But when did I cheat in a nightclub? William asked. Some of them are AI face swapping. You believe this? Just watch it for fun. They don't care what the truth is. Lu Yin smoothed the hair on her face. I have the evidence of the rumor here. How do you want to deal with it? I suggest you hire a lawyer to sue them for defamation. They will win the case. Illegal matters like this should be left to professionals. William did not respond, but asked curiously, when did you know? Yesterday. You found out yesterday, and you found the evidence so quickly? You let me handle this evidence. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your relationship with the Xia family? The Xia family is nothing, and the Lu family has nothing to do with me. It's just that Zhuang Zhongming is also involved in this matter. If you can't do it, I can help you. William doesn't believe in free lunch. There are gains and losses in everything. If you take advantage, you will have to pay it back sooner or later. I have nothing to give you. You know I cut ties with the dealer, so now I don't even have any money. William told him bluntly that he had no money and it was impossible for him to be wanted, but he would not sell his body for these things. From this perspective, he has no exchange value at all. William also didn't want to Lu Yin a favor, so when William was ready to refuse, Lu Yin said, I do have someone I really want. After the date, the program team will ask us to send heartwarming text messages again. I hope you can send me the text message this time. That's it? No restrictions on content? You can send it to me as you like, but only to me and no one else. Lu Yin knew very well that when pursuing a man, one must proceed step by step and not rush into anything. One must also maintain a sense of mystery to make the man curious about you and want to explore. If a little favor could force him to be with her, then all she would get was an empty shell without a soul. William thought, what's the difference between this and taking advantage for free? Lu Yin said that there was a big difference. At least she told him in advance and gave him respect by not making a decision on her own. Lu Yin has been thinking a lot these past 2 days. It seems that there is no point in doing good things without telling him. She is pursuing a man. How can she let him know everything she has done to pursue him if she doesn't tell him? She wanted to let William know that he was in her heart, that she was always paying attention to him, worrying about him, and protecting him. Men should also need this kind of sense of security, right? It was Lu Yan's first time pursuing a man, and she couldn't grasp the right degree. All her experience came from searching on the internet. For example, boys prefer sexy girls over pure and cute girls, and an unintentional touch will cause them to produce hormones. Attract him with beauty, steady him with personality, create tension in him with independence, and give him a sense of security with respect. If you are too far away, he will be afraid of strangers. If you are too close, he will be afraid of being annoyed. If you are too little, he will be afraid of being indifferent. If you are too much, he will be afraid of being clingy. How difficult it is? Lu Yin waited quietly for William to think about it. If William rejected her, she would not be discouraged and would still secretly help him solve these problems. What else did you prepare besides the evidence of slander and lies against me? There is also evidence of tax evasion by several branches of the Xia family. These troubles are enough to keep them busy for a while. The banker also has. William made a decision. Don't give me the bankers, I'll do it myself. William knew his parents very well. They were willing to sacrifice their loved ones for the sake of profit. Zhuang Zhongming's behavior of flattering Xia Qingshan showed that he had obviously forgotten the warning he had given them. 50. His parents are a shaky couple. William was very clear about the dealer's situation. There were some small moves, but the impact was not great. If it was really exposed, he would be fine at most, and Zhuang Zhongming could afford to pay that amount of money. Zhuang Zhongming cares more about his reputation than money. He always pretends to be a loving wife. Not only does he have a happy family, but he also has a successful career. Netizens are very fond of him. Zhuang Zhongming kept the fact that Tang Jing was mentally ill and killed her own daughter a secret. 19 years have passed, and it is not impossible to find evidence, but it will take a lot of time. Even if it is found, the punishment will be to put Tang Jing in a mental hospital, which will have little impact on Zhuang Zhongming. Compared to Tang Jing, William dislikes Zhuang Zhongming more. Some of Tang Jing's behaviors can be explained as her being sick, but Zhuang Zhongming is purely bad and disgusting. He breaks the law unknowingly, treats his son as a tool, and doesn't care about his mother. There is no filial piety or kindness in him. He doesn't even have a sense of responsibility and morality, only hypocrisy. According to the time calculation, Zhuang Zhongming had an affair with his mistress during this period and had been secretly supporting her for many years. In his previous life, Tang Jing was already ill when she found out. The mistress came into the house, and Zhuang Zhongming looked down on her, and her mental illness, which had been stabilized, relapsed again. She stabbed Zhuang Zhongming with a knife. The once loving couple became enemies, and Tang Jing's knife directly destroyed Zhuang Zhongming's reluctance to bear her. Tang Jing was too gentle to stab Zhuang Zhongming to death. After she woke up, she arranged for someone to send Tang Jing to a mental hospital. At that time, William was on a business trip and didn't know what was going on at home. When she returned, Tang Jing was already terminally ill and couldn't take care of herself in bed. When she saw William, she only said 3 words in her dying breath: "I'm sorry." At that time, William didn't understand why Tang Jing wanted to say sorry to him. Not long after, Tang Jing died in a mental hospital. William learned a new word on the internet, Dian Gong Dian Pa. This word is just right to describe Tang Jing and others. What they have done deserves such a price, and they do not deserve sympathy. William originally thought that he could live a peaceful and tranquil life after leaving the Zhuang family, but he didn't expect that Zhuang Zhongming was so eager to be the Xia family's dog that he wanted to squeeze out the last bit of his value, even though he had already left. Sure enough, after being a dog for so long, he forgot that he was a human being. William decided to start with this mistress. While Tang Jing was in good spirits and good health, he might as well find something for her to do. Doesn't she like to act crazy? Let her go crazy as much as she wants. William was looking forward to her performance. After all, in her last life, she was able to turn Zhuang Zhongming into a eunuch despite her illness. Lu Yin watched William driving. She saw that he was looking straight ahead. From the side, his eyelashes were very long and the curvature of his eyes was just right. However, the pair of eyes that were bright and shiny during the day suddenly became dim. "William, let me help you. You don't even have a mobile phone or a computer, let alone connections." "Who said I don't have any connections? I will arrange a lawyer myself, but I'd like to trouble you to contact him for me." The first person that came to William's mind was Song Lu. Song Lu knew his situation very well, so it would be best to find him. William still didn't want to take advantage of Lu Yin. "Name a price, and I'll transfer the money to you after the show is recorded." "No, I told you, I just want a text message." Lu Yin said, "Don't feel any pressure. Sophia is my niece. She did something wrong, and as her aunt, I should stand up and correct her. Even if you don't know these things, I will make the truth public and seek justice for you." William thought to himself, "Now that I know she is your niece, why didn't you treat yourself as your aunt when you said those things to me today?" William asked. The director should know about the trending searches online these days. "He didn't tell me. Is he afraid that it will affect the ratings of the show?" Lu Yin replied, "He is afraid that it will affect your mood." "What can you do here?" William asked reflexively. "Since I can't do anything, why are you telling me so much now?" Lu Yin suddenly came forward and said, "If I don't tell you, how do you know that I have you in my heart?" William. Finally reaching the cabin, the photographer woke up from the bumpy ride. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "Are we there yet?" "We're here." William parked the car. "Brother Chun, you get out first." The photographer was a little dazed from sleep, and he picked up the camera and got out of the car in a daze. While the photographer was leaving, William said with a serious face, "Lu Yin, thank you for telling me so much anyway, but there are some things I want to make clear at once. I don't want to owe you a favor. You are right. I have no right to interfere with your love life in the show. It is your freedom to pursue whoever you like, and it is also the rules set by the program team. But after the show, for our own good, please have less contact in private. I've already broken off the engagement with Sophia, and I also want to end it cleanly. Do you understand what I mean by ending it cleanly? This is what William thought and organized all the way. It's a bit cruel, but if it's not cruel, it won't work. He didn't know how long Lu Yin had liked him, nor did he know how deep her feelings for him were. After spending these few days together, he knew that Lu Yin was a good woman. She was outspoken and confident, beautiful and generous, good at communication, and attracted his attention all the time. William even had some subtle thoughts. If only Lu Yin was not Sophia San. William has his own concerns. He will not be afraid of marriage just because of Sophia. He will find a girlfriend, fall in love, get married, and have his own children in the future. But this person can't be Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't say anything. In the dim carriage, she lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling uncontrollably, as if something was stuck in her throat. Lu Yin has always been able to accomplish things easily, and even if she fails, she will become more courageous. However, she tasted the bitterness of failure only with William. It turns out that liking someone is not sweet, it's more bitter and flustered. Just because I'm Sophia's aunt, you won't even give me a chance? Lu Yin said bitterly. William, you're too cruel, but I won't let go easily. I will prove to you that your concerns are unnecessary. After saying that, she opened the door and got out of the car. Their group was the last to arrive home. Jiang Ning and his group returned to the cabin in the afternoon and were cooking in the kitchen at this time. Hearing the noise coming from the yard, Jiang Ning went out first, and Xinrong followed closely behind, and when she saw William, she shouted excitedly, "You are finally back." William went in. "Are you cooking?" Jiang Ning. "Well, I'll wait for you to come back and have dinner." William glanced at the four people in the room and asked casually, "When did you come back? How was your date today? Was it fun?" William really didn't care that she went out with another man. Jiang Ning was in a bad mood. "We came back after lunch. There was nothing fun." And Xinrong's personality made it impossible for her to beautify it. She pouted and complained, "It's not fun. I don't like playing in the escape room." As soon as they finished speaking, Ling Xian and Fong Chen's faces changed. 5-1 someone is going to be unlucky. Fong Chen laughed foolishly. "It seems that my arrangements are not in place. Next time, I will prepare well and make you satisfied." For this date, Fong Chen had been preparing since he got the task card and had arranged everything he could think of. He deliberately chose the secret room, thinking that the terrifying atmosphere in the secret room would give him an opportunity to get close to Shinro. When a person experiences a stressful or stimulating situation, they may mistakenly interpret this physiological response as romantic attraction to a particular person. This is known as the drawbridge effect. When Shinro was afraid, he could hold her in his arms to comfort her, hold her hand to do tasks in the dark, and protect her behind him when she encountered danger. In such an environment, he could fully demonstrate his thoughtfulness, gentleness, intelligence, and talent, making her fall in love with his mature charm. Obviously, compared with the boring visit to the ocean mansion, such a date location can create more opportunities. In addition, today's audiences also like to watch secret rooms, where a simple touch can make people's heart beat faster and let their imagination run wild. But what Fong Chen never expected was that after he made so many strategies, and Shinrong didn't like them at all, and even complained about them being boring in front of him. And Shinrong is not good at disguising herself. She says whatever she thinks, and her face shows what she is thinking. It can be seen that she is really disappointed with this date. And Shinrong was too careless to notice Fong Chen's abnormality. She even tried to comfort him, saying, "It's not that you didn't arrange it well, it's that the production team didn't choose well. Why did they choose a secret room for no reason? It's so boring and awkward." Fong Chun was too embarrassed to say that he had forced her to choose the secret room. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen the aquarium. And Shinrong was very curious about the date place of Lu Yin and William. She asked, "Where did you go?" Lu Yin said, "Ocean Mansion is a bit far from here, nearly 2 hours by car." "Is it fun?" "Not bad. There is a pedestrian street over there. It's very big and there are a lot of snacks." And Shinrong noticed the ceramic doll in Lu Yan's hand. "What is this ugly thing?" Jiang Ning also looked over. Lu Yan raised the ceramic doll in her hand and glanced coldly at William beside her. "We made this at the Clay Museum today. It's so ugly." And Shinrong had a look of disgust on her face, but she couldn't help but look at it for a while. She found that this ugly thing was not so bad after looking at it for a long time. It was quite interesting as a decoration. And Shinrong sighed. Hearing you say that, I also want to go to the aquarium. It feels so interesting. And Shinrong would usually go to places like the secret room to play, but she was not in the mood today. In addition, after entering, Fong Chin kept getting very close to her. She said she was not afraid, but he still held her hand, shaking it and holding it again, which made her impatient. Therefore, after leaving the secret room, she had an unhappy face, and her mood did not improve until she came back. But when he saw Lu Yin and William together, the annoyance rose again. And Shinrong was puzzled and thought for a while, and concluded that the fundamental reason for her strange emotion was that she cared too much about her friend Sophia. William obviously liked Sophia so much at the beginning and did so many things for her, but now he says he doesn't like her anymore and even hooks up with Sophia's aunt. He is so close to Lu Yin, he must want to take revenge on Sophia. How shameless. Thinking of this, she glared at William, which was also captured by the camera. After seeing it, the audience in the live broadcast room said that in Shinrong's eyes were full of disdain, showing that she hated William. Now it seems that among the three female guests, only in Shinrong has a normal vision and always looks down on William. Lu Yin touched the ceramic doll in her arms and glanced around. Seeing Jiang Ning staring at her arms, she smiled and asked, "Where did your group go? Can you tell me more about it?" Jiang Ning didn't want to say more. Ling Xian scratched his head awkwardly and said, "There's nothing fun in our group. We went to a game city. The weather was too hot, so we didn't play anything. Besides, there wasn't anything delicious there." As he said that, he looked at Jiang Ning cautiously. But in fact, there is air conditioning in the game city. Ling Xian chose this place because he is a master of various games and wants to show his charm. Jiang Ning is not like in Shinrong, who would show her bad mood on her face. She has a gentle personality and speaks softly, but when you get along with her, you can clearly feel her alienation, and it is not easy to get close to her. At noon, Ling Xian had originally booked a Western restaurant, planning to have a romantic time. However, Jiang Ning suddenly felt stomach discomfort, and her face turned pale. He was so scared that he quickly sent her back to rest. After returning to the cabin, Jiang Ning's complexion gradually improved, and he became more energetic, but today's date was also ruined. He had clearly planned a date in the evening. To say I'm not disappointed would be a lie. He saw Jiang Ning facing William with full energy. He seemed to understand something. It turned out that the clown was himself. Ling Xian continued, "By the way, Jiang Ning and I bought a lot of flowers. Take a look and share them." In fact, the flowers were bought by Jiang Ning himself. Ling Xian said this to secretly assert his sovereignty, giving the impression that he and Jiang Ning had an ambiguous relationship. Jiang Ning said, "Let's eat first. I'll divide the food and send it to your room later. I'll put my things down first and come out later." With that, Lu Yin returned to the bedroom. Fong Chun patted Ling Xian on the shoulder. "Let's go to the kitchen." After William put away his things, he also went to the kitchen to help. Lu Yin returned to the bedroom and looked at the photos in the camera. She smiled unconsciously, but when she thought of what William said in the car, her smile instantly faded. William actually wanted to cut off contact with him. She would make him understand that from now on, no matter how he tried to hide, he could not escape her control. Lu Yin was a bit paranoid and crazy. Once she made up her mind about something, she would not give up easily. The more William tried to avoid her, the more she wanted to conquer him. If he retreated 1 foot, she would move 10 feet. He could go anywhere, but he could never escape her sight. The photographer who was filming behind him put down his camera, looked at Lu Yin, who looked unhappy, and asked with concern, "Boss, are you in a bad mood?" "Yeah, I'm in a bad mood. I'm not feeling well, so I have to have someone accompany me. Doesn't Xiaqing Shan want to sign the land in West City? Notify him to raise the price so that he will lose all his money." And Zhuang Zhongming. William said he wanted to do it himself, but she was in a really bad mood at the moment and wanted to do something. Report the violations of the Zhuang group to the higher authorities, buy more marketing accounts and internet trolls, and spread the news of his abuse of his son and the elderly online, so that he can also have a taste of the feeling of being cyberbullied. 5-2-second heartwarming message. Whenever Lu Yin shows such an expression, someone will be in trouble. The photographer shivered uncontrollably, and cold sweat broke out on his back. "Boss, William has rejected you. Why are you still helping him?" Lu Yin lazily sat on the rattan chair, holding the ceramic doll in her arms, stroking it from time to time. "Don't you think it's more interesting this way? If he really stays with me because of this little favor, then he is not William. I like higher challenges. The more he dislikes me, the more I want to conquer him. And I don't think he doesn't have me in his heart. He just doesn't dare to admit it. When he admits it, Luyan stopped talking and laughed in a low voice. By then, her souls and William S. will be highly compatible. They will hug each other, stick to each other, tear each other apart, and merge together. Saying you are mine is too tacky. Twisted and extreme love does not distinguish between each other. You or me, we coexist, sink together, and fall together. She wanted to make William lose his mind and be able to express his possessiveness unabashedly when loving someone, instead of being cautious in everything he did. Thinking of this, all the pores on her body stood up with pleasure. Lu Yin looked at the night outside the window, her gloomy eyes like a ferocious beast foraging for food at night. When dinner started in the evening, Lu Yin rarely sat next to William. She ate the food in her bowl indifferently. Everyone noticed the change in Lu Yin. Fang Chen and Ling Xian agreed that William was not satisfied with today's date. Thinking of this, they felt much better. People are like this. Although their own failure is painful, the success of others is even more unacceptable. Jiang Ning secretly spied on Lu Yin and William. She hoped more than anyone else that Lu Yin could stay away from William. And Xinrong is not a big deal as she is still not smart, but Lu Yin is the only one. She is bold and always says things that make people fantasize. She is good at being ambiguous, and she never hides her love for William. Jiang Ning was worried that William would get trapped without realizing it. Today it was William and Lu Yan's turn to cook. After dinner, William and Lu Yan silently put the dishes into the kitchen, and each of them washed their own dishes without saying a word. William was not used to it at first, but when he thought about it carefully, wasn't this what he had always wanted? Lu Yan was so cold to him that she obviously took his words to heart. This is very good. When it comes to relationships, you should cut the Gordian knot. Being unclear is just a waste of time and other people's energy. Lu Yan's reaction probably showed that she didn't like him that much, and William was very satisfied with this. William dragged a stack of plates into the water and said, "You go and have a rest. I'll do the rest." Lu Yan took off her apron and left without saying a word. William looked at her figure unconsciously and felt that the back that blended into the darkness looked so lonely. Why do I feel like Lu Yin and William are acting strange? Did something happen between them in the car? They were fine during the date in the daytime, but why are they so cold now? They don't talk, and they don't wear an apron. Lu Yin rarely teases William, and I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Congratulations. It seems that the waste water in Lu Yan's brain has finally been flushed out, and she no longer likes William. Just to be honest, I like this couple. Compared with the other two groups, William and Lu Yin didn't behave too well in today's date, and Xinrong was always dissatisfied with this or that in the secret room. It was tiring to watch. She was full of princess syndrome. I don't know how Fang Chung could stand it. Jiang Ning was okay, but her attitude was too distant. It was impossible to get close to her. She was like an iceberg. She was not like this when facing William normally. To be honest, Fang Chun chose the secret room because he wanted to take advantage of Shinrong. He kept pushing and tugging at Shinrong in the secret room. If I were in Shinrong, I would have an even worse temper than her. Ling Xian should give up Jiang Ning. The movie queen clearly doesn't like you. A forced melon is not sweet. Her heart is not with you. In dating shows, you can probably tell the direction of the relationship after the first date, but these 6 people are really confusing and hard to guess. I don't think any of them will be able to become a couple this season. Today, Fang Chun and Ling Xian are like 2 clowns. The elder brother doesn't say anything about the younger brother, and they hug each other and cry bitterly. After washing the dishes and sweating all over, William stood in the yard for a while, enjoying the cool breeze. The director announced that the second time of sending the heartbeat signal would be tomorrow. In the observation room, Shun Li's heart was broken. She initially favored William and Lu Yin because she couldn't stand the fact that Sophia wanted to tease her. But after watching them for the past few days, she felt that they were really into it, and now she has become the CP leader of the two. She even thought of a CP name for them called Lulu Zhuang, which is welded in place. After a day of dating, the two of them seemed to be more and more a good match. William had a serious personality, so for a man like him, he should be assigned a proactive and bold partner so that he can let down his guard. Among the 3, Lu Yan's personality was the most suitable. She was straightforward and said what she thought. She thought that after today's date, they would get closer to each other. But after returning to the cabin, One of them remained silent, and the other became distant. They didn't even sit together for meals, and the kitchen interaction that she liked to watch didn't even involve a single word. What's going on? Is she going to lose her CP? The host Li Lu received the director's task board and said, "Tomorrow is the second time for the guests to send love messages. This time it's a team competition. Everyone must get one diamond right. No mistakes are allowed." Lin Fan, "It feels so difficult this time." Alex nodded in agreement. In previous dating shows, they would send messages to whoever was dating, but I can't tell between them at all. Li Lu took out the panel. Then let's start with the simplest one. Looking at the 6 people on the panel, it seemed that none of them had a simple one. Finally, it was psychologist Su Nuwa who spoke up. Letting Shinrong and Fong Chen connect. They are the same. Lin Fan, but I feel like their date experience was very bad this time. Will and Shinrong really send the text message to Fong Chen? Su Nuwa, then who else do you think she could send it to besides Fong Chen? Compared to Ling Xian and William, Fong Chen is obviously more likely. That's right. Li Lu picked up the pen and connected the lines between Shinrong and Fong Chen. That's it. What about the others? I think Ling Xian will still vote for Jiangning. Lin Fan. Jiangning's attitude towards him is so cold, but he still doesn't give up? Su Nuwa. To maintain the dignity of an adult, I still say that he has no one else to choose except Jiangning. Lin Fan. What if something changes tomorrow? Su Nuwa, just change it. It won't affect anything. Li Lu drew Ling Xian's line to Jiangning. Who will Jiangning give it to? This is the difficult question. Will Jiangning choose to be decent or remain unchanged? Su Nuwa analyzed. Jiangning obviously participated in this program for William. From all her performance, she cares more about William. She doesn't care what others think of her, so she sent the text message to William. As for Lu Yin, Sophia, who had been silent for a long time, sneered. I object. After Lu Yin returned, she didn't take the initiative to talk to William. I think she must have realized the situation and knew that it was impossible for her and William to be together. 53. His ex-girlfriend gave him flowers but was caught by his aunt. Shinli asked, as Lu Yan's niece, who do you think Lu Yan would send the text message to? Give me a reason. Fong Chun. Why? Sophia replied, because she praised Fong Chun for cooking rice well today. Huh. Shinli laughed. Praising him for cooking well means she likes him. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, she praised William for his cooking skills at every meal and praised him for his good health. Does that mean she loves him terribly? By the way, you left early last time, so you didn't know what Lu Yin sent to William, right? She said that young people have good health and have endless energy. Guess what she meant by energy? Sophia was a little angry, but she didn't know what she was angry about, so she could only force herself to stick to her point of view. Anyway, Lu Yin couldn't have sent the text message to William, and William couldn't have sent the text message to Lu Yin. Shinli, don't bring your personal emotions into the show. Hey, who brought personal emotions? Shinli stood up with her hands on her hips. You were so healthy at such a young age, but you were full of green tea. Don't forget that you were the one who made the most mistakes last time. Why should we listen to you? As Sophia's current boyfriend, Alex naturally stood on Sophia's side. You can't say that. Lu Yan's attitude towards William has obviously become distant. Maybe she has figured it out. Shinli glared at him coldly and said bluntly, You two, go wherever you want. 2 poor students. Seeing that the host was slow to connect, Shinli simply walked up to her, snatched her pen, and then quickly connected Lu Yan's line. The couple she supports are getting married right where they are, and neither of them can give up on the other. Li Lu asked awkwardly, What about William? It must be Lian Lian. They were on a date together today, and the atmosphere was so good. Shinli said confidently. William's mind was the easiest to guess among the guests, but who knew that he was the most unpredictable? For example, last time, everyone thought he would send the text message to Jiangning or Lu Yin, but who knew he actually sent it to Shinrong? The two of them had no ambiguous interaction at all. It would be better to call it a spark of fighting than a spark of heart. Seeing Shun Li's strong attitude, Su Nuwa smiled helplessly. Then listen to Shun Li. William will be given to Lu Yin. Teacher Su has a good eye. Shun Li happily connected the last line. That's it. Jiang Ning had been feeling unwilling since last night, and when he saw William and Lu Yin go out together this morning, his unwillingness reached its peak. When she was dating Ling Xian, she kept thinking about what William and Lu Yin were doing, where they would go to eat, what they would do. She was completely absent-minded, and the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Compared with Lu Yan's openness, Jiang Ning's personality is more introverted, but that doesn't mean she is not enterprising. From an unknown actor to today's movie queen, she relies on that energy. She had to do something, or she would really give it up. In variety shows, every move is recorded by the camera. Jiang Ning has to deal not only with William's likes and dislikes, but also with the audience's opinions and the program rules, which greatly restricts her actions. If she could, she would like to say, "I love you," to William 100 times every day. Jiang Ning bought a lot of flowers in the flower shop today. Every flower has its own meaning. Pink roses represent first love. Baby's breath represents endless love. Violets represent eternity. Red roses are warm and noble, and lilies symbolize a happy marriage. And the flowers she picked for William were sunflowers. "I give you sunflowers, and there is no one else in sight. Only you are everywhere." Jiang Ning divided the flowers into groups and gave them to each one. If she gave flowers to William alone, he would definitely not accept them. Because they were in the same dormitory, the first person Jiang Ning sent to hospital was Lu Yin, and he simply bandaged her. Lu Yin glanced at him coldly and said, "Put it down." Lu Yin was not stupid and knew that Jiang Ning bought the flowers to give to William. After Jiang Ning put the flowers down, she gave them out one by one until the last one came to William. She took out the carefully wrapped bouquet of flowers and knocked on William's door. After a while, William opened the door and saw her. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ning handed the flowers over. "Here." William looked at the flowers in Jiang Ning's hand. "Are they for me?" As soon as William saw the flowers, he knew they were carefully selected by her. Jiang Ning said, "Everyone has one. I bought it today to decorate the hut. I just picked it randomly. Do you like sunflowers?" "Not bad." William then reached out and took it. "Thank you." He accepted the sunflower. William didn't know much about the meaning of flowers. The sunflowers that could be seen everywhere in the flower shop should not have any special meaning. Jiang Ning raised his hand. "Thank you for your hard work today. Go to bed early. Good night." "William, you should go to bed early too. Good night." When the two said good night to each other, Lu Yin walked slowly by and glanced at William sinisterly. Just with this one glance, William felt a chill on his back. Seeing the photographer following Lu Yin, Jiang Ning didn't stay any longer and left quickly with his head down. As soon as she left, Lu Yin stared at the sunflower in William's hand, pouted her lips, and said sarcastically, "Do you like sunflowers?" "William," Lu Yin continued, "thank you for your hard work today. Go to bed early." William, unable to bear it any longer, William reminded her, "The photographer is still here." The photographer stuck his head out and said, "Don't worry, the camera is turned off." "Now that it's turned off, what are you carrying it for?" The photographer walked aside and pretended not to see it. Lu Yin clasped her arms and raised her chin slightly, with a proud and flamboyant face, like a beautiful red rose. She was obviously shorter than William, but she looked much taller in momentum. The look she raised her head to look up was more like a condescending gaze from above. In her eyes, William at this moment seemed like a toy in her hands. "Put your hand out." Although William didn't understand, he still stretched out his hand obediently, and Lu Yin stretched out his hand and put a mobile phone in his palm. "You can contact your own contacts. I won't help you. Remember to return my phone to me after use. And tomorrow, don't forget what you promised me." William held the phone tightly and looked at Lu Yin in a daze. He opened his mouth and thought he was going to say a lot of things, but he just said a simple thank you. The program team stipulated that guests were not allowed to bring mobile phones. This phone was obviously hidden secretly by Lu Yin. Judging from the phone case, the phone in her hand was obviously the one Lu Yin often used. "I hid it well. I only have this one phone. If it's discovered and I hand it in, it's gone. You give it to me. What about you? It doesn't matter if I don't use it for 2 or 3 days." Lu Yin said this deliberately, but in fact, whether she has a mobile phone or not has little impact on her because the staff around her are all her employees, so what news can't she get? The two stood face to face in silence for a while, and William asked tentatively, "Is there anything else?" "That's gone." Lu Yin glared at him fiercely, then turned and left, stopping after taking a few steps. "William, did you forget what you wanted to tell me?" "Say what?" Lu Yin said sarcastically again. "Go to bed early, good night." Lu Yin was quite fussy about such trivial matters. It turned out that she had not left just to wait for him to say good night. The 26-year-old Lu Yin also has a childish side, which is a huge contrast. If this side of her were seen by the live broadcast audience, I wonder how many people would be attracted to her. William whispered back, "Good night." 5-4 if you want to take revenge on Sophia. You might as well become her uncle. After William watched Lu Yin leave, he turned back to the house and closed the door. He took out his cell phone and called Song Lu directly, explaining the situation briefly. Worried that he was not clear enough, he edited a text message and sent him some information. In short, there are two things to do. The first is to sue the person who spreads rumors about him online, and the second is to call the tax bureau to report the bookmaker's tax evasion. Song Lu received the information and read it quickly. I didn't expect that the people who spread rumors about you were actually the Xia family. They are crazy. They refused to let you go even after the engagement was broken off. It was obviously Sophia who wronged you, but now they are spreading rumors that you were the one who cheated first. They are so despicable that they can do anything. I don't dare to fall in love or get married after seeing this. I'm stained with the smell of shit, and I can't wash it off no matter how hard I try. It's really disgusting. Can you win the lawsuit? I took a look and found a lot of evidence. It's not a big problem. Aren't you recording a variety show? Where did you find the time to look for this information? Someone else found it for me. So, is this phone of yours or someone else's? It belongs to someone else too. Song Lu joked. Let me guess, it couldn't have been given by Lu Yin. William. No. How did you guess that? Song Lu said, I watched your show. You and Lu Yin have been in contact the most these days. I'm almost like your CP leader. Stop joking. Do you know who Lu Yin is? I know. She's Sophia's aunt. If you ask me, she's helped you so much that you might as well obey her. Then Sophia will have to respectfully call you uncle whenever she sees you, which will piss her off to death. William. You can't exploit feelings. Song Lu. I'm joking, but William, do you really have no feelings for Lu Yin? She likes you so much, and she specially participated in this program for you. She doesn't care what you care about. If you ask me, you just think too much. Don't chase your wife to the crematorium. You will suffer. Don't talk about this. William interrupted him. Help me get these two things done. Okay, Song Lu said helplessly. I will help you get it done, and I will also pay attention to the live broadcast of the program and speak for you. After finishing speaking, William hung up the phone. After all, this was Lu Yan's phone, and it contained her privacy. William would not read it anymore. When he was about to turn off the phone, a hot search message popped up. Hashtag Lian William. He subconsciously clicked on it and saw nothing but insults. Some called him a scumbag, saying that he was dating Lu Yin just to get revenge on Sophia, and some cursed Lu Yin. Lu Yin was scolded because of him. This group of people on the internet scold women even more dirty and harshly, calling them sluts, vixens, seductresses. The list is too numerous to count. The public opinion environment that women face is much worse than that of men, and they suffer from prejudice and injustice. William's eyes burned when he saw this, and his head ached, driving him to do something. Lu Yan's sudden indifference towards him last night made public opinion look better. Netizens said that she was no longer blind and her brain had become smarter. But this is far from enough. If she wants to get away from such public opinion, she must at least remain indifferent when facing him. Lu Yin returned to the bedroom in a very bad mood, especially when she saw the dazzling flowers on the table and thought of William taking the flowers from Jiang Ning and holding them in his arms. She snorted coldly and thought, he left no room for negotiation when he rejected me, but he was quite happy to receive the flowers sent by his first love. The next morning, the flowers on the table had withered. No matter how bright a flower is, it will wither quickly if it is not properly cared for. Lu Yin stood up and prepared to throw the flowers away. The director looked at the flowers in the trash can and asked, Why did you throw them away? Withered. If it wilts, just give it some water and it will be fine. Please, I don't like this lifeless flower. The director shook his head and said that he didn't like such lifeless flowers, but he would be happy when William gave them to him. Otherwise, take some time to let William buy a bouquet of flowers like Jiang Ning did and share it among everyone, then see Lu Yan's reaction, and compare them when editing the feature film. Wouldn't that have a slapping effect? The more the director thought about it, the more he thought it was a good idea. And Shinrong got up to make today's breakfast. She doesn't know how to make complicated breakfasts. White porridge with white eggs has carbohydrates and protein, but lacks dietary fiber. The vegetables are boiled in water and eaten with soy sauce. It's perfect. She was waiting smugly for everyone to come and taste it, and what she was most looking forward to was William's look after tasting it. So when William was drinking porridge, she kept staring at him. How is it? Is the breakfast I made okay? Isn't this just plain white porridge? How can you taste the meat? In order to encourage the child's enthusiasm, William still gave a high evaluation. Not bad, the consistency of this porridge is just right. He peeled another egg, and it burst. It was cooked too short, and the yolk was not cooked. And Shinrong looked at William with egg yolk on his hands and his toes clenched in embarrassment, and began to make excuses for herself. William silently put down the egg in his hand, then tore off a piece of tissue to wipe the yolk off his fingers, saying as he wiped, "You are quite good at cooking hot spring eggs, but the eggs in this countryside are all free-range eggs, so it's better to cook them. Next time, set the time for 8 minutes. Overall, the breakfast you made today is very good. To describe it in one word, it's..." William tried hard to think of words. High-end. You are suitable to use the freshest ingredients to bring out the original flavor of the ingredients. And Shinrong was dizzy after hearing this. It turned out that she was so good at cooking. This was her first time making breakfast, and she didn't expect to receive such high praise. She must be a genius. And Shinrong couldn't help but laugh twice, leaving the staff around her speechless. This silly child is so easy to fool. The production crew really has to thank William. It was he who cured in Shinrong's princess disease. Why didn't they realize before that as long as she was praised appropriately, and Shinrong would be so obedient and would do anything? After breakfast, the director stood out familiarly. Fong Chen asked, "Director, do you have a mission today?" Although they didn't have any tasks to do yesterday, the dating process was no easier than doing farm work. Farm work is physically tiring and can be completed in 2 hours at most, while dating is mentally tiring and your heart may not have recovered even after a night. The director replied, "The main task today is to help the villagers sell their goods." And Shinrong complained, "We were exhausted yesterday. Can we take a day off? And the weather is so hot. Why should we help the villagers sell goods? We have never sold anything before. If it really doesn't work, can't we just buy it ourselves? Let you experience the life of the local villagers. Know how difficult it is to grow crops, and also establish a good image for the audience. Rongrong, although you have never sold things, I believe that with your talent and beauty you will be able to build a good relationship with the locals and sell out quickly." The director followed suit and soon learned the essence of William. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, and Shinrong was the first to stand up, "Okay, let's go sell the goods now." The director looked at her with satisfaction and said, "Don't worry. Before you go to sell the goods, take your phone back to your room and send a text message to the person you like. When you come out, I will arrange for you to draw lots and divide into teams. One group of men and one group of women will sell the goods. 5 some people should change their way of addressing him as uncle as soon as possible." The director was too cruel. He made the guests divide into groups to do tasks right after they sent their love messages, without even any buffer time. The 6 people returned to their bedrooms with the mobile phones distributed by the director. The director only gave them 10 minutes to send text messages, leaving them no time to prepare themselves mentally. Observers also turned on the live broadcast early in the morning to watch the results. Watching them return to their rooms one by one, Li Lu asked, "Should we discuss it again? Should we change it?" Shinli insisted, "No change, just like that. I thought it would start in the evening, but I didn't expect it to be so exciting so early in the morning." The director really knows how to have fun. In less than 10 minutes, some people came out of the room. The first person to come out was William, followed by Lu Yin, then Fong Chun, Ling Xian, Jiang Ning, and the last one was in Shinrong, who took 10 minutes to come out of the room. Some were happy, some were depressed, and the one with the ugliest expression was in Shinrong. Judging from their expressions, it is impossible to tell who gave it to whom. "Lilo, who's first?" Su Nuo suggested. "Let's save the exciting ones for later. Let's watch Fong Chen's first." As expected, Fong Chen and Ling Xian's best guesses were the same as last time. One for Shinrong and one for Jiangning. "Fong Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't arrange yesterday's date well. Next time, I will make sure you are satisfied. Ling Xian, I like the flowers you gave me." And Shinrong sent the same message to Fong Chen as last time. "I'm still quite happy." Jiang Ning's feelings have never changed. After she decided on William, no matter how he rejected her or how cold he was to her, she would not give up. The heartwarming text message she sent to William read, "There is no one else in my sight. You are everywhere." Lu Yin was also easy to guess and performed as steadily as ever. "Huh, you like flowers very much?" William's mobile phone screened nervously. The content was very simple, just 2 words, "thank you," and the recipient was Lu Yin. Shinli jumped up happily. "I said he had her in his heart. I guess they were just having a quarrel last night." After saying that, She did not forget to look at Sophia proudly. "You've slapped someone in the face again," Shinli said while playing with the heart-beating diamond in her hand. "If Sophia listens to you this time, we'll get nothing again. At this rate, I think you should change your name to Uncle as soon as possible. It won't hurt to get used to it in advance. Otherwise, you won't know how to call me Uncle when you meet him later. You don't have to meddle in our family affairs." Sophia would never acknowledge William and Lu Yin. She knew that Shunli was deliberately adding fuel to the fire and trying to embarrass her. Sophia has never suffered so much humiliation since she was a child. She has been superior to others since she was born. People around her call her Miss Xia. She is the only daughter of the Xia family, the apple of the eye, and the princess doted on by her elders. All the friends she made flattered her. Whatever she said was the truth, and no one dared to refute her. Even less would anyone be as arrogant as Shunli. In addition, after meeting William, a man who was always obedient to her, Sophia would not quarrel because no one dared to quarrel with her. So the amount of words she said during quarrels was pitifully small, which was why she was always left speechless by Shinli. Not being able to quarrel does not mean not being able to fight back. With the status of the Xia family, dealing with a member of a girl group should be easy. What artists fear most is being hidden from the public, with no announcements or money to earn, which would make their years of hard work go to waste. Sophia looked at Shunli with cold disgust in her eyes. "Come on, who can say anything about you? Let's see how long you can talk." Shunli has been in the entertainment industry for many years, so how could she not know what Sophia was thinking? She was not afraid at all, and even responded with a provocation. She was not afraid of offending her. Her agency was a rival to Xia's, and Sophia had no control over her. If someone really dares to ban her head-on, she will have to retire early and then make a big deal out of it, post it online, and let netizens give her justice. During the free break, Sophia got up and left the observation room. She called Alex to go into the lounge together, and then called Xia Qingshan in front of him. "William in the variety show. She clearly knew that William was my ex-fiancé. I just broke off the engagement, and she did this. I think she clearly doesn't take me seriously. By doing this, the Lu and Xia families will lose face." Sophia said aggrievedly. "Can you tell my uncle to take good care of Lu Yin and arrest her and lock her up? It's really embarrassing for her to do this in front of millions of viewers. She is deliberately disgusting us." Lu Yan's incident was so big, Xia Qingshan couldn't have missed it. Do you think he didn't call the Lu family? The Lu family wanted to intervene, but they couldn't. Lu Yin had escaped from the Lu family's control many years ago. I will find a way to resolve the Lu Yin issue, so don't worry about it. As for you, you should be quiet these days. I have told you many times that you will be the one who manages the family property and inherits the company's assets in the future. Don't waste your time and energy on unimportant things. You should quit that variety show as soon as possible. And you and Alex, are you done with each other? Xia Qingshan has been very busy recently and has no time to care about Sophia as private life. Some time ago, he was trying to teach William a lesson. After that, some of his small companies had various problems and were frequently reported. He didn't lose much money, but it was a hassle and he had to deal with it in person. So he was very busy during this period and he even spoke weakly when he answered the phone. Alex could hear clearly what Xia Qingshan said on the phone. Hearing this, he could only clench his hands and try his best to endure. Xia Qingshan had always looked down on him. After all, he did not have a good background, nor did he have enough education and experience, so he was of no use at all. For profit-seeking businessmen like Xia Qingshan, people who have no use value are irrecyclable waste. As long as Xia Qingshan doesn't give in, it will be useless no matter how much Sophia likes him. If Xia Qingshan hadn't driven him away, he might have married Sophia. "Dad, I want to discuss something with you. Doesn't the banker want to maintain a cooperative relationship with us? Then let them register Alex as their son. William has been kicked out of the house anyway, and Tang Jing is too old to give birth. When they die, there will be no heir." Alex's eyes widened after hearing this, his face full of disbelief. Sophia had never mentioned this to him before, and now that he heard it, he was not only surprised but also delighted. The banker is not a bad person. He has status and money. Otherwise, Xia Qingshan would not have chosen to marry the banker at that time. If he could officially join the Zhuang family, he wouldn't have to be a small actor in the entertainment industry. At that time, he would inherit the property, his position would be stable, he would no longer be looked down upon, and he could smoothly marry Sophia. Maybe in the future, he would be able to take charge of all the wealth of the Zhuang family and the Xia family and become the #1 person in Rongqing. The more Alex thought about it, the more excited he became. He was no worse than William. William was just better at reincarnation than him, and just luckily became the only son of the banker. Since William has been kicked out of the house by his parents, there is no harm in him taking over. If you want to blame someone, just blame himself for not knowing how to cherish. Chapter 56, How Can You Give Lu Yin Happiness When You Have Nothing? Alex's feelings for Sophia are more like a deep obsession than love, as if only by being with her can he get recognition and respect from the people around him. Alex had envied William. He also wanted to have what William had. He had thought more than once that if he could be born in a banker's family, he would have power, status, lots of money, he would not be looked down upon, beaten, or scolded, and he would not be sent abroad just because of Xia Qingshan's words, where he would not speak the language, the environment was unfamiliar, and he would not even have freedom. If he becomes the heir to the banker, all of this will be within his reach. The desire in my body was burning so fiercely that it seemed to burst out from my chest. Alex listened nervously. If Xia Qingshan agreed, then his chances of becoming the banker would be secure. Xia Qingshan was also a worldly wise man, and was also shocked by Sophia's words. Why don't you give your own son to an outsider? How did you come up with that? Even if William is fooling around, he is still Zhuang Zhongming's biological son. He is still young, and severing the relationship is only temporary. No one can guarantee what will happen in the future, and only you will take it seriously. Xia Qingshan didn't believe that William would never return to the Zhuang family for his entire life, nor did he believe that Zhuang Zhongming would never recognize William until his death. Who knows? Maybe he would suddenly come to his senses one day. How did Sophia come up with this? This story starts the day after William broke off the engagement. The two had an unpleasant meeting that day. In order to persuade her, William said this. If you must marry the banker, I have a good idea. You can let them adopt Alex. This way you can be together legitimately. Not only can you talk about feelings, but also about interests. She thought William said that out of anger and shame. Her thoughts at the time were the same as most people's. Why should she give up her ties with the rich second generation and become an ordinary person? If you lose your identity as a rich person, all the good resources you enjoy will be replaced. William's words were powerful, and he looked as if he would never look back, but in fact, he would go back in a few days. He looked just like a kindergarten kid who had run away from home. He looked back as soon as he left the house. It was extremely ridiculous. Everyone in the circle was waiting to see William make a fool of himself, and so was she. But she kept waiting, getting impatient, irritated, and numb. But she never got William to turn around, and even had to watch him flirting with her aunt in front of the whole country. She would never let William become her uncle.